You're lying there, not sleeping, not quite awake, just holding still in the dark, like you've been waiting for something to change. The kind of quiet that feels heavy with meaning, where every breath seems too loud and time stretches thin between heartbeats. You kept telling yourself one last time before bed, just this once, and now the silence has turned into a presence, not gentle but firm, almost like it's watching you, not judging, just there. You're awake because you quit, or tried to. It doesn't matter which version is true right now, the body remembers more than memory ever does. The nights are hard. You've read the phrases online in your head before. Can't sleep after quitting weed insomnia, weird dreams after quitting weed, words typed into a phone at 3 a.m. when all you wanted was to stop feeling like this. And now here it is. The same silence from those searches has moved into the room with you. It's not punishment. That thought comes easily because you're already tired of blaming yourself. It isn't weakness that keeps you up. It's your body recalibrating, learning how to rest without help. A nervous system that used to lean on something else now has to find its own way back into stillness. The crutch was real, just not the kind you could hold or see. You don't need to explain it to anyone, not even yourself. This is support for rest, not medical advice and not addiction treatment. If quitting feels unmanageable right now, if there are other substances involved, or if any part of this process feels beyond what you can carry alone, professional help works. It does. There's no shame in asking, no failure in reaching out. You're not broken for needing support. You're simply here, and that matters. The brain didn't stop working when you stopped using cannabis. It just changed how it worked. For a long time, THC did the job of quieting your nervous system, the way a warm blanket might settle someone who's been cold too long. Your body leaned on it to fall asleep, to stay asleep, to keep dreaming at lower volume. The sleep machinery didn't shut down completely. It just went into standby mode because something else was doing its job. Now that crutch is gone, and the system has to wake up again, slowly, messily, not always smoothly. That's why sleep feels so far away some nights. Why your thoughts move too fast or stay stuck in loops. Why you lie there replaying things you said a week ago, wondering if it mattered. It doesn't matter. The brain is relearning its rhythm, not failing, it's adjusting. This isn't failure, this is not damage. For most people, the worst of this kind of insomnia comes in the first 2 weeks after stopping. On average, within about 6 weeks, things begin to stabilize again. Nights come back with more ease than they had before. That number isn't a deadline. It's just one way to describe what happens when your body is allowed time and space. A healing curve, not a broken brain. Every rough night like this one is further along the curve, not behind, not worse than last week, just different, more intense in some ways, quieter in others, but always moving forward. Even if it doesn't feel like progress right now, especially when it doesn't. And then there are the dreams. You've noticed them, the ones that come after you finally drift off or wake up abruptly from them, heart racing, sweat on your skin, everything feeling real even though it wasn't. Vivid, strange, sometimes overwhelming. They're not random. They aren't trying to scare you. They're a direct response to what's been suppressed. For so long, cannabis dampened the REM stage of sleep, the part where dreaming lives. Not just dreaming, but deep emotional processing, memory integration, neural clearing. The brain wasn't turned off during that time, it was muffled, like listening through walls. Now it's turning up the volume again, more than back to normal. It's repaying its dream debt. That is why the dreams come so strong. They're not a sign of something broken, they're proof your system is beginning to heal. The dreaming brain is active in real time, every night, not broken, rebuilding. If you wake from one and feel shaken, that doesn't mean it was bad or dangerous, just intense. Because the mind has been given back what it lost, access to its own inner world. Some people spend months trying to recreate this exact state on purpose, to enter lucid dreaming, to explore their unconscious, to find meaning in imagery they can't control when awake. And here you are, without asking, living in those conditions every night. So if a dream comes and something inside you notices it's not real, if just one small part of your awareness says this isn't happening or I'm dreaming now, you don't have to do anything with that. You can let the dream run its course, or look around, just see what's there. Not for a purpose, not to change anything, but because it's yours now, because the quiet nights gave something back, a door that was closed and now is open again. You don't have to understand it all, you don't need to fix it or stop it. It's not about control, it's about presence. The breath, you can feel it still moving through your body even when everything else feels heavy. Let the next out breath be a little longer than the last one, not forced, just allowed. The long exhale is how the nervous system tells itself, stop, you don't have to do anything now. It's a signal from within that says, you are safe enough to let go. Let it happen naturally, don't chase stillness. Just follow the rhythm of your breath as it slows down on its own, each out-breath longer than the in, one after another, not faster, not slower, just breathing, letting it be quiet even when you're not asleep yet. Now notice how your body feels where it rests against the mattress, your back flat, shoulders wide, arms lying loosely at your sides. There's no effort here, no need to hold anything up. The weight of you is being held by the bed, not carrying itself anymore. You don't have to be in charge. Let each part sink a little deeper, your spine releasing into the support beneath it, hips softening into the surface, pelvis settling like soil after rain. Your legs feel heavy now, not tired, but deeply grounded. Knees relaxed, ankles loose, feet warm where they touch the sheets. There's no urgency in any of this, no need to reach a goal. You aren't trying to fix, sleep, or force it to come. Just allow the body to rest as much as it can right now. Feel how warmth spreads through your chest, not heat, not fire, but that slow, deep kind of comfort that builds where weight meets support. Like sunlight soaking into stone after a long night. It's spreading from your core outward, through shoulders, down arms, along ribs and sides, not rushing, just arriving, the same way the breath returns gently. You are not failing because you're awake. You are not behind because dreams feel too real. You are simply here, experiencing what comes next in this healing process. No more than that. The mind will wander. Thoughts may rise like shadows at night, not to trap you, but just to pass through. They come and go, one after another. Whether it's guilt about last week's choice, or fear of tomorrow's difficulty, or memories that want attention, they aren't permanent. You don't have to carry them. Just let them float by, like leaves on water, not pushing back, not grabbing hold. Just letting the mind move as it wants, within this quiet space where nothing else matters but rest. And when a dream comes, whether vivid and strange, whether full of faces you've never seen or places that feel familiar despite being impossible, it's okay if your heart jumps at first. It's not dangerous. The brain is working hard to make up for lost time. It's catching up on things it had been silenced through. So let the dream unfold. Let it be strange, even confusing. You don't have to understand it or remember every detail. There's no need to figure out what it means. If you notice anything, any moment when a flicker of awareness says this isn't real, you can stay there for just a second. Look around. See the sky change colors, hear voices that aren't speaking, feel something pass through your hand like wind. And if you do notice, even for a breath or two, that this isn't what it seems, there's no need to act on it. No need to stay awake longer, no need to try and change anything. You don't have to prove anything to the dream or to yourself. Just let the awareness linger like a quiet hum in the back of your mind, not chasing the scene, not trying to control it, just witnessing its shape as it shifts, the way light pools differently on walls that weren't there before. The sound of footsteps when no one is walking, a voice speaking just beyond hearing, but close enough to feel the vibration in your chest. You don't have to remember any of it. You aren't required to carry anything forward from this night. There's nothing expected of you, not even a name for what happens. The dream isn't asking for meaning. It's not testing you. It's just returning slowly, deeply, the part of your mind that was turned off for so long. And now it's speaking again, with its own language, its own rhythm. The body doesn't know the difference between a real memory and a dreamed one when it comes to sensation. The warmth on your skin, the cold air brushing across your neck, those are felt just as fully whether they're imagined or not. That's how the brain relearns, through feeling, not logic, through the quiet return of what was lost. And so you can stay with that truth now, not because it needs to be believed, but because it's already true in your nerves, in your blood, in the way your breath still finds its own slow path, even when thoughts rise like smoke. You are not broken. The parts that feel raw or jumpy aren't flaws, they're signs of reconnection. Like a river waking after winter, finding its course again through ice and stone. Let it be quiet for a moment, not trying to do anything. Let the breath return as it wants, longer out than in. No pressure on your lungs, no need to fill them completely. Just let each exhale go further than you thought possible. It's not about performance. It's just letting something settle inside. Your shoulders are softer now, not because they've been worked on, but because no one is asking them to hold up anything anymore. The weight of the day isn't carried through these muscles tonight. There's no need for posture, no demand that you be upright or alert. You can let go exactly as you are, no adjustments needed. The warmth in your chest has spread farther now, not just across the front, but into your back, the deep hollow between shoulder blades where tension used to live. That space is open, not empty, but full of quiet release, like soil that finally stops resisting rain and lets it seep in. Your legs feel like they've been pulled from water, slowly sinking deeper than before. Knees soft, calves relaxed, ankles loose, as if the bones themselves have decided not to argue with gravity anymore. Feet warm against the sheets, no pressure on them, no need to be ready for anything, just resting. There's a stillness that isn't silence, it's presence. Not quiet because you've stopped thinking, but because your thoughts don't matter here. They come and go like clouds passing overhead, not landing, not settling into place. You aren't watching the sky, but you are aware of it. And when something unexpected appears, when a face turns toward you in the dark with eyes that know too much, or a hallway stretches longer than memory allows, it's okay if your breath catches for just a second. It doesn't mean you're not safe. It means the brain is reawakening, remembering how to dream, not as escape, but as return. The mind has been trained to turn down its own lights when THC was present, the way someone might dim a lamp in a room they've lived in too long. But now it's turning them back up slowly, first flickers, then full glow, and sometimes more than the room can hold at once. That is not malfunction, it is restoration. You don't have to fix what feels strange. You don't have to explain why something seems familiar or why a name comes out of nowhere in the dream with perfect clarity. There's no test, no score, just the body remembering how it felt before all that was turned off. And if you wake from such a moment, heart still racing, limbs heavy with what just happened, you don't have to apologize for being startled. You don't have to convince yourself it wasn't real. It was as real as any memory in your chest right now. But you are also here, not in the dream, but back in this space, where the bed holds you and breath moves without force. Let that be enough. The sleep process isn't linear. It doesn't follow a map. Sometimes you fall into stillness fast, other times it takes longer. That's not failure. It's just what healing feels like when it's not rushed, when it's allowed to unfold in its own time with no urgency attached. You don't have to earn rest. You aren't being tested on how long you can stay awake or how quiet your mind gets. There's no bar to clear, no checklist. The only thing required is that you keep showing up, just as you are, body tired, mind restless, soul still learning its way back. And the truth, every night like this one, is a night further along. Even if it doesn't feel like progress, even if all you remember is waking again, blinking in the dark, wondering whether it was real or imagined, that's part of the journey too. There's no such thing as wasted effort when the body is recalibrating its own rhythms. No moment lost when your nervous system says enough and begins to quiet down on its own. The mind may not believe it yet, but your body already knows. So let this breath be longer than the last one. Let it go deeper into stillness. You don't have to know where you're going. Just keep letting each out-breath carry something away, some small weight, some left of attention, some echo of fear that doesn't belong here anymore. The mattress isn't resisting your shape. It's not trying to change you. It's holding you exactly as you are. And the warmth that's spreading through your chest and arms, it's not just heat. It's a signal, a quiet one. Like an old friend whispering, "You're still here, you're not gone, this is yours now." Let it sink in slowly, not all at once, just a little more each time the breath returns. There's no need to reach for sleep or beg it to come. It will arrive when it can, when your body knows you've given enough effort just by staying here, being present with what is. And if dreams come again, wild, shifting, strange, you don't have to run from them. You don't have to try and understand them. They aren't warnings. They're not signs of failure. They are proof that something inside you has started working again after a long silence. The brain isn't broken. It's remembering. So let it be quiet for now. Let the breath slow as it wants, without pushing it faster or holding it back. Let your body sink deeper into the support beneath, each part letting go in its own time, no rush, no pressure to keep up. This is not a task. This is not something you must complete. It's just being here, experiencing what comes next. Not forcing, not fighting, just allowing. And if your eyes open slightly, or if the mind wanders back into thoughts about tomorrow or last week, or how long it's been since you slept through the night, you don't have to chase them away. You can let them pass like shadows across a wall, not stopping, not lingering, just moving on. There is no need to be anything other than exactly where you are. The weight of your body is real. The warmth in your chest is real. The slow rhythm of breath, each out-breath longer than the last, is real too. You're not behind, you aren't failing. You're simply healing one quiet night at a time. And that's enough. Just keep breathing. Let each exhale be deeper than the last. Not because it has to be, but because your body knows how. Let the weight in your shoulders soften, not into nothingness, but into something quieter, like sand settling after a storm. The space between breaths is no longer empty. It's full of stillness that doesn't demand anything. You don't need to fill it with thought or intention. Just let it be. This quiet isn't waiting for you to fix it. It's already here, holding the shape of your presence. There's a kind of listening that happens not with ears but with skin. When the air around you becomes aware of your body, and the room begins to breathe with you instead of against you. The coolness near your feet is no longer sharp, it's just there. A quiet edge where warmth stops and space begins. And beneath it all, the mattress isn't soft, it's patient. It has held many bodies like yours through nights like this one. Not perfect ones, not peaceful ones, just real ones. You don't have to be calm for the night to help you rest. You just need to stay where you are, no further ahead than your next exhale. The mind doesn't get quieter by trying harder. It settles when it realizes there's no reason to leave. There is nowhere else to go, not tonight, not now. Each breath becomes a slow release, not of air, but of the idea that you must do something. That rest has to be earned. You're not earning anything. You're simply allowed to lie here, to feel your chest rise and fall like waves coming in after hours at sea, each one carrying less weight than the last. The dreams haven't gone away, but they've changed their rhythm. They don't come all at once anymore. It's more like fragments, snippets of places that never existed, people you can't name, feelings without names. A hallway with too many doors. A door that opens into a room filled only with silence. And then the sound returns, not from outside, but inside your own skull. The quiet hum of blood moving through veins, steady and slow. That's not noise, that's life still working, not fighting sleep, just being there. You don't have to believe in it yet, but you can let it be enough. There is no moment so broken that it cannot become part of the return. Even if your eyes snap open from a dream where time folded in on itself, even if something feels too bright or too heavy, there is still room for what comes after. The breath returns, the body remembers its shape, and you are still here, not fixed, not healed, but present. This isn't about overcoming anything. It's not about pushing through the dark toward morning. This is about learning to live inside it without turning away. To let your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream, no need to catch them, no reason to hold onto one for longer than the moment it passes. Your hands are warm now, not from heat, but from circulation returning. The blood has found its way back through every tiny channel, every forgotten nerve ending. It's not urgent, it's just returning, like a river that had gone dry and is remembering how to flow again. And you don't have to guide it, you only need to be still enough for it to find you. There's no such thing as wasted effort when your body is writing its own recovery in small, quiet gestures. How the toes curl just slightly, or how one shoulder drops lower than the other, not from weakness, but from surrender. Not because you've failed, but because you're letting go of what it meant to be tense all the time. The sleep that's coming isn't a victory. It's not something you'll win. It's not even really yours, not in the way we think ownership works. It belongs more to your nervous system than to your will. And still, it comes when you let go of needing control. When you stop trying to catch sleep like a bird and instead become the place where it lands. Let this moment stretch without rushing toward anything else. The dark isn't hostile. It's not waiting for you to fail. It's just there, like your breath after a long exhale, full, soft, endless in its quietness. You don't have to explain why you're awake or apologize for it. The only thing that matters is this: the next out-breath will be longer than the last, and then another, and another, not because of effort, but because your body remembers how to let go. There's no need to believe in healing yet. You don't have to feel better. Just stay here, feeling the warmth spreading from chest to arms, from arms to fingertips, like light returning after a long eclipse. Each part of you is waking up again, not all at once, not perfectly, but slowly, steadily, without force. You're not behind, not falling short. You're just in the middle of something that takes time, your nervous system learning how to rest without help from anything outside itself. No crutch, no chemical nudge, just you learning to trust what's already there. Even if your mind wanders back into thoughts about whether this will ever end or whether other people have it easier, you don't need to answer them. You can just let them pass like clouds across the sky of your awareness. Not stopping, not staying, just moving on through. And when a dream returns, vivid, sudden, overwhelming, the key isn't resistance. It's not trying to make sense of it or push it away. The truth is simpler. You're remembering how to feel things again. You're relearning what it means to be awake inside your own mind. The brain doesn't forget its capacity for wonder just because it stopped dreaming. It only needs time and permission to begin again. Let the dream come. Let it take up space if it wants. But don't give it power over you. Don't chase it or run from it. Just let it be a part of this night, like the sound of distant traffic or the way light sometimes glows behind your eyelids when you're still. And if in that dream, a moment where something strange happens, where you realize you're dreaming, don't panic. Don't try to do anything with it. Just notice how real it feels. How much more alive the world seems inside a dream than outside of one. That's not a flaw, it's a signal. Your mind isn't broken. It's remembering what it means to be present, not in waking life, but in dreams, where meaning is fluid and boundaries dissolve. And that kind of awareness, quiet, gentle, is the same thing people spend years trying to access through meditation, lucid dreaming practices, therapy, retreats. You're not doing anything special. You're just letting your nervous system reawaken after being quiet for so long. And in doing so, you've stumbled into something rare, a night where feeling is real and memory doesn't fade between breaths. This isn't failure, this is return. And the body, your own flesh and blood, has been waiting all this time to say, I'm still here, I can handle it. Let that sink in, not with belief, but with sensation. You don't have to believe you'll sleep again, you only need to let your breath carry you through tonight, one out-breath at a time. The mattress remembers every body that has lain on it, every ache, every restless hour, every quiet surrender. It holds the imprint of many who thought they'd never make it through, but here you are. You're not too far gone, not beyond repair. You're right where healing begins, in stillness, in silence, in breaths that come slower than before, because your body knows what to do when no one's watching. Let the weight of your limbs become a language all their own. Let it say, I've stayed, I'm still here. No need for words, no need for promises. Just let this night unfold as it will. And if you wake again, into silence, into thought, into fear, the same thing holds true. You're not lost. You're just moving through the curve. Every breath is a small return, and every moment of stillness is proof that rest isn't gone. It's only waiting for your body to remember how to let it in. There's a quiet beneath your skin now, not silence, but something older, like water settling in soil after rain has stopped falling. It moves slowly through you, carrying no urgency, asking for nothing. You don't need to name it or shape it. Just let it be the space where breath becomes less of an effort and more like a quiet return. The air doesn't have to change. Your body already knows how to take in what's needed. The floor beneath you is still there, solid, patient, but not pressing up into you anymore. It's as if gravity has slowed its pull just enough for the weight of your limbs to sink without resistance. Not sinking into anything, but simply letting go, allowing each part to find its own level in the dark. There's a warmth spreading from deep inside, low and steady, not hot or sudden like fire, but more like sunlight after clouds have passed over long enough that you've forgotten they were there. It starts at your center and moves outward through your ribs, down into your arms and legs, not warming them all the same way, not evenly, but in patches, like heat rising from stone left overnight under a sky. Your hands are relaxed now, open against the sheet, fingers soft, no longer curled tight, as if holding something invisible or trying to catch air before it slips away. The palms feel heavy with their own presence, not tense, just here. And your feet, they're not cold anymore, not exactly warm either, but they've stopped waiting for a signal from somewhere else. They know what stillness feels like, even when the mind keeps testing whether anything's really real. You don't need to do anything about that dream you had earlier, the one with shifting walls and voices speaking in half languages, because it doesn't matter if it meant something or not. What matters is how your body responded. A quick rise of tension across the shoulders, then release as soon as awareness came back into this room, into this moment. That's all there was to it, not failure, not damage, but memory returning in waves that don't ask permission first. The brain doesn't want to forget what it once knew how to feel. It only wants time and a place where it can rest without fear of being interrupted. You are allowed to let the dream stay with you even now if it wants. No need to push it away. No reason to clean up after yourself like you've done something wrong. Let its edges remain slightly blurred in your mind's eye, as though seen through water that hasn't yet settled again. Your breath is deeper than before, not because of effort, but simply because there's less resistance inside you now. The air moves freely from one side of the chest to the other, expanding gently and releasing slowly, longer each time out than it was in. Let your shoulders drop not all at once, but as if they've found a rhythm somewhere below awareness, a slow letting go over several breaths, not forced, just happening, like roots unfurling underground when no one's looking. There is a softness around the jawline now, no clenching there anymore. The teeth aren't pressed together. The tongue rests lightly against the roof of your mouth, not doing anything except being present in its own quiet way. Your back arches just enough to let gravity do what it does best, not forcing alignment, but allowing shape to settle into stillness. There's no need for posture when there's nowhere you have to go tonight. Even the thoughts that drift through, fleeting, not loud, are like smoke rising from a fire long extinguished. They rise and vanish without leaving marks on your skin or in your bones. It feels different than before, not better, not worse, but true, like truth isn't something you achieve. It's just what remains when everything else has been given up for the night. You don't have to fix anything about this moment, no adjustments needed. No need to make sure it lasts or that it leads somewhere meaningful. Just let yourself be carried by a quiet motion, like being floated downstream on still water where nothing pushes forward, but the current itself doesn't care either way. The room holds you in its shape, not tightly, not loosely, but with enough space so that your body can breathe without needing to defend itself from anything outside it. Your arms lie now at your sides, limbs extended just slightly past what feels natural, like they've forgotten how short the bed is. But even that doesn't matter. Even if one hand slips toward the edge and touches nothing but air, you don't need to pull it back or worry about balance. You're not trying to stay upright, just staying. And beneath your skin, there's a pulse moving in time with breath. Slow, steady, undisturbed by fear of what might come next. This is how healing begins, not with grand gestures, but with small surrender after small surrender, until eventually there's nothing left to hold on, to accept the feeling that you're still alive and present here, and not alone. Even if your eyes are closed, even when no one sees you. There's a quiet hum in the blood now, like something returning from deep sleep beneath memory itself. Not waking up, but remembering what it means to be awake without needing anything else first. You don't need permission for this. No one has to say yes or approve. The body already knows its own language, the way muscles relax not because of thought, but because they've stopped fighting something that isn't there anymore. Let the next exhale carry with it a little more release than before, like letting go of an old weight you didn't even know was still yours. The floor is softer now, not physically, but in how your awareness meets it. Not touching lightly, not avoiding contact, but meeting as though both have waited for this moment without knowing what to name it when it finally comes. There's no demand on the night, no expectation that sleep must come, just space, unhurried, unclaimed, for you to remain exactly where you are. And if a thought appears, a question about whether tomorrow will be easier or how long these dreams might last, it doesn't have to get answered. It can float like dust in sunlight and fade out without being touched. You don't need to decide what any of this means. You only need to let it pass through, not as something you must process or escape, but simply as part of the night's quiet rhythm. The body remembers how to rest, even when the mind thinks it can't anymore, even when it feels like every breath is an act of will instead of surrender. But tonight isn't about strength. It's not a test. You aren't being judged on whether you stay asleep or wake up again in 10 minutes, 20, half an hour later. Tonight is simply this: the body learning how to be still without needing help from outside itself, how to quiet down not by forcing silence, but by letting sound fade into its own echo until there's nothing left except presence. And if your mind lingers on something, an image, a name, a moment you can't quite place, it doesn't mean it owns you. It means the brain is still working, not running away from itself, but trying to make sense of how much has changed in just these few days. But none of that matters tonight. Not yet. Let your breath continue on its own path, longer out than in, longer and slower each time, as though it's been waiting for a signal only you can give. And when the next wave comes through, not with urgency but ease, let yourself ride it without needing to grab hold or steer away. You don't have to believe anything about tomorrow. You only need to be here now, with your eyes closed, your arms loose, and your body sinking deeper into what's already true. There's a kind of knowing that doesn't come through thought, it comes through sensation, through the way warmth spreads under pressure, or how weight feels different when you stop resisting it. You're not fixing anything tonight. You're simply letting yourself be held by mattress, by dark, by breath, and slowly realizing this is enough. Not perfect, not complete, but real. And that's all anyone ever needs to begin again. You're not trying to arrive anywhere tonight, only to stay within this space where breath meets stillness, where the weight of your limbs isn't a burden, but an invitation to dissolve deeper into the mattress than before. There's no need to reach for anything beyond what is already here, the soft press of fabric against skin, the slow rise and fall that doesn't require intention, just continuity. The body knows how this rhythm feels even when the mind has forgotten it. It remembers not in words, but in warmth, in release, in the quiet way muscles let go like leaves surrendering to wind. Every now and then a thought surfaces, not urgent, not loud, just something that arrives with the faint scent of memory, the taste of a cigarette after rain, or how certain songs sound different when heard through fogged glass. It doesn't matter what it is. You don't have to name it, don't even acknowledge it as yours. Let it drift in like a shadow across water and pass without ripples. There's no reason to resist the way your shoulders are beginning to soften, not because you've decided to, but because they've stopped holding on. The air around you feels thicker now, not heavy, not dense, but full of quiet presence, as if time itself is slowing down just enough so that each breath can settle like dust in a forgotten room. Your hands rest palms up where the sheets meet your wrists, just 2 points of contact with the world, and they don't need to do anything. They're already doing everything by being there, by staying still and warm. No need to fold them back into protection or pull them close. Just let them lie as though they've been waiting for this moment all along. There's a kind of peace in not knowing what comes next, just the slow turn of sensation through your feet, where the soles press against fabric, and feel the faint warmth rising from the mattress beneath. That heat isn't coming from anywhere outside you, it's being made by the body itself, as if it has finally remembered how to generate its own light in darkness. Your breathing continues, longer out than in, and each exhalation pulls a little more of your attention inward, not into thought but into physical awareness. That deep hum behind the ribs where breath meets stillness. The way air fills your lungs without pressure, moves through them with ease. No effort needed, only letting. You're learning to live inside your own body again, not as if it's a machine you must control or a cage you must escape, but as something quiet and present that already knows what it means to rest. Not every night will feel like this. Not yet, but tonight is one of them. And the fact that you are here, eyes closed, breath steady, doesn't mean you've won anything. It just means you're still listening, still willing to stay with yourself even when nothing happens, even when time stretches thin and the mind wonders whether it's all been worth it. But it isn't about worth. It's not about effort or reward. It's simply about presence, about being somewhere without needing an exit strategy, without counting hours until morning. There's no need to measure how long you've stayed awake or how many times your eyes flutter open and close again. The only measurement that matters is this: are you still here? Are you still meeting yourself in the dark? And if yes, then every breath counts. There's a kind of quiet courage in not reaching for anything else, to stay with fatigue, with uncertainty, with dreams yet to come, not because you have to, but because you can. Because your body is no longer asking for help from outside itself. It's beginning to trust the process of returning, of finding its way back to sleep, not through force or fear, but through surrender. The night doesn't care about your past choices. It doesn't remember what you used to do before bed. It only holds this moment, the weight in your limbs, the warmth pooling under them, the soft rhythm of air moving in and out without demand. You don't have to be good at stillness, you just need to allow it. Sometimes the mind tries to tell you that silence is empty, that if nothing is happening, then something must be wrong. But quiet isn't absence, it's presence waiting to be felt, like a room full of dust in sunlight, not noiseless, but full of things unseen. You're not failing because your eyes stay open. You're not broken because dreams come too vividly or thoughts refuse to leave. You're simply moving through the space between what was and what will be, and that movement is real. That change is happening. Even when it feels like nothing is changing, even when you can't feel progress, your body is still rewriting itself, one breath at a time, one night at a time. The brain recalibrating not in grand gestures, but in small returns, the way your eyelids grow heavier without warning, how warmth spreads from your chest down through your arms and legs as though carrying something home. There's no destination here, only this steady descent, like sinking into warm water with no bottom. No need to fight against it, no reason to rush forward. You're not trying to reach sleep, you're already in the act of becoming it. The body knows how to heal when left undisturbed. It doesn't require your approval or constant attention. All it asks is that you stay present long enough for it to do what it does best, return itself to balance. And if a dream comes, wild, bright, strange, the first thing you can know is this: it's not attacking you, it's returning, reclaiming the part of your mind that had been quieted for so long. The dream isn't breaking anything, it's mending something that was asleep too long. You don't have to understand what it means. You don't even have to remember it in the morning. Just let yourself be inside it, as if walking through a room you've never seen before, but somehow recognize, like stepping into an old memory without knowing why. If you notice anything, a detail that feels too clear or a shape that shouldn't exist, you can simply observe it, not analyze, not react, just see. That moment of noticing is already a kind of awareness, and awareness is not something the body loses. It's what returns after being suppressed. It's not weakness, it's strength in another form. This isn't about escaping dreams or avoiding their intensity. This is about letting them pass through without resistance, like clouds drifting over moonlight, never staying long enough to cast a shadow. Your breath continues, longer out than in, and each exhale carries with it the soft release of something held too tightly for years. Not guilt, not shame, not even regret, but an old tension that had settled into your muscles like sediment at the bottom of a riverbed. You're not trying to erase anything. You're just allowing what was buried to rise and pass through without needing to name it or fix it. The body is learning how to let go of habits, of patterns, of sleep shaped by other substances, without fear that emptiness will follow. It's discovering that stillness isn't a void, but a space where things can grow again in their own time. You're not alone in this, not because someone is beside you, but because the process itself is carrying you forward. The healing curve doesn't care about your doubts or hopes. It moves regardless. And every night like this one, every moment spent simply being, is part of that movement. There's no need to believe anything yet. No requirement to feel better tomorrow. You don't have to fix yourself in order to deserve rest. You're already worthy of it, not because you've quit, not because you're trying harder now, but because you exist. And tonight, right here, you are resting, not perfectly, not completely, but truly. The weight under your body is deeper than before. It doesn't feel like pressure anymore, it feels like being held. Like the mattress isn't just a surface, but an extension of everything that supports you. Gravity, stillness, time itself. Your hands remain where they are, palms open, fingers relaxed, and they don't need to do anything except be. There's no performance required, no proof needed that you're doing it right. You don't have to stay awake or fall asleep. You just have to let the next breath come when it comes. Let your body sink where it wants without guiding it. The dark is not waiting for you to wake up. It's already full of what you need. Your breath moves through you like a slow tide returning to shore, not rushing in, but arriving with quiet certainty. The air inside your lungs feels thicker than usual, not heavy, but full of something that doesn't need to be moved yet. It stays where it is, held gently between the spaces of coming and going. The warmth beneath you spreads farther now, no longer just at the hips or shoulders, but creeping along the backs of your thighs, up into your lower spine, settling into every point where tension once lived like a memory that had no business staying. There's no effort in it, no pushing to make it deeper. Just the way heat behaves when left undisturbed, slowly seeping through layers of fabric and flesh until nothing is untouched. You don't need to think about your feet anymore. They are already soft, grounded, not pressing into anything, not resisting or reaching, but simply there, as if they've been waiting for this moment all along. The soles remember how to rest. The arches let go. No one told them what to do, and yet they obey a different kind of instruction, one that doesn't require words. The silence around you isn't empty. It has texture now, like the quiet after rain, when everything is damp and still, not because it's dead, but because all movement has paused long enough to be felt. You can hear your own blood moving in slow circuits through veins that haven't known this kind of calm in months. And somewhere behind it all, the part you don't need to name, your nervous system begins to whisper, "This is safe." Not loud, not urgent, just a soft signal passed down from the deepest layers of you, like someone turning down a lamp instead of switching it off. It doesn't say everything's fine, because nothing ever needs to be perfect to be okay. The dreams come and go, but they are no longer intruders. They're not breaking in, they're returning home. The mind that once turned away from them now opens its door slightly, just enough for light to pass through. You don't have to chase it or pull back the curtain. If a figure steps into view, if colors bleed across a scene you can't place, it's not a warning. It's an invitation to stay still and let the story unfold without needing to understand where it leads. There is no reason to believe in anything tonight except this, that being awake is already part of the healing. That lying here with eyes closed, feeling your body sink deeper into what supports you, isn't failing, it's succeeding. Not because sleep comes, but because you're allowing yourself to be held by its absence. The way time moves now doesn't need a clock. It slips between breaths like water through fingers. Nothing is lost, nothing is gained, only the slow passing of moments that don't demand anything from you. You are not being tested. You are not failing or succeeding at anything. The body knows how to heal when it's left alone long enough for its own rhythm to return. No one has to fix you. No grand shift needs to happen in order for peace to find you. It arrives quietly, like dust settling on a shelf after years of being stirred up by hands that no longer belong. You are not running from anything, nor chasing any version of yourself that once felt comfortable under the influence of another substance. You're just here, breathing through what is real. This dark, this silence, this weight pressing softly into your bones. And for the first time in a long while, you don't feel like you have to explain why it's hard or apologize for not being able to fall asleep. That kind of permission isn't given, it's discovered. In the quiet between thoughts, when there are no stories left to tell, only presence. The dream that came last, yes, the one with the endless hallway and the door that opened into a library made of trees, is already fading. But you don't need it gone completely. You can leave it in pieces if you want. It's not yours to own or discard. It just was, and now it is no longer part of the current moment. You are back where you were, just breathing, sinking, receiving. The kind of stillness that doesn't ask for your attention, but holds you anyway. Your jaw unclenches without effort. Your shoulders release downward like leaves drifting to earth after a storm has passed. Even the tight grip in your chest, the one that used to feel permanent, begins to loosen, not with force, but by simply being allowed to breathe freely. There is no timeline here, not for healing, not for sleep, not for any of it. Only this, you're allowing yourself to be where you are, not better than before, not worse, just present. And the body, oh, the body remembers what it means to rest without interference. It doesn't need you to fix its rhythm. It knows how to recalibrate when no one is watching, when there's nothing to prove and nowhere urgent to go. This isn't performance, this is return. Each breath moves through you like a quiet current, longer on the way out than in, not because it's forced, but because your body has learned that letting go feels safer than holding on. The exhale becomes a kind of release, not just of air, but of expectation, of past habits, of old ways of coping. There is no need to push deeper into sleep tonight, no rush to cross some invisible line where everything changes. You're already moving through the process, slowly, quietly, without needing to hurry. The dark isn't waiting for you to wake up. It's holding space for all your unspoken feelings, the ones too messy or strange to name. And it holds them not as if they might hurt you, but as if they belong here now. You don't have to be anyone else in order to rest. You're already enough, just by being still, just by allowing yourself to feel the weight of your own body without needing to move. Let this moment stretch out like a thread pulled from nothing. It doesn't need to mean anything. It's not building towards something. It simply is, the kind of pause that lets everything else catch up. And if you dream again, really dream, vivid and wild, you'll know it isn't an interruption. It's the mind repairing itself in real time, the part that had been silenced finally speaking, not to scare you, but to say, I'm here, I've come back. You don't have to understand what it means. Just let yourself be inside it, like walking through a room you've never seen before, but feel like you've lived in for years. And if just once you notice that the dream is a dream, you can simply look around, not run, not fight, just see. That moment of awareness, of knowing something is not real, is already a kind of peace. Not because it's powerful or special, but because it's true. You are not broken for remembering these dreams. You're not weak for waking up from them with your heart pounding and sweat on your skin. What you're feeling isn't damage, it's return. The mind reclaiming its own landscape after years of being dimmed, of being told to stay quiet. This is what healing feels like when it happens slowly, without fanfare, without promises. Just a quiet night, one breath at a time, one sinking deeper into the mattress until your body forgets what it means to be tense. Until even the memory of needing to escape fades. Until you are no longer trying to get anywhere. You're already here. And that's enough. Your breath settles into the hollow between one moment and the next, a space that wasn't there before, just silence with depth, like water beneath stillness. The kind of quiet where even your pulse feels less urgent, more settled in its rhythm, as if it's been waiting for this to happen, not rushing ahead or lagging behind, but simply being present. The weight you feel now isn't a burden, it's an anchor, a soft one shaped by the mattress and your own shape over time. It doesn't pull you down, it lets you sink in without resistance, like sand accepting a stone dropped into its depth. There is no effort required to stay here, only presence. Your hands rest where they've landed, palms open or gently curled against the bedsheet, fingers loose as threads left behind after weaving has ended. The warmth spreads not from heat, but from stillness, the kind of warmth that comes when blood slows and nerves unclench like roots in soil releasing their grip on dry earth. It flows upward without direction, no destination, no need to go anywhere. The air around you feels different tonight, not thin or sharp, but thick with something quiet. Not sound, not light, just a kind of soft pressure that holds the room together. Not heavy, just full in its own way, as if the dark has learned how to hold space for what's been missed, and now it doesn't let go. Your skin remembers being touched, not by hands or wind, but by time itself. Hours spent lying still, watching thought after thought pass like clouds over a fixed sky. And when they move on, when you don't follow them, you realize something simpler than memory. The body has already stopped trying to control what happens next. There is no need to force sleep open, no need to wait for it to arrive as if it's earned or deserved. It doesn't come like a guest who must be invited. It comes because there are no barriers left in its path. The door was closed before, not out of refusal, but from habit, like a room long sealed shut, where dust had settled on every surface and the air grew still with waiting. Now it's just open. Not wide, not frantic, just available. And you are allowed to be inside that space without needing permission or explanation. You don't have to say anything about why your eyes stay closed, how long they've been shut, whether this is real sleep or not. None of it matters. The mind isn't racing because there's no one left in the hall asking for answers anymore. No part of you feels like it needs to prove its worth through performance. Even dreams don't need a reason now. They come as natural as breath after quiet, as if they've been waiting quietly beneath layers of silence and slow forgetting until this moment when everything is still enough for them to rise again, not in waves, but one small shape at a time. An image, a scent, the sound of water moving through pipes you don't know. If that dream comes, and it might, it won't be interruption. It will just be memory returning from deep underground, where things go when they're not used anymore, not lost, just resting until someone is ready to listen again. And right now, you are listening. Not because you want something, not out of fear or curiosity, but simply because the moment has arrived. A dream can rise without warning and still be safe in your body. You don't have to act on it, explain it, fix it. Just let yourself feel its shape, as if feeling water through fabric, wet but not urgent. The mind isn't broken for remembering more than before. It's just doing what it was meant to do all along: process the things that were left behind when something else took over. When THC lowered the volume on dreaming, yes, but also dimmed some part of awareness too. Not gone forever, just waiting until now. This is not collapse, this is return. And every time you wake from a dream and find yourself here, back in your body, eyes closed, breathing, the moment has already proven itself. It wasn't destruction, it was recalibration. The breath lengthens again, not because anyone told it to, but because the space between inhale and exhale grows wider each time, like ripples expanding outward from a stone dropped into deep, still water. No sound, just motion that exists simply for its own sake. And your body, oh, the way it listens now, not with effort, without looking ahead or trying to reach some end point where everything makes sense again. It just stays. Stays in the dark, stays on the bed, stays with you even when thoughts flicker by like fireflies passing through a window at night. You don't chase them because there's no need. You are not running from anything anymore. There is nowhere to go that isn't already here. This breath, this weight, this soft surrender into what has always been beneath the surface of your days. Rest without justification. The mind doesn't have to be quiet for sleep to come, it just needs room. Room enough so that when a dream rises up again, it can pass through you like wind through trees, not crashing down, not shaking anything loose, but brushing past with its own presence, leaving only the faintest trace behind. And if tomorrow comes and your eyes open before dawn, before full morning light has arrived, it won't mean failure. It will just be a different kind of happening, one that doesn't demand more than it gives. You don't have to say you're tired. You don't need to prove anything about how long this lasted or whether sleep was deep enough. The fact that your body is still here, in the same position as when you first started, This matters far more than any measurement of duration. There's no clock watching from above, no schedule ticking beneath the floorboards, only silence with depth and texture, the kind where time slows not because it has to, but because there's nothing urgent left to do. The air feels full, not in a crowded way, but like something is being held gently. Emotions you can't name yet, memories that don't belong clearly anywhere anymore, thoughts too quiet to speak aloud. All of them allowed here, just as they are. Even the tightness behind your eyes, the one from holding on so long, is softening now, not with effort, but by simply giving up resistance. It's like letting water seep through cracks in a wall that never knew it was breaking down. No grand gesture, just slow acceptance of what is true. This body has been waiting to stop fighting. There's no need for victory tonight, no parade at the end. Only stillness and breath and warmth spreading gently from your spine outward like roots absorbing moisture in soil after rain. The dream that came earlier, it's gone now, but not forgotten, not erased, just returned where it belongs, inside you as part of what's healing. Not damage, not warning, just a memory coming back into focus, like sunlight returning to an attic long sealed shut by winter. You don't have to understand the dream. You don't even need to remember most of it tomorrow. But if something lingers, the feeling of walking through endless halls or seeing someone you've never met in daylight, you can carry that too, not as proof of anything, but simply because it's been part of your night. And tonight, this long stretch between breaths is already a kind of healing, not progress towards some distant goal, but presence itself. The act of being here when nothing else matters except what you're feeling right now, the weight on the bed, the softness in your limbs, the quiet hum beneath thought that says not what comes next, but simply, you are safe. Not because something changed, not because you did anything, but just because this moment exists, and it's enough to hold everything else within its frame. The body knows how to do what needs doing when no one is watching. It doesn't need praise or approval, only permission to be still, to feel the weight of itself without needing to escape. So let that continue. Let your shoulders stay low, even if they want to rise again. Let your jaw stay unclenched, not because you're fighting it, but because there's no reason left to tighten anymore. The night is long, not in length, but in depth, like a well where every drop falls slowly and makes its own small sound before disappearing into the dark below. And when another breath comes, let it be longer than the last, not forced, not urgent, just natural. You're letting go of the shape of resistance without needing to name it. The kind of release that doesn't come from effort, but from absence, like the way water settles after storm, when even the ripples forget how to move. Your body isn't trying anymore to prove anything about sleep or wakefulness, or whether you're doing this right. It's simply resting in the quiet space between what was and what will be. And that space is deeper than you think, wider than memory, softer than silence itself. There's no need to chase the next breath. No urgency to fill the pause. Just let it stretch like fabric left on a line in slow wind, unpulled, unpressed, unhurried. The air holds your warmth now, not as something borrowed or temporary, but as if it belongs here, quietly and permanently. Like a stone that has been buried long enough to become part of the soil. You don't have to remember how you got here. Not the last smoke, not the way the light looked when you turned off the lamp, not even what you thought about just before the silence settled in. None of it matters now. Only this: your spine is long and still against the mattress, as if gravity has found its perfect balance with your bones. Your arms lie loose at your sides, no need to fold them or clasp anything. Not even your hands have to decide what to do. They can just be. The heaviness isn't a burden. It's not pulling you down, but cradling you in place, like the weight of earth that supports trees without asking for thanks. Your legs are warm where they rest, deep warmth, slow and quiet, as if blood is moving through them now with purpose, even though nothing needs to be done. Even your feet feel known, not just as parts of a body, but as points of contact with the world beneath you, the blanket, the mattress, the floor far below. Not needing to reach anything, not trying to move anywhere. Just being held by what is. And when the thought comes, the faintest echo of worry about tomorrow or whether this will last, don't answer it. Don't try to fix it or push it away. Let it pass through like a shadow under a door. You don't have to stop it from coming, you only need to let it go when it leaves. There's no rule that says you must hold on until morning. No commandment about what kind of sleep is acceptable. This isn't a test, not even a trial. It's simply the body doing what it was built for, returning to its own rhythm after being pulled off course by something else. That thing, the weed, wasn't magic. It wasn't weakness either. It was just another signal, like hunger or pain, that told your nervous system you're tired and helped you fall asleep faster than nature intended. But the body remembers how to do it on its own. It always did. Now it's waking up again in slow stages. First the dreams, then the deep breaths, then long stretches where time doesn't matter at all. You don't have to chase any of that. Not the dreams, not the stillness, not even the feeling of being safe. They're already here, waiting for you to notice them without trying. Let your chest rise and fall like a tide, returning after years away from shore. No need to control it, no need to make it deeper or slower. Just let each out-breath be longer than the last, not because of will, but simply because there's no reason not to. Each one says, "I'm letting go." Not all at once, not even today, just tonight. One breath after another, each a quiet surrender. And when your thoughts drift toward what might happen next, if this keeps going, if you wake too early, if the dream comes back again, you don't have to hold them down or pull them back. They're allowed to wander like clouds across sky, with no destination. No judgment for where they go, only acceptance of their presence. You can even notice how your mind likes to rehearse things, what you'll say tomorrow, what someone might think, whether this insomnia is worse than the high used to be, but none of it needs a reply. None of it has authority over tonight. It's not real until it becomes present, and right now, presence means only one thing: the warmth behind your eyes as they stay closed, the soft pulse beneath your skin that isn't racing but simply being. This is how healing happens, not with noise or effort or bold decisions, but in small moments like this, where nothing changes and everything does. There's no need to be anything more than you are right now. No mask, no performance, no need to seem strong or calm or even asleep. Just the quiet act of staying, of not leaving, not reaching out, just being here with your breath and your weight and your own unbroken rhythm. The brain is clearing its own clutter, not all at once, not in a straight line, but like leaves returning to soil after fire, slowly, without ceremony. And if you dream again tonight, if the scene shifts too quickly or the figures speak in voices that aren't real, don't fight it. Don't ask why. Don't try to understand what it means. Just let it be a moment in your nervous system's way of relearning how to rest. The brain is catching up on years of sleep suppression, not by replacing lost time, but by reclaiming the space where dreams were once silenced. It isn't broken, it's remembering. And every vivid image, every strange turn, every feeling that lingers like a taste in your mouth after waking, is just proof that something inside you is finally awake again. You don't have to do anything with it. No need to write it down or explain it. No need to tell anyone. It's not evidence of failure, it's proof that you're healing. That the dream engine, long idle, has started up again, and this time it won't be shut off by force. So if something strange appears in your mind, someone familiar but unfamiliar too, a place you've never been yet feel like home, you can stay with it for a moment, not to figure out what it means, but just because it's here. Because right now, that's enough. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't care whether you fall asleep or remember your dream tomorrow or how long the silence lasts. All it wants is for you to stay in this soft place where nothing needs fixing and no one is watching. Let your body sink a little deeper, not into sleep, not yet, but into the quiet certainty that you're safe. That this moment isn't temporary, that it doesn't have to end just because time moves on. You can be here for as long as you need, longer than an hour, longer than a night, longer than memory itself. And when your breath slows again, when the next out-breath takes more time than the last, one small part of you might notice it's not trying anymore. Not even to stay awake, not even to fall asleep. Just being. That's all it ever was. Not a victory, not an achievement, just presence, returning like tide after long absence. You don't have to earn this rest. You were never supposed to. It wasn't given for performance or proof of change. It was always yours to receive whenever you stopped running from the silence. So keep letting go of time, of outcome, of need. Let your mind grow quiet not by force, but by permission. And let the warmth in your limbs spread slowly, like roots growing in dark soil, seeking nothing except their own depth. The night is not waiting for you to wake up. It's waiting for you to stay. Not forever, just tonight. Just this next breath. Just this moment of stillness where everything else has stopped mattering. You're allowed to be here. Even if nothing happens. Even if sleep doesn't come. Even if the dream comes back and lingers long after you've opened your eyes. It's okay. Because you're already healing. Not by doing, but by simply being, softly, quietly, without demand. And that is enough. There's no need to name what you're feeling, not the tightness behind your ribs, not the way your fingers press slightly into the mattress like they're holding on for balance. That's just nerves still learning how to soften. The body remembers what it was trained to do, to stay alert, to expect something to come, to keep waiting. But now that the signal is gone, there's no one left to answer. No crutch, no shortcut, no way in. And so the system reboots slowly, just like a computer after a crash, where everything runs slower and the screen flickers before it finds its place again. You don't have to fix this moment, You don't even have to understand it. The brain is not trying to solve anything right now, only recalibrate. It's like an old clock that stopped for years, then started ticking again with irregular beats. Not broken, just returning to rhythm on its own time. And each beat, each breath, each shift in weight is a tiny correction. There's no rush to become still, no pressure to stop thinking. The mind doesn't have to empty itself, it just has to let go of the need to be busy. Let your thoughts come and pass like clouds across an open sky. They don't have to stay, they don't have to mean anything. Even if one lingers longer than usual, something about a conversation you never had, or a hallway in a house you've never lived in, it's not worth tracking down. Not tonight. Let it be enough that the air is warm where your skin meets the blanket, that your shoulder has settled into its hollow, no longer fighting for position, that the pressure behind your eyes isn't pain, just a tension shifting inward, like water finding its level after a storm. The body knows how to settle when it's not being asked to do anything else. The dream engine is turning on in waves now, not all at once, but in pulses. Like tides that come and go without warning, each one bringing back something the nervous system had forgotten. Not memories exactly, more like textures, the way light hits a wall in a place you've never been, or how your voice sounded when you were younger, lower, softer, unguarded. Not real recollection, just resonance, a faint echo from somewhere deeper. You don't have to explain it. You don't even have to name what's happening. It's not about the story of a dream. It's about the feeling after, like warmth spreading through your chest long after you've opened your eyes. That's where healing lives, not in meaning, but in sensation. In the quiet return of something that was missing. If a figure appears now, someone familiar or entirely unknown, don't try to place them. Don't ask who they are or why they're here. Just notice how their presence feels, not threatening, not strange, just real for this moment. Real enough to be seen. And when the image fades or changes or dissolves into mist, you don't have to follow it. You can stay where you are. There's no requirement to move through anything. No need to arrive anywhere at all. The night isn't asking you to wake up. It doesn't care if your eyes are open or closed. All it wants is for you to be present in the space between breaths, where nothing needs fixing and everything has already been released. Let your spine soften just a little more, together with the curve of your pelvis, as if gravity were not just pulling down, but also unfolding. There's no need to hold yourself upright anymore. You're allowed to lean into stillness, like leaning into a wall that knows you're tired. The mattress is breathing too, not in any literal way, but in how it yields under weight and returns slowly, giving back the same shape it once held. That's what rest feels like, not being erased by silence, but shaped by it. Not lost, just reshaped. There's a quiet strength in letting go, not because you've given up, but because you're learning to carry less. The nervous system isn't trying to perform. It's just trying to remember how to be still without fear, without expectation, without waiting for something else to come along and save the moment. And if your thoughts drift again, back to whether this is normal, whether others go through this, whether it will ever really ease, just let them float like leaves on a river that's flowing in slow motion. You don't have to catch them. They'll pass by without needing to be named or judged. You're not failing because sleep hasn't come yet. You're not broken because you're awake and aware and feeling the weight of your own body so deeply. That awareness is part of healing, the brain waking up from long dormancy, learning again how to feel itself in space. There's no timeline for this kind of return, no formula, just slow, quiet rebuilding, like roots growing through cracked pavement, not breaking it but finding a way around it, pushing forward without force, just by being patient enough. The dream wasn't an interruption. It was part of the process, not something to be overcome, but something to be held in the same soft space where rest lives. And even if you wake up later with your heart racing or your palms sweating, just from a flash of imagery or a voice that felt too close, that's not failure. That's just the nervous system remembering how to react, how it used to respond when things were different. But now, instead of turning to something external to calm down, you can stay here, in the quiet, with your breath. There's no need to fix the aftermath, no need to apologize for being awake. You don't have to make anything better than it is right now. Let your body feel what it feels without trying to change it. Let your mind hold space for whatever shows up, not as a problem, but as a witness, as someone who's been here before and knows the way back. There's no demand on you to be anything other than present, not even to fall asleep. You're allowed to just stay. And when the next wave of warmth spreads through your legs, like heat rising from deep within the earth, you can let it go deeper still, not toward sleep, but toward a place where being is enough. Not productive, not efficient, just real. The silence isn't punishment, it's an invitation to stop chasing something that doesn't need to be chased, to stop proving anything to yourself or anyone else, to simply rest in the fact that you're still here and your body is learning how to stay. And if a dream comes again, more vivid this time, more layered, you don't have to leave it behind when you open your eyes. You can carry part of its weight with you into waking life, not as proof of anything, but just as evidence that something inside you has started moving again. Not rushing, not forcing, just returning. The night isn't asking for performance, it's only offering space. And so are you. Let the warmth in your legs settle deeper, like roots finding soil after a long dry spell, not seeking anything new, just letting what's already there unfold without resistance. There's no rush to move forward, no need to reach for sleep as if it was something you've lost and must retrieve. It's not gone. It's just waiting in the quiet between breaths, behind the softest edge of awareness. You don't have to believe it yet. You don't have to feel it. Just let your body remember that stillness is not emptiness, only silence with space inside. The kind where thoughts arrive unannounced and leave without apology, where dreams drift in like smoke through cracks in a wall, neither welcomed nor rejected, simply passing through. The brain has been recalibrating for days now, not just learning to sleep again, but relearning how to be awake without needing to do anything with it. No more filtering the world through a haze that dulled edges and softened consequences. Now everything is sharper, your heartbeat in your ears, the slight shift of fabric against skin, the way air moves across your throat when you exhale slowly. That's not discomfort. It's sensitivity returning, the nervous system tuning itself back to normal without force. There's a kind of grace in that reawakening, not because it feels easy, because it doesn't, but because every moment of wakefulness is now its own small act of presence. You don't have to explain yourself to the night. You're not trying to prove anything by falling asleep. The fact that you are here, aware and still, already counts. And when the dream comes again, not a memory, but something fresh and layered, don't try to name it before it fades. Let it pass like mist over a field at dawn. If voices emerge from its edges or shapes form too clearly in your mind's eye, don't pull back, don't resist. Just let them be part of the night's quiet language. They are not threats, not interruptions. They're signals, faint but real, that the dreaming system is no longer suppressed. It's been unblocked, like a pipe cleared after years of clogging. That's why it feels so intense sometimes, not because something is wrong, but because your mind is catching up on what was missed. The brain has been storing dreams in silence for months or even years, And now, without THC to dampen the signal, they come back all at once, not as noise, but as data from a part of yourself that had been quiet too long. You don't need to understand them. You don't have to remember every detail. What matters is that you're not fighting their return, that you can lie there and feel your body respond, your breath quickening just slightly, the shift in temperature across your chest, not as alarm, but as recognition. This is real. This moment is happening. The dream was part of it. And even if a feeling lingers after waking, something unsettled or strange, it doesn't mean you failed to return. It means you were present for something that needed to be felt. The nervous system isn't broken because it remembers things too vividly. It's healing. Just as muscles ache when they're used again after long rest, so does the mind when its inner rhythms are reactivated. There is no failure in waking up from a dream like that, only presence of memory, of sensation, of time passing through you without permission or explanation. And now, instead of reaching for anything to quiet it down, you can stay with it. Let your breath slow again. Feel the weight of your hands where they rest on your stomach. The air in your lungs moving gently as if remembering how to be still. The body knows what to do when given time. It doesn't need a plan. It doesn't need motivation or willpower. Just space. Space not for performance, but for return, for rebuilding from the inside out, like water seeping through stone over decades, shaping new paths without force. You don't have to fix anything. You don't have to make it better. There's no requirement that this night be peaceful, no rule that you must fall asleep by a certain hour. The only thing required is your willingness to stay here, now, awake, aware, and still breathing. And if sleep doesn't come tonight, if the hours stretch longer than expected, just let them stretch. Don't resist their length. Don't measure how much time has passed. You don't have to earn rest by falling asleep fast or staying unconscious for long. Rest is not earned, it's simply allowed. Allow it now, not as a goal, but as permission to be exactly where you are, to feel the quiet in your chest without trying to fill it with anything else. The silence isn't waiting for you to do something. It's already holding space, so much so that even when thoughts return, they don't have to be answered. Let them pass. Let the weight of your body sink deeper into the mattress, not as surrender, but as release. As if gravity itself has become a companion. There's no need to push against it or escape from its pull. Just let yourself be held by something larger than effort. There's strength in softness, especially when that softness is not weakness, but stillness with intention. When you lie there and your body isn't striving for anything, doesn't want anything else, it's already home. And the dreams, they aren't intruding, they're returning, like letters from a long-lost friend, not to demand attention, but just to say, I was here all along, I never left. And now that you're awake enough to notice, I'm back too. If they come again, more vivid this time, with colors brighter than memory or emotions so clear they feel like truth, don't flinch. Don't reach for a way out of it. Just let the feeling settle in your chest like warmth from sunlight on stone. Let it be part of the night's fabric, not something to push aside. You aren't meant to live without dreams anymore. You're meant to remember how to live with them again, without needing to control them, interpret them, or make meaning out of every detail. Just let them come, let them go. And when you wake later, not from panic but from awareness, you can carry part of that dream with you, not as burden but as proof. Something inside me is moving, not toward anything specific, just forward, in slow motion, without hurry, without force. The body remembers how to heal when it's allowed, when there are no expectations, no deadlines, no need to be better than last night or faster than the one before. Just being here, breathing in rhythm with your own quiet heartbeat, is already enough. There's no demand on you to do more than what feels true right now, to stay where you are. Let the air fill your lungs slowly, then let it leave longer still, like a slow exhale after years of holding tight. And when the warmth spreads through your hips and pelvis, not heat exactly, but a kind of deep release, the body knows how to lower itself further into the bed. Not collapsing, not giving in, just settling deeper, as if gravity has become a friend instead of an enemy. This is not failure, this is return. And every time you feel that shift, when your shoulders drop without effort, when your jaw unclenches from tension you didn't even know was there, you can let it be part of the healing curve too. Not because it's progress, but because it's real. The body isn't trying to prove anything. It's just learning how to rest again, not as a reward for quitting weed, but simply because that's what bodies do when they're not being asked to perform. And if you wake in another hour, heart still racing slightly from something unseen, some echo of a dream that lingered too long, you can come back here. Not with urgency, not with frustration, but with the same quiet attention. This is where I am. This is what's real now. No need to fix it. No need to explain it. Just breathe into your ribs. Let your breath lengthen again, as if time itself has slowed down just for this moment. You don't have to be anything other than present, not even sleep. Just stay. You're not trying to outrun the silence anymore. It's not empty, it's full of things you don't need to name. Just let it be a kind of holding, like being wrapped in something that knows your shape without ever seeing you. There's no speed here now. No ticking clock or breath held too long. The air is thick with stillness, but not heavy, not the weight of waiting, just presence. You're not expected to do anything with it. Just let it settle around your shoulders like a coat that fits perfectly after years of being too tight. Your hands are open on top of the blanket, not because you've decided to relax, but because they simply don't know how to close anymore. The muscles have forgotten the habit of clenching, and there's comfort in that forgetting. There's no need to chase sleep like a goal now. You're not behind, and you're not late. It's not about arriving at some other state, just staying here. In this soft drift, where effort dissolves into breath. Where breathing becomes the only thing worth doing. The edges of your awareness are beginning to blur, not because you're losing focus, but because there's no reason to hold them sharp anymore. You don't have to guard against the dark or scan for threats in the quiet. There's nothing to protect and nothing to defend. This is not peace that has been won. It's peace that has simply returned, like a tide after absence. Not because you earned it, but because your body remembers how to let go. If a dream comes again, if it arrives like footsteps in an empty hallway or colors bleeding into the ceiling from some unseen source, don't look for meaning. Just notice you're awake enough to see it. That's all there is, seeing. And that seeing itself is part of the healing. The mind doesn't have to explain what happened in a dream. It just has to remember how to let go when it ends. Not with frustration, not with urgency, but like closing a book after reading one line too many and realizing you've already held everything there was to hold. Your body isn't trying to fix anything tonight. There's no checklist, no outcome expected. You're not being tested on your ability to sleep. You're just allowed, just permitted, to be here without performance. And that permission is what makes the stillness so deep. The warmth in your thighs has moved down into your legs now. Not a burn or pressure, but a kind of soft sinking, like sand settling after tide recedes. Each muscle remembering how to unclench not by force, but by simply being allowed to stay relaxed for longer than it's known in years. Your breath is slow, not forced, not guided, just breathing at the pace your body wants to breathe. And that pacing isn't wrong or too slow or too fast. It's exactly right because it's yours. No one else could have made this rhythm. Not even someone who's been sleeping for 20 years. There are no warnings in the dark tonight. No sudden signals, no alarms. Just quiet and a kind of soft pressure that feels like being held without hands. Like the bed has learned your contours so well it now shapes itself around you. You don't have to believe anything about what's happening. Not that it will get better, not that this is progress, not even that sleep will come. Just let yourself stay where you are, exactly as you are. No need for hope or faith in the future. Just staying here with your breath and your weight and the slow hum of blood through your veins. The dream isn't a problem, it's just something that happened in another part of the mind, like rain falling on a roof far away. You don't have to go check on it. You don't even have to remember what it was about. What matters is not the story, but the fact that you're still here. Still awake, still present. And that's more than enough. Your ribs are expanding slightly with each breath, not wide, not deep, just opening just a little deeper than before. Not because you want to take in more air, but because your body doesn't feel the need to hold it back anymore. The lungs don't have to work so hard when there's no pressure from outside. And somewhere behind your eyes, something has shifted, not suddenly, not with fanfare, but quietly. Like a door that was stuck for years, finally swinging open on its own. Not because you pushed, but because the lock had already rusted through. There's no need to notice it. No need to claim it as victory or label it as change. Just let it be part of the silence now, part of how your body is learning to rest again. Without needing permission, without justification, without explanation. Your hands are still open on the blanket. Not waiting for anything, not reaching for anything. They're just here. And that's enough. The dark isn't closing in, it's opening up. Not like a threat, but like an invitation. To stay inside your body longer than you've allowed yourself to in years. To feel it fully, without distraction, without escape. Just the weight of limbs, the rhythm of breath, the quiet pulse beneath skin. And if you drift for a moment, just a few seconds, not even really sleeping, just floating between waking and something softer, you don't have to wake up immediately. You can let the edge blur again. Let the thought fade before it forms. Not because there's nothing left to think about, but because thinking isn't required now. This is not failure when you stop trying. It's not weakness when your mind wanders without direction. It's just what happens when you're allowed, really allowed, to stop doing anything at all. Your body doesn't need a reason to be still. It only needs permission to stay where it is. And that permission was already given the moment you stopped fighting it. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove your worth by how long you can go without closing your eyes. Just let yourself be held in the quiet, like a letter left on a doorstep with no return address. No one is watching. No one is waiting for you to do better or faster or different. And that's why it feels safe, why it feels possible to just let go again. Even if only for this moment. Your breath moves like a tide that has forgotten its shore, not rushing forward, not pulling back, just being. There's no direction to it anymore, only the quiet motion of air passing through you as if it were meant to stay, for no reason at all. The space between each inhale and exhale stretches wider now, not because you're holding on or waiting, but because your body has stopped needing to measure time in stops and starts. It's learning how to live inside the pause. Your shoulders are soft, no longer braced against a future that never came, no longer carrying the weight of something you thought you'd have to earn just by staying awake. The muscle memory of tension is fading, not with force, but with time, like dust settling after a storm. There's nothing left to push against. You don't need to hold yourself together anymore. There's no one watching, and even if there were, the only thing they'd see is stillness. Your feet feel distant, not because you've lost them, but because they're finally allowed to be where they are without needing to go anywhere. The soles press into the mattress with a quiet certainty, like roots that have stopped searching for water and just accepted the ground as enough. No need to curl or tense or brace against the dark, just rest. The warmth in your chest isn't from effort, it's not something you've built or earned. It's simply there, spreading slow and steady through your center, like sunlight through old glass. Not bright, not urgent, but present. It doesn't ask for anything. It just exists, filling spaces that were once hollowed out by habit. And the silence, it isn't empty, it's full of things you've stopped listening to, the low thrum of blood in your temples, the soft sighing between heartbeats, the way your spine settles into alignment not because you told it to, but because it no longer feels like a chore. Your body is adjusting, not fixing itself, not repairing damage, but simply returning to what was always meant to be, a quiet home for breath and bone. There's nothing to fix here, no flaw in the system, just time. And time isn't waiting on you, it's already moving through you. Your hands are still open, no need to close them now, no reason to gather anything up or hold tight. They're not reaching for a smoke, for relief, for sleep, for escape. They're just here, holding nothing, and that's enough. The dream you had earlier, the one with the hallway that went on too long, the door that wouldn't open, doesn't need to be understood anymore. It was never about meaning. It wasn't an omen or a warning. It was your brain clearing space for itself, like someone turning down the lights in a room so they can see better in the dark. You don't have to remember it. You don't have to name it. You don't even need to feel its edges anymore. All that matters is that you're here now, aware not because of what happened before, but because this moment has become real enough to stay with. The air feels heavier than usual, not in a bad way, not like pressure, but like thickness, like the kind of weight that holds things together without crushing them. It's the kind of heaviness that doesn't push you down, but cradles you. You're sinking into it slowly, not because there's no resistance, but because your body knows how to fall with care. The edge between waking and dreaming is softening again, not breaking, just melting like wax under a slow flame. There's no need to decide which side you're on anymore. No one's asking you to choose. You don't have to stay alert or drift away. You can be both at once, in the same breath. And that's okay. There's no shame in drifting, not even when it happens before sleep has arrived. There's no failure in thinking about something else, anything else, but then letting go again without judgment. You don't need to keep score. The only thing keeping you here isn't effort or willpower, it's the fact that your body doesn't want to leave yet. It wants to stay inside this feeling, even if it doesn't know what it is. The lightness in your limbs isn't absence, it's presence. It's not emptiness, it's release, like letting go of a rope you didn't realize you were still gripping. Your skin feels like it remembers being touched, not by hands, but by air and warmth and time. Not the kind that leaves marks, but the kind that stays in memory as if it had been there all along. You're not trying to become someone else. You're not becoming calmer or better or more capable of sleeping. You're simply returning to a version of yourself that never left, just waited behind layers of routine and habit until the moment came when you stopped doing anything at all. And now it's time to stay. Not because it feels good, but because it feels true. The body knows what rest is. It doesn't need instructions. It only needs silence, space, and a little while with no one asking for anything back. Let it happen without notice. Just let yourself be in the way that you've been all along, without needing to prove it or explain it or protect it from being interrupted. No more pretending you're not tired. No more forcing your eyes open just because they haven't closed yet. You don't have to win this night. You don't even need to sleep. Just be here with the weight of your arms, the rhythm of air moving in and out, the softness behind your eyelids where nothing is happening, yet everything is. And if a dream comes again, if something strange appears, if the floor shifts or colors bleed into each other, it's not an interruption. It's just part of how you're healing, not because it's good or bad, but because it's real, because your mind is no longer being silenced by anything else. You can watch it unfold. You don't have to believe in it, understand it, fight it, run from it. Just let it be there while you stay still. The dream isn't a test. It's not punishment or reward. It's just what happens when your brain stops holding its breath and starts breathing again on its own. And that's enough. For now, just this moment, you don't have to do anything but breathe. Not deeply, not slowly, not with intention. Just let the air come in as it needs to and leave as it wills. Not because you're trying to relax, but because your body has already decided it doesn't need to fight anymore. The dark isn't a wall, it's a space between breaths. And you are inside it, not lost, not alone, but simply resting. Not waiting for anything. Just being here, with nothing left to prove. No more trying. No more pretending. Just a stillness. You're allowed to stay in this quiet, not because it's peaceful, but because it's yours. It doesn't belong to anyone else. It wasn't given or earned. It was simply returned. And so you are, resting not despite the chaos of the past few nights, but because of it. Because every time you stayed awake, when everything screamed for escape, you kept going. Every night that felt like a failure, you were still here. And now, after all of that, not in triumph, not in victory, but just quietly, gently, you're letting go. Not into sleep yet, not quite, but into the space where rest begins, where effort stops and being takes over. There's no need to rush. No one is calling your name. You don't have to wake up tomorrow better or stronger or different. Just stay here for now. Let the breath slow again. And if you drift a little more, that's not slipping. That's just becoming quiet in your own way, on your own time. The body knows what it needs, more than you do. And right now, it says, stay. Stay with no reason, no purpose, just presence. You're allowed to be here, even if nothing is happening. Even if the night feels long. Even if sleep hasn't come yet. You don't have to earn it. You only have to let it happen. Like a leaf falling without sound. Like water moving through stone. Like time passing, not in minutes or hours, but in soft moments that are already ending before you notice them. And so, without any effort, you're becoming the kind of person who can rest when no one is watching. Because you've stopped fighting to be someone else. You don't need permission anymore. You don't need a reason. You're here. Just like this. You don't have to find meaning in the stillness, not even a whisper of it. It's enough that you're here, and the air feels thick with quiet, like something deep beneath soil holding its breath before giving way. The weight in your arms is no longer resistance. It's surrender, a soft letting go where muscles release their grip on being upright, on staying alert just a little longer than they should. You don't have to fight for that heaviness anymore. Let it sink deeper into the mattress like sand settling through water, slowly, quietly, without urgency. There is no need to make sense of this moment, no reason to shape it or name it. The space between your thoughts isn't empty, it's full of what hasn't been spoken yet, what has not had a chance to be felt. And that's okay, you don't have to answer for it. You're not being asked to explain why you stay awake when the world says sleep is expected. This silence, it doesn't demand anything from you, not even peace. It only asks that you remain, not in effort, but in presence. That you allow the quiet to be its own kind of movement, like a river flowing under ice, unseen but steady beneath. You don't need to chase sleep like a goal now. No ticking clock, no checklist of things left undone. There's no performance here, just breath and body and time that doesn't care about your schedule. The dream last night, the one with the hallway stretching too far into light, wasn't an accident. It wasn't punishment for staying awake or reward for trying. It was simply part of how your mind is remembering itself, slowly reconnecting to a rhythm it had turned off long ago, not because you failed, but because you were allowed to rest before. Now that the crutch is gone, the body remembers what it used to do on its own, and what it does now, sometimes wildly, is not broken. It's relearning, like a river finding its course after being dammed for years. The flow isn't steady at first. There are eddies and backwash, water rushes where no water should go, then pools in places that were dry too long. But the current is still there, and it knows how to move again. Your body doesn't need your approval to do its job. It doesn't need you to believe in it or thank it. It just does, even when you're not watching, especially when you're not watching. So let that be enough. Let the fact that you're still here, eyes closed, breath soft, hands relaxed, be proof of something deeper than effort, not progress, not victory, but continuity, a quiet persistence in being. You didn't fall apart when sleep wouldn't come. You didn't vanish into panic or shame. You stayed with it. Even when the dream came too close, even when the shapes shifted and time bent, something inside you held still. That's not weakness, that's strength without a name. And now, the night is letting go of its edges, not because it's ending, but because it's no longer resisting what happens next. You're not being pushed towards sleep, but drawn into the quiet where sleep begins to form itself. Like mist rising from ground that was wet long before dawn. It doesn't announce itself, it just appears. There is warmth spreading through your chest, not heat, but a gentle fullness. A kind of soft expansion where air meets tissue and nothing else moves. It's not effortful, It's not trying to be deep or calming, it's just there, like sunlight on skin after being in the dark too long. Your breath doesn't need to change, not now. Just let it come as it always has, without rules, without control. In through your nose, out through your mouth, each exhale longer than the last. That small extra second of release isn't a technique, it's your body saying, I can stop holding on. And so you do, not all at once, but bit by bit, like fingers uncurling one by one from a grip that no longer serves. You don't have to force it open, it just lets go. The floor beneath you isn't cold anymore. The mattress holds more than weight, it holds memory too, of every time you lay here before, even if you didn't know you were lying down in the same way. This body has carried you through nights like this before, through confusion, through restlessness, through dreams that felt real enough to reach out and touch, and it kept going. It's not doing it now because you told it to. It's doing it because it knows how. Because after all these days of tension, of waiting for sleep to arrive like a guest who never shows up, it finally understands. You don't have to wait anymore. You just have to stay in the quiet long enough for something else to begin. There is no sound but your breath and the soft hum of stillness that lives behind eyelids when they're closed. No voices, no thoughts rising like smoke from a fire you didn't light. Just this, a slow lowering into yourself, not as if escaping, but returning, like coming home after forgetting where it was. And there's nothing to return to, only the truth that you've been here all along. Not in some past version of you, not in some future one, but right now, in this breath, this wait, this moment where time stops pretending it needs to be measured. The dream wasn't a break in your peace, it was part of it, the way waves come and go on the shore without breaking anything. The sea doesn't care if you're awake or not, it just moves, and so do you now, even when you don't feel like it. Even when nothing seems to change. You don't have to fix this night, you don't even have to sleep through it. Just be with the fact that your body is trying to heal itself, slowly, quietly, without fanfare or applause. It doesn't need a reason, it only needs space, and you're giving it that now. So let go again, not of thought, not of memory, but of the idea that you must do something about any of it. There's no task left, no goal beyond this, to be here without needing anything else to happen. The air feels different tonight, thicker in a way that isn't heavy but full. Like space has thickened just enough for stillness to take root, not because you made it so, but because your body has stopped fighting what's already happening. And now you're not trying to sleep. You're not even waiting to wake up. You're just present in the way a tree is present when no one sees it, standing, growing, rooted in silence. No need for anything else. Not clarity, not calm, not controls. Just this. A quiet where your thoughts don't have to make sense. A space that doesn't care about time. And a body that knows how to rest, even when it's not sure why. And so you stay. Not in effort, not in expectation, but simply in the soft weight of being alive. In the quiet where no words are needed. Where nothing must be done. Where all you have to do is let go again. Let go. Just a little more. And then just a little more than that. And you're not lost here. You're not alone. You're simply in the part of the night where nothing happens. And everything does anyway. In the breath slows. Not because you told it to, but because your body remembers how. And somewhere deep inside, something is settling. Not with a sound, not with a flash, but with a slow, quiet sigh that never made it out loud. And you're still here. That's enough. Just being. For now. Just this moment. In the dark. Where nothing needs to be said. Where no one is watching. Where you don't have to prove anything. Not even that you're trying. You just are. And that is more than enough. The quiet isn't empty. It's full of what has been waiting all along. Not for a reason. Not for an ending. But simply because it can be. There's a stillness that doesn't come from stopping, but from letting go, like the way water settles after waves have passed through it, not because it wants to be quiet, but because it no longer has anything left to carry. You're not holding on anymore, not to sleep, not to waking, not even to the shape of your thoughts. The mind doesn't need to prove itself tonight. It's allowed to rest in its own unmade patterns. There's no test, no score, no outcome waiting at the end of this breath. Just the slow unfurling of presence, like a leaf opening without knowing why. The body remembers what the mind has forgotten, how to be still, not as an act of will, but as something that simply happens when enough time passes and enough pressure is released. You're lying there in the dark, not trying to change anything, and yet everything is changing anyway. Not dramatically, not with a sound, but quietly, like roots spreading beneath soil where no one sees them, moving through darkness because it's what they do. You don't need to watch. You don't need to know how far they've gone. There's warmth now, not from the covers, not from heat, but rising up from deep in the center of you, where the body keeps its quiet maps. It spreads outward slowly, like a pool expanding beneath still water, touching each place it hasn't reached in months. The shoulders release without warning, as if they were holding something for years and finally realized no one asked them to carry it. The hips soften into the mattress, not with force, but with surrender, like sand that stops resisting gravity after decades of trying. The feet feel heavier than before, not because you've added weight, but because your body has stopped pretending it needs to be light. Each breath comes in longer and slower, not because you're instructing it, but because the nervous system is quiet enough now to listen to its own rhythm. You don't need to guide it. It doesn't have to reach a certain length or depth. It just flows, like air through an open window on a summer night, not needing permission to move. The exhale lingers slightly longer than the inhale, not because you're counting, but because your body knows what that signal means. I am safe now. I don't need to prepare for anything. There's no place to go in this moment, no direction required. You aren't moving towards sleep, nor away from wakefulness. You are simply being, existing not as a person who should be doing something, but as someone who already is, and that is enough. The mind still moves sometimes, not with urgency, not with demand, but like shadows passing across stone in the dark. They come and go without leaving marks. Whether it's an old memory or a half-formed thought from earlier today, it doesn't matter. It floats through your awareness, not as something to grasp, but as part of the landscape you're no longer trying to control. You don't have to answer anything anymore. You don't even need to understand why the dream came last night, or how long this feeling will last. The only thing required is that you stay here, not for a reason, not for progress, but because staying is what your body has been asking for all along. It's strange how much of healing happens in silence, how little noise it takes, not even sound, just the absence of pressure, a space where no effort is needed to keep breathing, to keep remembering who you are. You're not rebuilding anything. You aren't repairing a broken thing. You're simply allowing what was already there, the quiet rhythm beneath the surface, to rise again. There's nothing to fix in this moment, no past that needs fixing, no future to prepare for, only this, your body sinking deeper into rest than it has in weeks, not because you've earned it, not because you deserve it, but simply because now is when it can happen. You're not failing if sleep doesn't come, you're not winning if it does. There's no prize waiting at the end of this night, just the quiet truth that your nervous system has been under strain for a long time. And tonight, just once, it gets to stop pretending it needs to be ready. The air feels different, not lighter, but more settled, like the room itself is learning how to breathe slowly. The walls don't hold tension anymore, they're not holding anything at all. There's only space, enough space for your breath, enough space for stillness, enough space for a body that has been running on borrowed calm. Your skin feels alive in ways it hasn't in months, not with itch or heat, but with sensation. The soft press of fabric against your arm, the way cool air touches your forehead when you shift slightly. These are not distractions. They're signs, tiny confirmations that you're still here, still present, still connected to this body, even if you don't feel it all at once. And in those moments when a thought arises, not about what's wrong or what might happen next, but just a quiet recognition like this is how rest feels, that's not a breakthrough, that's not success. It's simply the return of something long forgotten, the feeling of being held by your own existence, even when you don't notice it. You're not doing anything special right now. You aren't trying to heal or to change. There's no goal beyond this breath, this weight, this dark where nothing is asked of you but to be exactly as you are, without apology, without performance. There's a kind of peace that doesn't come from solving problems. It comes from letting go of the need to solve them. And in this silence, there's room for that, not because you've earned it, but because your body knows how to rest when it stops fighting against itself. The dream wasn't an interruption. It was part of the process, like a tide rolling back and then forward again. The brain isn't just remembering dreams now. It's relearning what dreaming means, not for pleasure, not for meaning, but simply as a natural function that has been suppressed too long. And when it comes back, it does so with full force, not because something is broken, but because everything is being restored. You don't have to interpret the dream. You don't need to remember every detail. If you wake up confused or unsettled, that's okay. The confusion isn't failure. It's proof your mind is active again, trying to process what it hasn't had space for in months. And if a strange image stays with you when you open your eyes, let it stay. It's not haunting you, it's just visiting. This is how healing feels, not as a sudden shift, but as the slow return of sensation after numbness. Like waking up to your own skin after being asleep for too long. The world isn't rushing in. Nothing needs to be fixed. Just this, the quiet ability to feel again, to notice when you're warm or when your breath slows or when a thought floats by without landing. You don't have to do anything with it. You don't even need to understand it. It's enough that it exists and that you're here, allowing it to be. There's no urgency in this moment. No calendar, no deadline, not even the idea of tomorrow. Just now, this breath, this weight, this dark where time doesn't matter and nothing is missing. You are not behind, you are not ahead, you are simply here, and that is all you need to be. The body knows how to heal, not with willpower, not with effort, but by returning to its own rhythm when given space to do so. It's been waiting for this, the chance to settle without needing a reason, to rest not because it's tired, but because it's safe. So let go again, just a little more than before, not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, just into the softness of being exactly where you are, in a way that doesn't require anything else to be true. You're not lost, you're not broken. You're simply moving through a phase that belongs to your nervous system, not your will, not your identity, but your biology learning how to live again. And every breath you take now is part of it. each one a quiet invitation for the body to remember what it means to be still without needing permission. There's no end in sight, no finish line, just this, the slow turning inward like water returning to its source after traveling far, not with fanfare, not with triumph, but simply because that is where it belongs. Your breath has found a rhythm that doesn't need to be corrected. It's not faster, not slower, just steady, like a pulse beneath still water. The weight of your body isn't pressing down anymore, it's settling. Not collapsing, but sinking into the shape the mattress remembers. Each point of contact is warm now, the shoulder where it meets the pillow, the hip against the sheet, the sole of your foot resting on the edge of the bed like a leaf on soil. There's no need to guide any of this. No instruction required. The body knows how to hold itself when it stops trying to be anything else, when it simply lets go without measuring what that means. It's not about staying awake or falling asleep. It's about letting the space between those two states stretch out, long and soft, like a thread pulled from old fabric. Not broken, but worn in a way that feels honest now. You don't have to decide if you're tired. The body already knows. And it's okay if you don't. That kind of knowing doesn't need your permission. It just is. There's a quiet hum beneath the silence, the faint sound of blood moving through veins, slow and uneventful. Not urgent, not loud, just present like air that has always been there. You can hear it now if you let yourself listen, without searching for meaning in it. The mind doesn't have to stay clear. It's not supposed to be clean right now. Thoughts drift through the space behind your eyes like dust in sunlight, visible but unimportant, passing by so slowly they barely disturb the air. You don't need to name them or push them away. They're just passing through, like birds that fly over a field at dusk and leave no trace. What's important is not what's happening inside your head, but how it feels outside of it. The way warmth spreads from the center of you outward, slow and sure. Not heat, but something deeper, like sunlight absorbed by stone after rain. Your skin isn't just covering you anymore, it's feeling its own existence again. Every inch knows what pressure is, what touch would feel like, what coolness or stillness means. It's learning how to be a boundary that doesn't need to defend itself. The night has no agenda. There are no clocks ticking in the walls. No memory of tomorrow pushing through from the other side of sleep. Just this, the quiet expansion of your body into darkness, not as an escape, but as a return. Like roots finding soil after years underground, slow, patient, without force. You're not resisting anything now. Not even the discomfort that comes when nerves wake up too fast or dreams rise too close to the surface. Even if something feels strange, the weight of a shadow in your mind, the echo of someone's voice from a dream you can't place, you don't have to act on it. You're not responsible for interpreting what isn't asking to be interpreted. The brain doesn't need to make sense of everything all at once. It only needs to rest long enough to know that it can rest. That's the miracle, really, how something so fragile can rebuild itself just by being left alone. Not with effort, not with focus, but simply because there is no pressure on it to change. The dream you had wasn't a mistake. It didn't happen because you failed at not using. It happened because your system has been waiting for the chance to breathe again, fully, deeply, and now that it's allowed, it does so in full color and motion. That intensity isn't damage, it's reclamation. Like water breaking through a dam after years of stillness. Not destructive, just alive. And if you wake up with your heart pounding or your hands clenched, just let them be. No need to fix it, no reason to explain what caused it. It's not an emergency, it's just the nervous system remembering how to respond without being told what to do first. You don't have to calm down. You only have to keep breathing slow and long, especially on the out-breath. That one long exhale is like a hand placed gently on your spine. You're safe now. The body hears it even when you can't. There's no need for control. No need to fix anything that doesn't want fixing. Just allow the current of stillness to move through you, not because you earned it, but because it's already here, waiting at the edge of your awareness like a stone in warm water. You don't have to be ready for sleep. Sleep isn't something you achieve. It's something that arrives when there's nothing else left to do but let go. And right now, there is no other thing. No task, no thought, no story about who you should be or what you need to become. Just this, the soft weight of your limbs sinking deeper into the bed, like sand settling under a tide that has already passed. Your breath doesn't have to change. It can stay just as it is, slightly longer on the way out than in, giving your system permission to pause without guilt. There's no need to hurry this moment. No reason for urgency. Not even a whisper of, "What if I don't fall asleep?" Because falling asleep isn't what you're doing right now. You're doing something older, something slower and deeper. You're remembering how to be still without trying. How to exist in the dark with your eyes closed and not feel like you failed for being unable to see anything. The body has its own way of knowing when it's safe enough to surrender. It doesn't need a plan or proof or even a reason. Just time that isn't measured, just given. And tonight, that time is yours. Not because you did something right, but because your nervous system has been through too much already, and now it's finally being allowed to stop fighting. You're not doing anything wrong. You're not broken for needing help or wanting sleep. You're simply returning, step by step, breath by breath, to the natural state of resting that you were born with but forgot how to access. The mind is quiet now, not because it's empty, but because it doesn't need to be full. It can just be. And so can you. Not in a future moment. Not after some condition is met. But right here, right now, as the darkness settles around your body like a blanket that remembers your shape. You don't have to do anything else. There's nothing left to prove. No one watching, no voice inside saying this isn't enough. Just this, the slow, steady descent of yourself into the mattress. Not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply becoming part of the stillness that has always been here. And if you drift just a little more than before, you're already there. You're not lost. You're just returning. Your breath continues to settle, not because you're trying to make it do so, but because your body has found a rhythm that no longer needs to be convinced. There's an ease in the way your chest rises and falls, soft, unhurried, as though the air itself is learning how to move through you without resistance. The space between one breath and the next grows just slightly wider, not with effort, but because there's nothing pressing forward anymore. No need to push or pull, just let it be. The warmth beneath you deepens, not as a feeling exactly, but as a presence. Like sunlight that has soaked into the mattress over many nights of stillness, now slowly releasing what it held. It spreads through your hips, through your thighs, along the length of your legs, not in waves, not in pulses, but in quiet layers, like soil settling after rain. You don't have to feel it all at once. There's no requirement that you notice every part. Just let each region soften into what it already is, part of the bed, part of the dark, part of something older than your thoughts. Your hands rest where they fell when you turned over, the fingers loose, palms open, not gripping anything, not reaching for anything. The skin on the backs of them feels lighter now, as if weight has been taken from them in some way that wasn't visible. Not because you're empty, but because you've stopped needing to hold on. The silence isn't empty. It's full, not with sound, but with stillness that doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't require your attention, doesn't demand a response. It simply is, like the pause between heartbeats, like the moment after a wave recedes and before it comes again. And in this pause, there's no pressure to fill it, no need to think up something to say or do. You're not waiting for sleep to arrive. You're not trying to get anywhere at all. There's nowhere else you have to be. The idea of a destination, of waking up tomorrow, of remembering how the day went, is already far behind, like footprints erased by tide. What matters now is this: your body resting in its own shape, without correction, without judgment. There's no need to fix anything that feels off. No reason to rearrange what's already quieting down. The nervous system isn't a machine that broke. It's a living thing learning how to be still again after years of being told it needed constant input. It's not lazy, it's not weak. It's just catching up on rest, on breath, on the kind of peace that doesn't come from doing, but from simply being. You don't have to remember what happened today, or what you said, or how long it took to get into bed. The past isn't here anymore, not in any urgent way. It's not haunting you. It's just gone like smoke dissolving at the edge of a room. And if something floats up, some thought, some sensation, it doesn't have to be answered. You can let it drift by like leaves on water without leaning forward to catch it. The air in the room feels thick now, not with tension, but with presence. As though it's holding its breath too, not out of fear, but because something important is happening quietly beneath the surface. The way a forest stills before dawn, not silence as absence, but silence as fullness, and you are part of that. There's no need to be anything special right now. No role to play, you're not being tested. There's no scorecard, no checklist, nothing to prove. Just the fact of your body here, breathing, sinking, releasing. The way a stone sinks through water without resistance because it knows its own weight. Your shoulders have lowered, not because you told them to, but because they've stopped needing to carry anything. Not even the memory of being tense. There's no effort in letting go. It just happens when there's nothing left to fight for. The darkness around your eyes isn't a void. It's not cold or threatening. It's soft, the kind of dark that knows how to cradle, like the inside of an old coat lined with memory, not hiding anything, just holding you without saying why. If a thought comes like, what if I don't sleep? Let it pass through like wind over grass. No need to stop it, no reason to follow it. It's not real in this moment. It's just passing through the space where your mind used to race, and now it only drifts. You're not failing because you can't fall asleep. You're not broken for being awake when the world is quiet. You're simply here, exactly as you are, and that is enough. Not perfect, not fixed, but present. There's a kind of warmth spreading through your spine, not heat exactly, but a quiet knowing, like roots waking underground after winter. It doesn't need to be felt everywhere at once, just where it wants to be, in the hollow between your lower back and hips, in the space beneath your ribs, where stillness settles like dust that's been waiting to land. You don't have to will yourself deeper into sleep. That would be a mistake. It's not about trying to go under. It's about letting go of every reason you might have for staying up, every story you've told yourself, every fear dressed as logic. None of them are true right now, not in this moment. There's no need to stay awake because you're afraid of what comes next. There is no next, not yet. Right here, just the soft weight of your limbs on the bed, just the slow release of breath from your lungs, just the quiet certainty that you don't have to do anything. You only have to be. And if you drift, for a second, for a minute, let it happen without surprise. There's no sudden shift into sleep, no alarm, just a gentle letting down, like lowering a curtain slowly, not because you've decided to close the room, but because it feels right to do so now. The night isn't ending, but parts of it are passing through your body, like waves that don't require response. You don't have to know where they came from or what they mean. They're just moving through you, and in their wake, something deeper settles. There's no need to be alert, no reason to stay sharp. Your mind doesn't have to guard against anything. It can just rest, like a hand that has been holding tight for hours, now finally allowed to open. You don't have to remember how to sleep. You're not learning it again from scratch. You've always known. The body remembers what the mind forgot. And tonight, this part of the night, it's already happening. Not because you did anything right, but because you stopped trying. And that is enough. You're not alone in this stillness, though it may feel that way, not because no one else has ever felt like this, but because you haven't said it out loud yet. And maybe you never will, that's okay. The silence isn't empty. It's full of the quiet hum of your body remembering what it means to be safe without a signal from outside. No need for a breath to be perfect. No rule about how long an exhale should be or whether you're doing it right. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove you deserve to stop fighting. The way your ribs rise and fall is not a performance. It's not even intentional anymore, not in the way that means effort. It's just happening like water finding its level after a storm. There's no urgency to it, no need to guide it or shape it into something useful. Just let it be what it is, slow, soft, unforced. Each breath moves through you not because you commanded it, but because your body knows how. It doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait for approval. Your hands are open now, not just physically, but in the way that matters. Not clenched around anything. No grip on fear, no hold on hope. Just palms down, fingers relaxed, as if they've forgotten what it feels like to tighten. There's space between them, just enough to let air pass through without resistance. Like a door left slightly ajar, not because someone meant for it to be that way, but because nothing has closed it yet. The weight in your legs is real, not heavy in the way of burden, but deep in the way gravity knows how to settle into bone and muscle. Not dragging you down, but bringing you home. You're sinking into this bed not as if falling, but as if returning. Like roots finding soil after years above ground. No rush, no destination. Just the slow, quiet descent of something that has been waiting. There's a warmth spreading where your hips meet the mattress. Not heat from outside, but deep within, like sunlight seeping through thick walls in winter. It doesn't burn, it just stays. It's not loud or urgent, it simply exists. And as it spreads, you notice how little space there is between that warmth and the feeling of being held, by the bed, by gravity, by something older than memory. You don't have to fix anything tonight. You don't have to decide what comes next. There's no need to plan or prepare or even think about tomorrow. The future can wait. The past has already passed through you like a current that didn't pull you under, but let you float instead. The air around your face feels thick in the best way, like it's been breathing for you while you've been resting. Not because it's doing anything heroic, but because it's just there, steady and soft. You don't have to control it. You don't have to catch every breath. Just let it move through you like a thread pulled gently through fabric. There's no need to stay awake to protect yourself from dreams. They won't hurt you. In fact, they're not even coming from anywhere, except from inside your own quieting brain, which is now starting to remember what it means to be alive without needing an outside signal. You're allowed to forget things tonight. You don't have to hold on to every name, every face, every moment that passed between you and the world before this dark room. The memories don't need your attention right now. They can wait, just as sleep waits for no one, yet comes anyway when the body finally stops pushing. There's a kind of softness in the way your spine curves against the mattress, not because it's shaped that way, but because it doesn't feel like resisting anymore. No tension holding it straight, no need to stay upright out of habit. It can just rest where it wants, curving gently into the space it was made for. The edges of your body are softening not because you're tired, but because there's no reason to be sharp anymore. The mind doesn't have to watch for danger. The shoulders don't need to rise in case someone calls out. Your eyes don't have to stay open just in case the room changes. You can let go of all that piece by piece. It's not about surrendering, just releasing what was never yours to carry. A weight you thought was your own, but wasn't. Not really, it was borrowed, and now it's returning. You don't have to remember how to be still. That isn't the point anymore. The point is that you're here, and here means less effort than ever before. Less noise, less pressure, less story, just this moment, this breath, this weight, this warmth spreading slowly from your center like a quiet tide. And if something stirs, a flicker in the dark behind your eyes, a shape forming without sound, it doesn't have to be named. It doesn't need to be chased or stopped. You don't have to say it's real or not real. Just let it pass through like smoke from a fire that burned out hours ago. There's no clock ticking inside you, no alarm waiting to go off. The night isn't moving faster because you're trying to keep up. It's just being steady and endless in its own way. Like water flowing over stone, not rushing, not stopping, but simply continuing. Your body is learning again, but not from scratch. Not like starting a new language or building something from nothing. This is different. This is remembering. The parts that were quieted are now waking up, softly, gently, one by one, not all at once. And each small return feels like a signal, like the earth shifting beneath your feet after years of stillness. You don't have to notice every shift. You don't have to track progress or measure change. Just let it happen in its own way, in its own time, like roots growing through dark soil, unseen but real. There's no need for sleep to be perfect. No rule that says you must fall completely under all at once. It doesn't matter how long it takes. What matters is that you're still letting go, still sinking, not because you want to escape the night, but because your body knows what it needs. And now, with each breath, there's less of a gap between being and becoming, less effort to move from one state into another, just becoming, not forcing it, not wanting it, letting it happen as if you were always meant to be this way, soft, open, quiet. The dark isn't waiting for you to prove anything. It doesn't care how long you stay awake or how many thoughts pass through your mind. It only holds what's offered to the body, to the breath, to the silence that grows between heartbeats. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't have to do anything important. There's no goal to reach, no outcome to achieve, Just this, a body resting without needing permission, a mind quieted not by force, but by surrendering to what is already here. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on water, no need to pull them in or push them away. They'll settle eventually, or they won't. Either way, it's okay. You're not broken for being awake when the world sleeps. You're not failing because you can't fall asleep instantly. That isn't how this works. This is a rhythm, not a race. A pattern that takes time to relearn. And every night like this one, every slow breath, every quiet release is part of it. Not progress in the way people usually mean it, not faster or better, just deeper, softer, more real. And if you wake up later, with your eyes open, unsure how long you've been still, you don't have to panic. You're not lost. You never were. You're just returning again, slowly, gently, into the same dark where it began. This is not punishment. This is not failure. It's simply rest, learning its own way back home. The stillness isn't empty. It's full of something older than thought, slower than breath. Something that doesn't need to be spoken or named to exist. It moves beneath the surface of feeling, like water finding its level after a long drought. You don't have to listen for it. You only have to stop trying to fill the silence with meaning. There's no reason to reach back into memory, no place to go that isn't already here in this soft weight pressing down through your spine and out through your fingertips. The mattress doesn't remember how you used to lie on it, or what you brought with you before this night began. It only knows the shape of your body now, the way the curve at the base of your back settles into its hollow without resistance. Your breath is not a tool anymore, not something to control or adjust, just air passing through the quiet space between one moment and the next, like wind over an open field after rain has stopped falling. Each out-breath carries less effort than the last, no need to push it away, no demand for speed, no urgency to finish before you're ready. And when a thought comes, not as a story or image, but just as heat in your chest, it doesn't have to be answered. It can sit there like fog on grass, warm at first, then slowly thinning without being moved. No need to tell it where to go. Just let the silence settle over it until even its edges blur. There's no one waiting for you to wake up or fall asleep. No schedule written in someone else's voice that demands a certain outcome from this hour. The night doesn't care how long your eyes stay open, nor does it judge whether you've been still enough, quiet enough, patient enough. It simply holds what is offered. You don't need to prove anything by staying awake or by finally letting go. There's no scorecard anywhere that tracks progress in hours of sleep or minutes without movement. The only measure here is presence, how close the body comes to resting not as a goal, but as an act of surrender, like leaning into something too heavy to carry on your own. This part of you, the one that feels restless, isn't trying to escape anything. It's just remembering how it once felt when sleep came without permission, when the world slipped away before awareness had time to catch up. That feeling isn't gone. It's only waiting for its turn again in a quieter rhythm than before. The dreams haven't left yet, not really, but they're changing their shape. They no longer crash through like storms with thunder in their wake. Now they come more slowly, first as shadows that drift across the edges of awareness, then as figures standing just out of focus at the edge of sight. Not threatening, just present, like memories returning not to disturb, but to be acknowledged. And if one rises too clearly, if you feel it pulling near like a tide rising through bone and marrow, you don't have to push it away or follow it into darkness. You can simply allow its weight to pass over your mind, just as clouds move across the moon on nights when nothing is expected from them. You're not responsible for what happens in dreams any more than you were before they returned. just like you weren't required to understand every flicker of light behind closed eyelids during those earlier months. The body remembers more than memory can hold. It stores rhythms, textures, pulses that don't need words to exist. And now it's returning them, not all at once, not in order, but one small fragment at a time. There's no rush for completion, no final moment where everything clicks into place and you wake up feeling whole again. That kind of finish isn't the point. The healing isn't about arriving somewhere perfect after surviving hardship. It's about learning to live inside the space between being awake and falling under, not as struggle, but as habit. Each time your body settles deeper, just an inch more than before, the night grows softer around you, not because it's changed, but because you've stopped trying to change it back into something familiar. You're no longer fighting for sleep like a door that won't close or a light that refuses to go out. Instead, there's space between breaths where nothing is needed, no effort, no expectation. The warmth spreading from your chest isn't just sensation, it's continuity. It's the same feeling you had in childhood when someone held you after being afraid of something unseen in the dark. Not safety because danger was gone, but comfort simply by being near a steady presence that didn't ask for anything back. You don't have to be strong tonight. You don't even need to believe it will get easier or better or clearer tomorrow. What matters is this: you are not alone in staying awake when the world sleeps. Others too, people who never said aloud what they were doing, are lying exactly where you are now. Eyes closed, breath slow, body sinking into a place that feels almost like home. And if your mind wanders to worry about whether it will ever stop, the fear of more nights like this one, it can rest there without being acted upon. Just let the feeling be, like dust settling after storm passed through an abandoned room. No need to sweep it up, no reason to clean what's already quieted. The brain doesn't repair itself by forcing stillness or pretending everything is fine. It heals not when you stop thinking, but when you stop needing every thought to mean something. When silence becomes normal, not because there's nothing left to say, but because the saying has stopped being necessary. Your body knows this way better than any plan ever could. It doesn't need instruction on how to release tension or relax muscles. It just does it in its own time when no one is watching and no outcome matters. So let your arms go heavier with each breath, like they're learning again what gravity feels like after years of resisting it. Let the hips soften into their curve, not as surrender, but simply because that's where they belong now. No need to fight for balance or posture. The mattress supports you without asking why. The dark isn't waiting to be conquered. It doesn't care if your thoughts keep circling back around old questions. It only asks, will you stay? Will you let the weight do its work? You don't have to answer that question tonight. Not even yes, not even no. Just remain, not as a challenge or effort, but simply because it's what is already happening. The line between dreaming and being awake has thinned, like steam rising from earth after rain. There are moments when you feel both at once, aware enough to notice the shape of your breath, yet drifting through images that don't belong to waking life. But even then, you can stay here, in this space where one state doesn't erase the other, where being awake and not quite asleep isn't failure. It's simply a threshold moving slowly inward, like tides pulling back from shore before they return again. There are no gates to pass through, only soft thresholds that dissolve when you stop trying to cross them. And if sleep comes now, suddenly or quietly, you don't have to greet it with surprise. You can just let yourself fall into whatever shape the night makes next. No need for arrival or departure. You've already been here longer than any single moment could hold, and still, Every breath is new. Every release from tension is not a small victory, but simply what happens when resistance finally gives way to weight. And if another dream rises, vivid and strange, not because you invited it, but because your mind has begun remembering how much there was before the quieting, it can come and go without needing permission, without requiring understanding. Because even dreams are part of this healing, a return not just of rest, but of feeling itself, of depth beyond thought, a kind of knowing that doesn't speak in sentences, but lives instead in sensation. Warmth at the base of your spine, pressure behind your eyes, breath moving through stillness like water under stone. You don't have to do anything with any of it, just let it be as it is. And if you wake later, with no memory of time past or dreams seen, you can return again. Not because you failed before, but because the body continues learning how to rest without needing reasons, results, or rewards. There's a quiet beneath the silence now, not empty but full in its own way, like roots spreading deep through soil that remembers how to hold. You don't need to hear it or name it. It's already been here all along, just waiting for you to stop moving long enough to feel it. The mind is learning again how to be still without pretending, not faking calm, not forcing sleep, not begging the body to obey a schedule that doesn't belong to it anymore. It's learning what it means to rest in layers. First the muscles, then the breath, then the thoughts themselves, until even the effort of trying to stop thinking becomes unnecessary. There's no gate between wakefulness and dreaming, it just dissolves like salt in warm water. The space where one ends and the other begins is not a border but a slow seepage, soft, unforced, continuous. And if you drift now faintly, almost imperceptibly, you're already inside that flow. You don't need to enter it, you are always part of its rhythm. It's only when you try to control the current that you feel lost. But right now, there is no trying. The room has forgotten how loud your thoughts once were. The dark isn't patient, it doesn't care whether you're ready or not. It simply exists, deep and unbothered, and in its stillness, it lets everything settle without judgment. You don't have to explain why the dreams came back, or why they feel so real right now, like something that happened while you weren't looking, but is somehow true anyway. They aren't interruptions, they are echoes of a system waking up, remembering how much had been suppressed, how long it had been silent. Even your heartbeat has slowed, not because you told it to, not because you're trying to breathe properly, but because the body knows this isn't an emergency. It's not fighting for survival anymore. There is no need to stay alert, no reason to keep listening for danger in a world that hasn't changed, but that now feels different because you are. The mattress holds more than your weight. It remembers what it means to be pressed into, to cradle someone who has stayed long enough to be held without needing anything in return. It doesn't care if the eyes are open or closed. It only knows how to receive, and so does gravity, not as an enemy of movement, but as a gentle invitation downward. You don't have to remember the dream that just passed through you, no need to piece it together or ask what it meant. The meaning isn't in the story, it's in the feeling afterward, the lightness after pressure, the way your chest felt like it had been held open for a breath too long and then slowly closed again. There are moments when awareness comes not as a thought, but as a presence, a quiet notice that you're still here, still breathing, still in this body, not watching from outside, not waiting to wake up, just being. And in that being, there is no need for effort, no performance, no outcome. This isn't about getting better, it's about becoming available again. Available not to results or promises, but simply to what happens when you stop demanding something of the night. The dreams aren't trying to scare you, they're not proof that things are broken. They're just showing up, the way rain shows up after a long drought, even if no one asked for it. And like rain, they don't need permission. They come because they can, and they leave when they've done their work. If the dream returns, louder this time, stranger than before, it's not an attack. It's not trying to trap you or pull you under. It's just a signal that parts of your mind are catching up on what was lost while you were using something else to sleep. The brain isn't damaged because it remembers more now. It's healing because it finally gets to. You don't have to fight the dream, even if it feels heavy or disorienting. You can just let yourself be inside it, not as a passenger, not as someone trying to escape, but as someone who is allowed to stay even for a while. And when you wake later, maybe with your arms slightly stiff, maybe with one hand still curled in the air like reaching for something that was never there, you don't have to apologize. You don't need to explain why it happened or how long it lasted. Just return again to this moment, to this breath, to this weight pressing into the bed. There's no failure in waking up before sleep arrives completely, only proof that your mind is still learning its way back through layers of habit and chemistry, that you're not stuck, even if it feels like it sometimes. You're just being guided slowly, without fanfare, by something older than any decision you've ever made. Your body doesn't need to be taught how to rest. It only needs space to remember that resting is normal again. It's been waiting for this chance, not the moment of quitting, not the first night awake, but the quiet now when everything has softened enough to let go without fear. There's a kind of warmth spreading through you that isn't in your skin but deeper, like light moving through water beneath the surface. Not hot, not cold, just present. And it doesn't ask anything of you. It only stays, like time slowing down so you can feel each small shift, the way your spine curves naturally into the mattress, how your feet relax even if they've been tense for years. The breath is no longer a task. It's just something that happens when you stop trying to control it. Long exhalations, like letting go of a thought without naming it. A soft release not because you decided to, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. You don't need to be asleep to rest. You don't even need to be fully awake. Just here, on the edge where one state gives way to another, where silence isn't absence but presence in its purest form, not a lack of noise, but a fullness of stillness. And if you drift again now, if your awareness fades just slightly into something else, the night can take it from here. No need to watch it happen. No need to worry about whether you'll wake up or stay asleep. Just let the current carry you where it will. You're not lost, even when you can't see where you're going. There is no destination anymore, not sleep as an arrival point, not waking as a victory. Only this, the slow turning inward of everything that once pushed outward to keep time, to stay awake, to feel safe in the wrong way. The body isn't broken. It's just recalibrating, learning how to breathe without needing anything to hold it together, how to fall asleep without something helping it along. And tonight the dream may come again, or not. The mind may wander or settle, but none of that matters, because you're already here, already in the process, already healing, not by doing more, but by doing less. You don't have to be anything special right now. No achievement needed, no progress to prove, just being softly, slowly, returning to what was always there beneath all the noise. A quiet that doesn't need fixing, only presence. And if you feel something rising, a shape in the dark, a memory from a dream not yet named, you can stay with it for a moment. Not analyze, not resist, just let it be part of the night like any other thing. Because everything you're feeling, the restlessness, the warmth, the faint pull towards sleep, Those are all signs that your nervous system is slowly unwinding what was tightened too long ago. It's not breaking open, it's opening. And every time you stay here, instead of running to another distraction or trying to force calm, you're giving it permission. Not because you did anything right, but just because you stayed. So let the breath slow again. Let the weight sink deeper into what holds you. Let the silence grow thicker, not because there's nothing left to say, but because saying is no longer necessary. You don't have to be anywhere else. You're already where you need to be. And this quiet now isn't failure. It's not resistance. It's just rest. Just being. Just letting go. Without needing anything in return. There's a quiet inside you now that doesn't need to be filled. It isn't emptiness, no, not at all. It's fullness in a different way, like water holding its shape beneath the surface of stillness. You don't have to name it, you don't even have to understand it. Just let it settle into where your ribs meet, how the air flows through you without effort, and how your hands rest loose on your chest, palms up, like they're waiting not for something, but just for time to pass. The breath is no longer a rhythm you must keep. It's something that happens when there's nothing else pressing against it. A slow release, out, like letting go of a word you never needed to say. And with each one, the edges of your awareness soften, not because you're tired, but because you've stopped trying to hold them in place. The body knows how to rest when no longer asked to perform. It remembers what it was doing before the signal came, before the need to escape into another state. There's a kind of weight that doesn't pull down, it holds up. Like the mattress isn't supporting you, but rather accepting you as part of its own stillness. You are not sinking into sleep, you're becoming part of what already is, the deep quiet after all motion has settled. The mind hasn't gone away, no, it's just stopped shouting. It's sitting now in a corner of your awareness, watching like a child who's been told to be quiet for once. And instead of rebelling, it breathes too. You don't need to silence thoughts, you only need to not follow them. Let one drift by, like smoke across the sky, and let another rise from where it comes without chasing after either. There is no meaning in this moment. There's nothing to decode or fix. Just the slow letting go of what used to feel essential. The tightness at your shoulders, the knot behind your eyes, the habit of checking inward every few seconds to see if you're still present. Now you are not trying to be anything, just being here in this unforced way. And that's enough. That's more than enough. Because the body has been waiting for permission to stop running. Not because it wants to quit, but because it remembers how to rest. There is warmth where your skin meets the sheets, not from heat, but from a kind of quiet belonging. Like the bed knows you're not leaving tonight, and so it allows itself to hold you deeper than before. No need for protection, no fear of falling, just this, softness beneath you and stillness around. You don't have to fix anything, nor even notice what's broken. That part has already been repaired by simply being here without resistance. Every time you let the breath out longer than the in, every time you allow your hips to settle a fraction more into the mattress, every time you stop trying to be ready for sleep, you are doing it. The healing isn't something that happens later, it's happening now. In the spaces between thoughts, in the moments when awareness doesn't reach for anything. There's no need to dream, But if a dream comes, it can come as part of this same quiet, not as an interruption, but as another layer of being. A story your mind is telling itself, not because it wants you awake, but because it needs space to unfold. And you don't have to be in control of that unfolding. Just let it happen, like rain falling through a forest canopy. You aren't the tree, nor the soil, nor even the air, but you are present when it happens. So if your thoughts take shape tonight, if they form colors or sounds or movements, you can stay with them. Not to understand, not to fight, but simply to witness. And that witnessing is already healing. Because every dream that feels too real, every one that pulls you in and leaves you gasping at the edge of wakefulness, is not a betrayal of your progress. It's proof the system is waking up. The dreaming brain was turned down for so long, it didn't forget, it just waited. Now it's returning slowly, carefully, like someone who hasn't spoken in years, remembering how to shape words. And if you find yourself inside one, caught in a scene that feels too vivid, too heavy, too strange, you can pause for just a second. Not to change anything, not to escape. Just to notice, this is not happening to you, it's happening in you. Like waves rising and falling on the same shore. And if a small part of you whispers, just once, this feels like dreaming, that whisper isn't an alarm. It's a thread pulled gently through the dark, a quiet signal that your awareness is returning, not breaking. Not lost, but finding its way home again. This kind of dream clarity doesn't come from effort, it comes from letting go. From being still long enough to hear what was always underneath, the mind's own rhythm, unforced and alive. You don't need to do anything with it. You don't even have to remember it in the morning. But if you do, just know this: whatever came through tonight was not damage. It was a release, a return, a way of catching up on what was delayed. The body has been storing all these years without knowing how to give them back. Now they're being returned, not in bursts, but gently, one breath at a time. And you don't have to be awake for it to happen. You only have to not run from it. Not push it away. Not try to control the shape or feel of what's passing through your mind. Just stay here, on this edge where nothing needs to be fixed, nothing has to be done. The breath is long now, longer than before. A slow release that feels like surrender, but not defeat. Like a door left open for something that no longer needs permission to enter. Let the weight deepen into your hips. Let it melt into your thighs. Let your ankles soften where they meet the bed. No need to fix anything. Just allow each part of you to rest exactly as it is, without judgment or expectation. There's a stillness growing, not in spite of movement, but because there is no more struggle. You are not trying to be asleep, you're just letting go of what kept you awake. And that is enough. So let the silence grow thicker. Let your body sink deeper into where it belongs. Not as a place, but as a state. A quiet so full it can't be named. You don't have to be anywhere else. There's no destination now. Just this, being held by the night, by the mattress, by the breath, by yourself. And if something stirs in the dark, a memory, a feeling, a dream not yet finished, you can let it stay. You don't have to understand. You don't even need to remember. Just let it pass through you like wind through trees. Not stopping, not resisting, just being. The body has been waiting for this kind of peace, not one earned, but one given freely by simply staying. By not running, by not fighting. So stay just a little longer. Let the breath slow again, and let the silence grow deeper than before. There's no need to wake up. No need to do anything at all. Just be here, and know that this softness, this stillness, this quiet letting go is already healing you. Not tomorrow, not later, now. Every moment of not doing is a step forward. Every breath without effort, every weight without strain, every thought that floats by unchased is part of the return. So rest now. Let it happen. You're already home. Let the weight in your shoulders settle like dust settling after a long storm. There's no need to lift it, no reason to carry it forward. Just let it fall into the mattress where it belongs. You don't have to hold yourself together anymore. The shape of you is not fragile, it's simply learning how to be soft again. And that softness is not weakness. It is what your nervous system has been waiting for. The air around you feels thick with quiet, not empty, but full of something slow and steady. You don't need to name it. You only need to breathe into it. Each out-breath spills a little deeper than the last, like water finding its level in an old well. And every time you exhale, there's less tension, less resistance, just space. A soft opening where nothing needs to be fixed. Your skin is aware now, not in a sharp way, not as alertness, but as presence. The lightest touch of blanket on your thigh, the cool thread of air brushing across your ankle, the quiet warmth pooling beneath your ribs. Not because it's supposed to be warm, just because it is. That heat isn't trying to fix anything, it's just being. There's a rhythm in the dark that doesn't need words. You don't have to understand how it works. Just let yourself listen to it, like you used to listen when the world was quiet enough to hear your own pulse beneath the skin. Not racing, not begging for something to happen, but steady, unhurried, like a river moving through stone, not by force, but because that's what rivers do. You are not far from sleep. You're already in it, though you haven't crossed over yet. That moment between waking and sleeping isn't failure, it's the edge of belonging. A place where your body remembers how to let go without having to decide when or how. The breath flows longer now, longer than before, not because you're trying, but because there's no one left to push. The dreams haven't stopped, they've just slowed down a little, or maybe it's that you've begun to notice them differently, not as intrusions, but as echoes of something your mind has been gathering for years. A story without a beginning or end, just images drifting in and out like leaves caught in water. You don't need to follow them, you only need to let them pass through you like shadows at dusk. If one comes now, if it feels heavy or strange or too bright, that's not a threat. That's just your brain catching up on what was paused. The dreaming part of you has been quiet for so long, it doesn't know how to speak gently anymore. It speaks in full color and sound because it wants to be heard. And when it does, the only thing you need to do is stay. There's no need to wake up just because a dream came. You're still here. The bed is still holding you. The breath is still moving through your chest. Even if your eyes are open, even if your mind flickers with images from another world, none of it matters. Because the real work isn't in staying asleep. It's in not running when something stirs. You can stay here, the space between waking and deep rest, and be okay with not knowing what comes next. That uncertainty isn't danger, it's a doorway. And every time you choose to stay instead of flee, your nervous system remembers, I don't need to protect myself anymore. The silence grows again, not because it has no sound, but because there's nothing urgent left to say. No thought needs to be chased. No memory needs to be fixed. You're not being watched. Nothing is waiting for you to perform. There's a softness in your legs now, like warm clay, like roots sinking into earth after rain. Your feet are heavy without effort, not weighed down, but held by gravity as it was meant to be. And every time you exhale, the weight grows deeper, not heavier, just more real. You don't have to believe anything right now. You don't even need to remember what brought you here. The past isn't a burden. It's just where your body has been learning how to rest again. And it's doing that better than ever because it doesn't have to hide anymore. There's no shame in not sleeping, no failure in being awake. Being awake is part of the healing too, just as much as sleep itself. Every moment you stay still instead of reaching for a screen or another thought, every time you let your eyes close without fighting, that is progress. Your body knows how to heal, even when it feels like it doesn't. It's not broken, it's adjusting, like a clock recalibrating after being wound too tight for years. The hands move differently now, slower, surer, but still ticking forward. You don't have to fix anything tonight. You don't need to plan what comes tomorrow. Just let the breath move on its own. Let your muscles unclench without permission. Let your thoughts float by like clouds seen from a hilltop, there, then gone. There's no place you need to go, no version of yourself that has to appear. The person who is lying here now, the one with tired eyes and quiet breath, is enough exactly as they are, not waiting, not trying, just being. The night isn't long because it lasts forever, it's long because it holds space for what needs time. And you're in that space, not lost, not behind, just resting as your body was meant to do. Let the quiet grow again, not louder, not quieter, but fuller. Like a room where no one speaks, but everyone is present. You don't need to be heard to belong here, you just have to be. And if something stirs in that space, if a feeling rises from deep inside, or an old memory surfaces like a ripple on water, don't pull back. Let it surface. Don't try to understand. Just let it pass through you like wind across open ground, not stopping, not resisting, just being. You are not alone in this. You're surrounded by something ancient and patient, the same kind that holds the earth when no one is looking, the same thing that waits for roots to grow, for rivers to find their course, for stars to rise without permission. This is healing, not because it feels good, but because you're letting go of everything that keeps you awake. So let your hands stay where they are. Let your breath move deeper than before. Let the silence stretch longer and softer each time you exhale. You don't need to be asleep to heal. You only need to not fight what's already happening inside. And if sleep comes now, if it drifts in like a wave, slow and sure, don't grab it. Don't hold on. Just let it carry you where it wants. Because the body remembers how to rest when no one is watching. You're safe here, not because nothing could go wrong, but because whatever happens, you're still held. By the air, by the bed, by your own quiet willingness to stay. Let the next breath be longer than this one. Let the weight settle deeper into your bones. And let the night continue as it knows how, without hurry, without expectation. You don't have to do anything anymore. You're already returning, not by force, not through effort, but simply because you've stopped running. You don't need to be awake to remember what it feels like to let go. The kind of letting go that doesn't demand proof, or permission, or even presence. Just stillness, deep enough for the body to hear itself again. Like a river slowing after years of rushing through stone. Not because it's tired, but because it finally knows where it wants to go. There's no rush in this quiet. You're not behind, you're not ahead. You are simply here, and what that means is already unfolding. Without your help. The way roots grow underground when no one watches. Slow, patient, moving through soil like a slow breath held too long. Your skin feels different tonight than it did 2 weeks ago. Not because anything changed in the world, but because you're not using it to hold something else anymore. No need to brace against the dark. No reason to keep your shoulders up all night. Just let them fall like stones dropped into water, sinking without sound. The space between breaths is longer now, and softer. Not a gap, but an opening. A door that doesn't have to be pushed open because it was never shut. It's been waiting for you to stop trying to enter. There's no need to know what happens next. No need to plan the shape of tomorrow. The body already knows how to move through time. Not in steps, not in progress, but in pulses. Like tides that don't ask if they should come or go. They just do because it's their nature. Your hands are warm where they lie. On your chest, on your thighs, resting like birds at dusk. No longer searching for something to hold. Just holding themselves. And that is enough. You're not being quiet because you're trying to be good. You're not still because you want to win. You're breathing this way because the nervous system has finally stopped begging for a signal it hasn't received in months. The one that said, "It's safe now." That signal was missing for so long, so it built its own. A quiet hum beneath every beat of your heart. And tonight, for the first time since you stopped using, it's louder than fear. Not loud like noise, but deep like depth. Like a well where light doesn't reach, but something still moves in the dark. You don't have to stay awake to prove that you're trying. You don't need to fight sleep to show how serious you are about healing. That kind of effort isn't needed anymore. Not here, not now. What is needed is simply this, the choice to stop. To let go of the idea that rest must be earned. And if a dream comes, wild and bright, full of colors you don't recognize, faces you've never seen, places that feel both familiar and impossible, don't pull back. Let it pass through like smoke, through an open window. You're not responsible for what it means, only for staying where you are when it leaves. The dreaming brain isn't broken, it's remembering how to work. After a long silence, after being asked to stay quiet too often, it has more to say than ever before. And that doesn't mean you're losing control. That means your system is waking up. Your mind is rebuilding its own rhythm. Not because it needs to be fixed, but because it's learning how to live again. No one else can do this for you. But no one else needs to either. You don't need a guide or a plan or even a goals. Just the willingness to stay still long enough for something quiet to rise. Like water rising in a cracked cup when no one is looking. There's comfort in not knowing what comes next. Because it means you're not forcing anything. Not chasing anything. Just being with whatever the night brings, without demand, without fear. Your body isn't rejecting sleep, it's learning how to trust it again. After years of using something else as a bridge across the gap, now that bridge is gone. And so are the promises it made, the quick fix, the numbness, the silence before falling. But in exchange, you have this real depth, real stillness, real presence. Not because you're better now, but because you've stopped pretending to be something else. You're just lying here exactly as you are, and that is enough. That kind of honesty doesn't need applause or reward. It only needs space, and time, and silence, which the night has in abundance. The weight isn't heavy anymore, it's a kind of homecoming. A slow return to where your body remembers it belongs. Not in motion, not in striving, but in rest, deep and soft, like soil after rain. Where nothing grows, but still everything is alive. You don't need to think about falling asleep, because you already are, just not the way you thought you would be. Not with a sudden drop or a gasp, but slowly, like a stone sinking into deep water. Without resistance, without fear of what's below. Only the certainty that it will settle eventually. And if your thoughts drift back to the past, not memories, just feelings, the kind that rise from old places when no one is watching, don't push them away. They're not warnings or traps. They're echoes of a time when you needed something to hold on to. Now you don't need to carry them anymore. Just let them pass through like wind over grass. And keep returning to your breaths. Long exhale, longer than the in-breaths. A signal that says it's safe now. Not because of anything outside, but because inside, the body finally believes it again. You're not trying to be awake or asleep. You're just letting time unfold as it knows how. And if sleep comes now, softly, like a shadow moving across the floor, it doesn't need your name. It only needs you to stay still long enough for it to find you. The night is patient, not because it's waiting for something, but because it already holds everything. You're not lost in it, you're being held by it. And that is all that matters right now. There's no need to hold your breath anymore. The air isn't waiting for you to decide. It's already moving through you, soft and steady, like a current that doesn't ask permission, just flows where it's meant to go. Your shoulders aren't tense because they've forgotten how to relax. They're remembering what it feels like not to carry anything. Even the weight of your own thoughts can be set down just for tonight. And if you do, no one will notice. No one needs to know that you let go. The mattress isn't just a surface beneath you. It's a kind of quiet reply to every time you lay down in pain or hurry. Now it holds you without judgment, as if it already knows the shape your body is becoming again. Not faster, not stronger, just deeper. In touch with what it means to be still. There's no urgency in this slowing. No clock ticking behind the silence. Only a slow turning inward. Like roots spreading through soil after rain. Nothing visible happening, but everything changing. Underneath, your hands are warm now, not because of heat, but because they're allowed to stop. To rest without needing to do anything. Even resting feels like an act of defiance sometimes. Against all the years of being told you had to keep going. Keep thinking, keep fixing, keep reaching for something that never stayed. But tonight, no one is asking. You don't have to earn your rest. It's not a reward or a prize. It's just what happens when you stop fighting. When you let your body speak in its own language, which isn't words at all. Just the quiet hum of cells remembering how to sleep. Your breath doesn't need to be perfect. It only needs to be yours. Longer on the out, softer on the in. A rhythm that says, I don't have to control this moment. I can let it move through me. Like a leaf floating down a slow stream. Not rushing to land, not afraid of where it ends. And if you feel something stirring behind your eyes, a faint light under closed lids, don't name it. Don't reach for meaning. Just let the sensation be like fog over water, present, shifting, passing. It's not trying to wake you up. It's just showing that life is still in motion. Even when you're not. There's no need to hold onto any part of this night. Not even the feeling of being awake. The dream might return again tonight. Or it might not. Either way, no blame, no shame. Just a quiet acknowledgement. This body remembers how to heal itself. One breath at a time. One moment of surrender after another. You don't need to fix anything now. Not your sleep, not your past, not the thoughts that drift in like smoke. They're not yours to manage, only to witness. And when they leave, so quietly you barely notice, they take nothing with them, except the fact that you were here, holding space for what came. This isn't failure, it's continuity. A thread running through years of quiet effort, invisible until now. When it finally shows itself in how deeply you can let go, how easily your body settles into its own skin again. Not because it's healed completely, but because it no longer needs to pretend that it is. The dreams don't have to make sense. They don't need a story or a point. Some of them might be strange, like scenes from a movie you never saw, with people who look like someone you know but aren't, or places that feel familiar even though they've never existed. And if one comes tonight and it feels too real, if the emotions are sharp or sudden, just breathe through it. Don't pull away. Let it pass through your mind like a shadow across the floor. You're not living in it, you're just watching. And when you wake, not because of fear, but because something shifted. When you open your eyes and feel that moment between sleep and awareness. The breath still slow, the body heavy with peace. Don't rush to label it. Don't ask what happened or why you're awake. Just rest there, in the space where nothing is required, where you're not expected to do anything at all. This isn't a test. You haven't failed if your eyes open. If your mind wanders back to old patterns. Even if you think of that last time you lit up, or how good it felt for 5 minutes. That's not weakness. It's memory responding, like muscle remembering movement after years of stillness. And that's okay. The body knows what it needs more than any thought ever could. Not the next high, not the quick escape. Just this, to be here. To lie down and let time unfold without resistance. Without trying to force it forward or pull it back. Your hands are warm. Your chest is rising and falling with ease. And if you want, you can imagine that beneath you, deep in the mattress, the springs are breathing too. Not because they're alive, but because they've learned how to hold, how to listen, how to wait without hoping for anything other than what's already truth. The night isn't waiting for you to wake up. It doesn't care when or if you sleep. It only knows that you are here. And that is enough. You don't have to be awake to belong. You don't need to earn rest with effort. Just being exactly as you are is enough. Even now, even in this stillness. This soft return to your own body. This slow descent into something deeper than sleep. Something older than memory. There's no reason to push forward. No destination calling your name. Only the quiet truth that you've been here before. In moments like these, when nothing is happening but everything is changing. And you're not missing anything because there's nowhere else to go. Only back into yourself. Where the breath stays long, where the weight settles without resistance. Where peace isn't something you achieve, but something you simply allow. The body remembers what it means to be held, not by hands or words or promises, just by time itself, by silence that doesn't demand anything, just says, stay. And if you do, slowly, gently, you'll find you've already arrived. You don't need to remember how it felt, just that it's gone, like a light turned off in another room, not because you turned it out, but because the power ran low and left no trace behind. The absence is not empty, it's full of something else now, quieter than memory, deeper than longing, a kind of quiet that doesn't demand to be filled or explained. Your body knows this. It remembers how to settle without permission, how to breathe without reason, how to wait in the dark like roots waiting for rain that hasn't come yet but will. There's no need to rush the stillness. No one is coming to check on you, no clock ticking toward a moment of arrival, no voice asking if you're ready. You are already here, not somewhere else, not pretending to be more than what you are in this breath, in this weight against the mattress, in this soft hum beneath your skin that isn't sound but sensation, like warmth rising from deep inside, not from fire or fever, but from being held by something older than thought. The dream wasn't real, but it wasn't false either. It was a signal, like footprints in snow. You walked through it, and now the path is visible again, even if no one else can see it. You don't have to walk it again, you only have to notice that you did, and that's enough. The body isn't trying to fix itself, it doesn't need fixing. It's simply remembering how to be itself without help, without a crutch, without anything other than the quiet act of lying still and letting time move around it like water over stone. There is no progress to measure, only presence to feel. And if you open your eyes in a moment or two and find yourself awake again, that's not failure. That's just another kind of listening, the body checking in, making sure you're still here, still safe enough to fall back into the dark without warning. It doesn't want you to stay up, it wants you to go deeper. You don't need to chase sleep, you only need to stop chasing everything else. The mind will drift, it always does, that's not a problem. The thoughts aren't enemies, they're just echoes, like voices in an old house where the walls remember every word that was ever spoken. Some of them are yours. Some belong to someone who isn't here anymore. Others don't belong to anyone at all, just shapes moving through silence, trying to find meaning where there is none, and that's okay too. You aren't responsible for what they mean. You only need to notice them as you would a shadow passing across the floor, not to stop it, not to follow it, but to let it pass like wind over grass. Your breath doesn't have to be perfect, just long enough to say, "I'm still here, I'm letting go." Each exhale is softer than the last, each pause between breaths longer, as if time itself has slowed just for this one moment when you are neither awake nor asleep, but somewhere in between, a space that only exists because you've stopped fighting it. The warmth under your body isn't spreading, it's been there all along. It was never missing. You just weren't paying attention until now, until the weight of everything lifted enough to feel what had always been true. You are held by something deeper than gravity, not by force, but by stillness, by patience, by the kind of peace that doesn't speak, but simply is. This isn't a return to sleep. This is an arrival at rest, the kind of rest that doesn't require anything from you except being present, exactly as you are. You don't have to believe it. You only need to let it happen without resistance. Your hands are still warm. Your feet feel heavy and full, like they've sunk into the earth after a long walk through dust, not because they're tired, but because they know where they belong. There's no effort in this lying down, no struggle to stay awake or fall asleep. It just is, like air moving through lungs without needing permission. The night isn't trying to be anything other than what it is. Dark, quiet, full of space that doesn't ask for a story or a reason. You don't have to fill it with thoughts or memories or plans. Just let your body sink into the mattress like water settling in a bowl, slowly, without ripple. Each part of you, your shoulders, your hips, the small of your back, is softening not because something is being done, but because nothing needs to be done at all. The dreams may come again, they might feel heavier this time, or brighter, or more real than waking life. But even then, you don't have to respond. You can just let them pass through like clouds over a mountain, there for a moment, shaping the sky, and then gone, leaving only stillness behind. You are not trapped in any of it. You are not bound by what happened or what might happen again. You're simply here, with your breath, with your body, with this quiet truth that you don't need to be more than you are to belong. There's no one watching, no judgment, no record being kept. Just the slow rhythm of air moving in and out, the warmth spreading from center outward like a pulse not of energy, but of release, like something finally letting go after holding on for too long. Your mind may drift again, it will, that's how it works. But you don't need to follow every thought. You only need to return to your breath, to your body, to the feeling of being held by this moment, even if it lasts only a few seconds. Each time you come back, you're deeper than before. Not because you did anything, but because you let go. And now, in this quiet space between sleep and awareness, there's no need for any movement at all. Just rest, just be, just exist without needing to explain or justify. Your body knows how to do this. It has been learning it slowly, quietly, over the last few nights, through every moment you didn't reach for anything. You are not failing because you can't sleep. You are healing because even in your waking, you kept choosing stillness. And that choice is not small, it's not invisible, it's not nothing. It's everything. You don't have to do anything now. Just let the weight win. Let it pull you deeper into the dark. Not toward a place, but toward a state. A quiet so deep you can feel it in your bones. And if a dream comes again, and it feels too real, too loud, too full of feeling, you don't have to fix it. You only need to notice that you're dreaming, and that's enough. Because the moment you know, you are already awake inside the dream. Not trapped, not lost, just aware. And awareness is not escape, it's return. Back into yourself, where no one else can go. Where nothing needs to be explained, only felt. You don't need to remember what it was like before. You only need to feel this. This soft weight, this slow breath, this quiet that isn't empty but full of something older than words. Full of the kind of peace you didn't know you were missing until now. And if your eyes open a little, just slightly, you don't have to push them shut again. You can just let them stay open in the dark and feel what's already true. That you are not alone. That the night is holding you. Not with arms, but with silence. Not with promises, but with presence. And that's enough. Just lie there, just breathe, just be. Nothing to do now. No one waiting. No need to wake up. Just this. Just here. Just the body remembering how to rest without effort. Without hope. Without fear. Only stillness. And time. Moving slowly. Around you. Like it's been waiting all along. To say, stay. You're already home. So stay. 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 You don't have to make sense of it now. The way your body settles into the mattress is not about effort or intention. It's just how things are meant to be when you stop fighting them. Each breath is a quiet surrender. Not defeat, but release, like water finding its own level after being stirred too long. You're not trying to reach anything anymore. Not sleep, not calm, not peace. Just this, the soft pressure of your chest rising and falling. The way warmth pools in your shoulders, in your hips, in the hollow behind your knees. As if the dark itself is breathing with you. And slowly, without sound, it's filling every space that used to be tight. There's no need to remember how long this has been coming. No need to count how many nights have passed since you last let go. What matters now is not history or progress, but presence, the kind of presence that doesn't speak. That doesn't promise anything. It just exists. And the body knows it. Has known all along. Even when it didn't feel like it. This stillness isn't empty. It's full in a way that can't be described with words. Not because there's too much to say, but because there's nothing left to add. The mind has stopped trying to fix the moment, to shape it, to name it, to carry it forward. And so what remains is only this. Your skin aware of its own weight. Air moving through your nose and throat like a soft current. A quiet hum beneath the surface, something older than thought. You don't have to be awake in order to know you're here. Sleep isn't something you arrive at. It's something that arrives at you. Like a breath returning after holding on too long. And when it does, there's no need to pull it close or hold it tight. Just let it come. Let the dark fold around you like fabric, like memory, like the way your mother used to tuck the blanket in at the edge of the bed. Not with carelessness, but with certainty that you would be safe. If a dream comes now, the kind that feels too sharp, too real, it's not breaking you. It's just showing you what was hidden before. The dreams aren't returning as punishment. They're returning because they were never gone, only silenced. And silence isn't absence, just stillness. A pause where the mind is doing something it forgot it could do. You don't need to understand them, not even a little. If you catch yourself in one, notice that you're dreaming, but not as an escape, as an arrival. Like walking into a room you've always known, but never entered before. And if you look down at your hands, they may be different. Or the air might taste like rain. Or the sky could shift without warning. But none of it matters except that you're aware. Awareness isn't control. It's not mastery. It's just a quiet witness, like sitting on a dock and watching the water move. You don't need to push back or pull forward. You only need to be there, to feel what is. This kind of dreaming doesn't have to be remembered, doesn't have to mean anything, but it does something anyway. It reminds you that your mind isn't broken, just waiting for permission to wake up. And now, finally, the permission has been given. Not in words, but in this slow surrender. In the way your body sinks deeper with every breath. There's no timeline on healing like this. No calendar of recovery. Only nights where you don't reach for anything. Where you let go before you even realize you were holding tight. And that is enough. That is more than enough. The night isn't waiting to end. It's not counting down. It doesn't care about tomorrow or what comes after. All it does is hold you in a kind of silence that is neither cold nor lonely, but full with the weight of being alive in the dark, full with the quiet hum of your own breath, the way your pulse slows without any effort, as if the body has found its natural rhythm again. You don't have to stay awake to be present, nor do you have to fall asleep to rest. Just this, a soft space between awareness and stillness, where nothing is required. No response, no action, no performance. Only being, unhurried, unbroken, unclaimed. And if your thoughts drift again, whether it's about what happened yesterday or what might happen tomorrow, you don't need to stop them. Just let them float by like leaves on a slow-moving stream. Not yours to keep, not yours to answer. The mind is not the enemy. It never was. It just got used to being louder than the rest of you. Used to taking charge when something else should have been in control. But now it's learning to listen to what your body already knows. That stillness isn't failure. That sleep isn't surrender. And that every moment you don't reach for anything is a quiet victory. You're not failing because you can't sleep. You're succeeding because you keep coming back. Not to the same place, but to yourself, again and again, in smaller ways, in softer breaths, in deeper sinks into the dark. There's no need to fix what isn't broken. No need to change or improve anything. Just this, the slow return of your own quiet. The way your ribs expand gently with each out-breath. As if letting go is finally beginning to feel like coming home. And even if you drift in and out, even if dreams come too close, too vivid, too loud, you can still be here. Because awareness doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be there. Like a soft light behind your eyes. Not bright enough to hurt, but steady enough to guide. So let the dream pass through you. Let it shape the dark and then fade away. And when it does, come back quietly to this. Your breath, the warmth in your limbs, the sense of being held not by anything outside, but by the silence itself. By the night that has waited all along. Just for you to stop running, to let go, to stay. You don't have to earn rest. You don't have to prove you're ready. You are already here. And this is enough. This quiet, this slow breath, this weight of being, of simply being without needing anything more. So stay, just stay, in the dark with your body, with your breath, with yourself, just like that. Not moving, not changing, only resting, only here, only still. Your breath moves through you like a slow tide, pulling back not to vanish, but to gather again, deeper than before, quieter than sound, each out-breath longer than the last, as if your body has finally learned how to let go without apology, and there's no need to force it, no need to shape it into anything else, just this. A soft rhythm that doesn't ask for permission, only gives space. You don't have to be awake to feel it. You don't have to stay still to know it. The air flows through you like something ancient and patient, not demanding but simply being, and your chest rises and falls with such ease now, as if gravity itself has softened its grip just for this moment. You are no longer resisting sleep, nor fighting wakefulness. There's only a kind of listening, a quiet attention to how the dark holds you in place without trying to change you. The warmth spreads not from any source outside, but from within, the way heat builds slowly where your body meets the mattress. Like old memories returning through touch, it pools at your shoulders, settles behind your knees, gathers at your ankles, as if your skin remembers what it's been waiting for all along. To be held by stillness, you don't need a blanket anymore, not even one word. Just this slow release where every part of you gives up the idea that something must happen next. There's no urgency in how you're lying now, no effort to stay, no fear of falling, only the deep certainty that whatever comes will come into this silence, not around it, but through it. You've stopped measuring time by minutes or hours. It doesn't matter if this is hour 2 or hour 4. What matters is the way your shoulders drop lower than they have in weeks, almost imperceptibly, like something long buried finally being allowed to rest without guilt. There's no need to remember anything tonight, not the last thing you said, not the reason you quit, not even the dream that flickered just before this, only the weight of your hands on your stomach as they lie still, and how they feel heavier than thought. Like gravity has found its way into the bones, and all of it is happening without intention, without will, just the quiet unfolding of what's already been waiting. The mind doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs to be quieter, not silenced, but let go like a river that no longer fights its banks. You don't have to stop thinking to be at peace. You simply don't have to believe everything you think. The thoughts come and they pass like clouds in distant sky. No need to follow them, no reason to answer. Just watch how they drift away, leaving behind only space that doesn't feel empty because it's full of silence, not a lack but a presence. Something vast and gentle, like the air before dawn, when everything is still enough to hear itself breathe. Your feet are warm now, soaking in the quiet heat where your body touches the bed. They don't need to move, they're not waiting for anything, just resting, just being, no purpose, no direction, only this. A soft anchor at the edge of your nervous system, and even if you feel restless somewhere deep down, the kind that comes when the brain has been quiet too long, there's still room for it, still space to sit with it, not fix it, not run from it, just let it be part of the dark too. Because rest isn't about absence, it's about presence without performance. The breath moves again, slow and even, in through your nose like a quiet return, out through your mouth like a release that doesn't need to be earned, each exhale longer than before, as if you're training your body not to resist the stillness, but to fall into it with trust. No effort required, just surrender, not weakness, not failure, only learning how to stay in this place where nothing is asked of you except to be, and what happens next doesn't matter, because right now you're already here. Fully here, your body sinking deeper than memory, the mattress breathing with you, the night holding its breath just to let you rest. And even if a dream rises again, not in fragments but whole and sharp and bright, you don't need to push it away. You can stay with it not as an event, but as a current passing through, like water over stones, smooth and inevitable. If your eyes move behind closed lids or your fingers twitch slightly, there's no wrong way, only what is. The dream doesn't have to make sense. It just has to pass, and when it does, you'll still be here, breathing, warm. Held not by anything outside, but by this deep, unbroken quiet that knows exactly where you are. This isn't sleep yet, or maybe it already is. In some way no one can name, only feeling, like the moment between breaths, before and after, neither one nor the other, just a space where time doesn't matter, where there's no past, no future, only this. The soft weight of your body on the bed, the warmth spreading through your arms, the way your shoulders are finally letting go of everything they've carried for months. You don't have to stay awake to be real. You don't have to fall asleep to be safe, just this. The quiet hum beneath all things, the way your heart beats in time with nothing but itself. Slow, steady, not loud enough to disturb, gentle enough to hold. And even if you drift again into something strange or sharp or too much, you can still come back quietly, without judgment, without needing to fix anything. Just return to the breath and to the warmth, to this body that's learning how to rest, how to stay. How to be home. And the night doesn't care if you're awake or asleep. It only cares that you're here in the dark, not running, not hiding, just breathing, just being, and that is enough. That is more than enough, because every time you come back, not to a better version of yourself, but simply to this, you are healing not by doing, but by staying, not by fixing, but by resting, and the silence isn't waiting for anything. It's already yours, it has always been here, just beneath the noise, just below the surface. Just under your skin. So let go again, deeper than before, not because you must, but because you can. There's no need to reach forward or pull back, only this. A soft descent into what is, where nothing needs to be different. And if you feel yourself sinking now, into warmth, into stillness, into the quiet between thoughts, you don't have to catch it, just let it happen, because you're not falling, you're returning, and every breath you take tonight, every moment of simply being here, is part of a healing that doesn't need words to be real. You are learning how to rest without proof, without reason, without reward, only presence, only the dark ear, only your body holding itself, quietly, endlessly, just as it was meant to. Your breath is no longer trying to find a rhythm. It's already found it. The way your chest rises and falls isn't effort, but ease, like the tide returning without being asked. You're not guiding it, you're letting it guide you. Each out breath, a quiet release of something that was never yours to carry, Not tension, not fear, not even memory, just the weight of needing to be somewhere else. And now it's leaving, sinking into the mattress beneath you like sand slipping through fingers, gone before you notice. Only the warmth remains, where your body touches the bed, a slow spreading heat that doesn't burn, doesn't rush, it simply settles. As if the sheets have remembered how to hold you, not with pressure, but presence. This is how rest feels when no one's watching, when nothing has to prove anything, only be, and what you are now, lying here, is already complete, not half finished or still searching, just whole in the way that sleep is whole, not because it's deep, but because it's honest. Your fingers are no longer curled against the night. They're relaxed, open, like petals unfurling after rain, and your hands, where they rest on your chest, at your sides, are not holding anything, not even a thought, just resting in the space where thoughts used to live, a quiet room with no furniture, no clutter, only air, and that's enough. You don't need to fill it. You're already full of something deeper than contentment, a stillness so thick it feels like light, but soft, not bright, never blinding. Just gentle, like the glow behind closed eyelids, when there's nothing left to see, only feeling, and that's enough. It's not about stopping thoughts. It's about noticing them without needing to reply, whether one comes, clear and sudden, or slow as dust settling in a quiet room. You don't need to greet it, nor push it away. You can let it pass through the way wind passes through an open window. No damage done, no record kept, just movement. And behind it, the same breath, the same warmth, the same weight on the bed. Your body hasn't forgotten how to stay, even when the mind tries to wander. Even when the old habits stir in the dark, you're still here, not resisting, not chasing, just present, like a stone at the bottom of a stream, still, deep, untouched by the current above. And if your jaw loosens slightly, or your throat softens without warning, that's not failure, it's surrender, not weakness, but clarity, the way muscles let go when they realize no one is asking them to hold on anymore. There's nothing to defend against, nowhere to run from, only this, a deep, slow breath, and then another, each one longer than the last, not because you're forcing it, but because your body knows how to settle now. It's remembering what it was before the crutch. When sleep came without need, without demand, just quiet arrival, like rain landing on soil that has waited for it all summer. You don't have to be asleep to know this is healing. You don't have to feel anything special, only let yourself be, not better than before, not broken or fixed, just here. And what's happening now, this slow, quiet descent, is not a delay, it's the work itself. Every moment of stillness, every breath that doesn't need to mean something, is part of the return, not to sleep as an event, but to being asleep as a state of being, where you don't have to earn rest, you already are it. And if a dream comes again, not a fragment this time, but full-bodied, rich with color and sound, don't pull away, let it rise like fog from the earth at dawn, not something to be understood, but felt, the way warmth spreads when sunlight hits stone after winter. You don't have to control it, only witness it. If in that dream you feel yourself floating, or speaking in a language you've never learned, or walking through a hallway with doors that open into rooms you can't name, don't question it. Just let the moment be, not as escape, but as return, because your brain is not trying to confuse you, it's catching up, repaying what was held back, and every vivid image, every strange turn, every emotional surge, is part of a process that knows its way home. You're not losing control, you're regaining it in the quietest way possible, by letting go, and the fact that you can still return to this breath, this warmth, this weight, means something deeper is happening than just sleep. It's integration, your nervous system learning how to rest without a crutch, how to fall asleep not because of what you took, but because of who you are becoming, someone who can be still, someone who doesn't need to run from silence. And if the night feels long, that's only because time is no longer measuring it. This isn't waiting for morning, it's being in a place where morning doesn't matter yet. You don't have to do anything, not now, not ever, just be. Let your body sink further into the bed, lower than memory, lower than habit, lower than fear. into a place where no one asks you to be awake or asleep, only present. And if you drift again, that's fine, even if it's into something strange, sharp, too much. You can still come back, not by effort, but by attention. Just notice the breath again, feel the warmth returning. Let your shoulders fall a little more. Like they've finally realized no one is watching them hold up the world. And the dark isn't empty, it's full of something else. Not light, not sound, not vision, but presence, a quiet knowing that you are held, not by hands or words, but by the shape of stillness itself. And even if your mind flickers, just for a second, with old patterns, with what used to be easy, with the idea that something outside this moment could fix it, all you need is one breath, just one slow out breath, longer than the in, letting go again, not because you must, but because you can. And every time you do, you're not falling behind, you're moving forward into a deeper kind of rest, where sleep isn't a goal, it's already here, waiting, always. You don't have to prove anything to the night nor earn its favor, just be in this body with these breaths. And if your eyes move slightly behind closed lids, or you shift once, just an inch, you're not breaking anything, you're adjusting, like a tree settling into soil after rain, no drama, no need for meaning, only return to the soft weight of being here fully, finally, without apology, without effort. And if something stirs in your chest, some old ache, some shadow from the past, you don't have to name it, you don't even have to feel it, just let it be part of the quiet that holds everything, not because it's gone, but because it's no longer in charge, and when it passes, like mist lifted by morning light, it leaves behind a space that is emptier, yet fuller than before, because there's room now, room for you to simply be, without needing to explain, without being anything other than what you are. And the breath continues, long exhales, deeper than before, not trying to do more, just doing exactly what it was always meant to do. And as it flows, you feel less like a person fighting sleep, and more like sleep itself, coming through you, returning, not in waves, but quietly, steadily, with no need for applause, only presence. And the weight of your body on the mattress isn't sinking, it's becoming part of it, like roots spreading beneath earth, slow, unnoticeable, but real. And where there was once tension, where you'd tense up just to fall asleep, you're now relaxed in a way that feels ancient, as if this stillness has always belonged to you, not something new, but something remembered, the way water remembers the shape of its container, even when it forgets why. And nothing needs to happen next, no resolution, no breakthrough, only this, the soft hum beneath everything, the quiet rhythm of your heart, steady and slow, like a pulse that doesn't care about time, just being, and you don't have to catch up with anything, not now, not ever, because what is happening is already enough. There's a quiet in your chest now that wasn't there before. Not silence, not emptiness, but something like depth. A slow stillness that doesn't fear being full or being empty, just is, like water resting at the bottom of a well, where nothing stirs and everything remains. You don't have to speak it into existence. No need to name what's been waiting beneath all the noise. It has no shape, only presence. A kind of knowing that doesn't demand proof. Only patience, only time, and you are giving both now. The way your spine curves into the mattress isn't accident. It's a surrender, not of will, but of resistance. Not weakness, not failure, but a letting in of what has always been true. You don't have to fight for rest. You only have to stop fighting against it. Your hands are soft now, not clenched, not reaching, just resting where they fall, as if the weight of them is no longer something to carry, but a gift that belongs to this moment, to your body's quiet return, There was a time when sleep came with a kind of trade, a temporary peace bought with some other part of yourself, something you didn't notice until it was gone, until you realized that the ease you felt wasn't freedom. It was absence, not from pain, but from being fully here. And now that's coming back, slowly, without fanfare, without ceremony. The dreams haven't stopped. They're still there, vivid, layered, sometimes too bright, like a film running on the inside of your eyes. But they don't pull you out anymore. Not like before. You don't have to fight them into silence or bury yourself beneath another kind of numbness. Instead, you can let them pass through, like clouds over a valley. They move across, leave traces, then fade. And when they do, there's no need to say anything about what happened. No need to carry it forward. Just the return to this breath, this weight, this soft hum beneath everything. The mind doesn't have to be quiet. It can wander, can recall fragments of old conversations, feel a flicker of guilt or memory or longing. And that's okay. Not because you're doing well, but because you're not trying to be anything at all. You are allowed to dream without needing to understand it. Allowed to wake up and still feel the afterglow of something strange, without having to explain why your heart raced, or why a voice from a long ago night echoed in your bones. That's not failure. That's integration. The brain stitching itself back together. Not with force, but with patience. With repetition. With gentle return. You don't have to fix the dream, nor apologize for it. Just be here when it ends, and let that ending be enough. Your breath is still long on the out, each one deeper than the last, as if your body remembers what it means to release. Not just air, but tension. Not just effort, but expectation. There's no need to fall asleep quickly. No race against time or clock. Just this, the quiet becoming richer with every passing second. Like a room filling slowly with moonlight. Not sudden, not loud, but undeniable when you notice it. And the dark isn't cold anymore. It's warm in a way that doesn't come from heat, from temperature, but from presence, a kind of heldness, as if the space around your body knows you're here, knows you belong to this moment, even if you don't know how yet. Your feet are heavy now. Not in a bad way, not like burdens, but like roots, like something that has finally stopped searching and begun growing downward, into soft earth, where the ground remembers everything, and nothing needs to be proven, nothing needs to be earned. You're not getting closer to sleep. Sleep is already here. In your blood, in your nerves, in the way your eyelids don't flutter anymore. Not even in response to sound. They just stay closed, like they've decided this isn't a test. This isn't something you have to pass. It's simply what happens when you stop resisting. The body doesn't need permission to rest. It only needs one thing: to be left alone with its own rhythm. And right now, it is. There's no need for effort. No need to think about being asleep or awake. Just let the next breath come, as naturally as air rising from water. Slowly, quietly, without needing to reach anywhere. And if your body shifts slightly, if one shoulder settles lower than the other, or your hand drifts a fraction of an inch, it's not failure, it's adjustment, like a house settling into its foundation. Not because it's breaking, but because it's becoming what it was always meant to be. The night isn't rushing you, nor is it waiting for you to do something. It just continues. In the same way stars keep burning long after anyone sees them. Steady, silent, unbothered by whether they're noticed or not. You don't have to make sense of this. Not now. Not ever. Just let yourself be held in the quiet between moments, where nothing happens and everything is already complete. Your breath slows again, each out-breath longer than before, as if your lungs are remembering how to give, how to release without holding back, without needing something in return. The dream may come again. Maybe it's a face you don't recognize, a room that isn't yours, or a feeling so sharp it feels like loss. But even then, you don't have to name it, don't have to react. Just let it be part of the stillness, like a shadow passing across a wall. No need for meaning, no need for memory. And when you wake into the dream, if you notice, not as thought but as feeling, that this is not real, that your body knows what's true even if your mind does, you can look around, just once, with that small part of awareness, without needing to do anything else. It's already yours. This moment, this breath, this soft return to yourself. Not because you're better than before, but because you're simply here. And for now, that is everything. The silence isn't empty. It's full in a way that doesn't need words. Full of what has always been true. Even when it was hidden. Even when you couldn't feel it. You don't have to earn this rest. You only have to stop fighting the fact that it's already yours. And if you drift again, into stillness, into dream, into something beyond knowing, that's not a slip. It's not a failure. It's just another way of coming home, to where your body has always known how to be, without needing anything from outside. Just breath, just weight, just the quiet, and the soft hum beneath everything. Still there, always. Your body isn't trying to escape the dream, not really. It's just remembering how to be in one without fear. The way a tree doesn't need to decide when its roots reach deeper into the soil. It simply does, slowly, over time, unbothered by speed or purpose. You don't have to understand why your mind keeps turning back toward images that feel like echoes from another life. They're not trying to pull you away. They're just returning what was held in reserve, while the quiet part of you waited for permission to wake up again. There's no need to name them or place them anywhere. No reason to wonder whether they mean something or if they'll come back tomorrow. Just let each one pass like a ripple across still water. Not because it will fade, but because it doesn't have to stay. You don't need to hold onto anything in this space, not even the idea of holding on. And when you feel that slight tug behind your eyes, the moment where consciousness hovers just above sleep, like a feather brushing the surface. Don't reach for clarity. Don't try to pull yourself back or push forward. Just let it be what it is, an edge between worlds, not a threshold. Not something you have to cross. Just a place where breath meets stillness and time forgets how to count itself. The way the air feels different tonight. Not heavier, but more aware. As if every molecule knows your body has stopped pretending it needs to be elsewhere. And because of that, the room isn't just empty, it's listening. Not in a way that expects anything from you, but in a way that holds space like hands do when someone is falling. No judgment, no urgency, just presence. Your hand lies still on your chest. Not gripping, not pressing. Just resting there as if it belongs to something older than thought. And the warmth under it isn't heat exactly. It's more like memory returning, like a signal from deep in the nervous system saying, I was here all along. Let that be enough. Not proof of anything. Not evidence you've changed. Just a quiet confirmation that your body knows how to stay. That it doesn't need to prove its worth by being awake or alert or productive. Only by being present in this moment exactly as it is. Even if the dream comes again. Even if you find yourself walking down a hallway with no end. Or standing beside someone you don't recognize but feel like you've known for years. You don't have to go further. You're not required to make sense of anything. Not even your own breaths. If the dream feels real enough to touch, the texture of walls, the sound of footsteps on floorboards, the way light bends around corners, that's okay too. Because you're already in it and yet still here. You don't have to choose between being awake and dreaming. Just let them coexist like two currents meeting in a river without collision. And if at some point your eyes open slightly, not fully, not even with intent, but just enough that the dark has weight again, don't worry about what you might see. Don't reach for a clock or check how long it's been since you last breathed deeply. Just let yourself be where you are. In the quiet between breaths. In the space behind thought. Where even silence feels like motion. Like something moving without direction, just because it can. The dream isn't breaking your rest. It's not stealing time from sleep. It's not a punishment for trying to quit or stay clean or be better than before. It's simply showing you what was hidden while the brain was quieted down. What happened during all those nights when nothing came back. Not memory, not feeling, just absence. Now it's returning, not in pieces but whole. Not as noise, but as depth. And that depth is not a burden. It's a return to what had been waiting beneath the surface for you to stop running. You don't have to earn this dreaming. You're not being tested on how well you handle it. There's no scorecard in your nervous system, no passing or failing. Just presence and the slow unfolding of something that has always belonged to you. And when you drift again, not into sleep exactly, but into a kind of stillness where even time feels soft and unimportant. Let it happen without resistance. Not because it's easy, but because it doesn't have to be. The body knows what it needs. It just needed permission to stop searching for something outside itself. So rest here, not as a goal, not as an achievement, but as the natural state of being when you stop trying to fix yourself and simply let your body remember how to be still. Your breath slows again, each out-breath longer, slower than before, as if your lungs are learning a new way to release. Not with force, not with effort, just with quiet surrender, like water flowing downhill without needing to know where it ends. And the dark around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names, of sensations that can't be spoken, of rhythms so old they've forgotten their own beginning. You're not falling asleep. You're returning, not to a time before, but to what has always been true. That the body knows how to rest when it's allowed to. No one is watching. No one is judging whether you're doing it right. There's only this breath, this weight, this quiet that isn't silence, but something deeper. Something like being held in a place where nothing needs to change. And everything already is. Let the dream come if it wants. You don't have to greet it or leave it. Just let it pass through you as easily as wind moves through trees. Without leaving marks, without demanding anything in return. And when your mind slips into stillness again, when thought stops trying to carry meaning and just lets the moment be, that's not failure. That's not slipping away. It's exactly where you're meant to be. Not because you've done enough. Not because you're strong or better than before. But because your body has finally stopped fighting its own truth. And in that stillness, in the soft hum beneath everything, there is no need for anything else. No need to do more. No need to be different. Just breathe. Let the weight sink. Let the dark hold you. Let the night continue on without needing you to explain yourself. You don't have to earn this peace. You only have to stop resisting it. And for now, that is enough. You're not lost, even when it feels like time has stopped moving forward and only echoes remain behind you. The way your body holds itself now, pressed into the mattress like a secret being kept, has its own memory, not of anything you've done, but of everything your nervous system was taught to forget while the world dimmed under THC's quiet hand. You don't need to remember how it felt before or why you reached for it. That isn't required anymore. What matters is this, that you are here now, with your breath still moving through you like a river learning its banks again. The dark doesn't ask anything of you. It doesn't care if the dreams come back loud and bright as firelight in an empty room. It simply holds what you cannot hold on to, the feeling of being too much or not enough, the weight of nights where sleep was promised but never delivered. Now those same hours are filling with something else, not absence but return, not emptiness but fullness that doesn't demand a name. The brain has been waiting for this moment, this slow unraveling of old patterns, to let go of what it used to rely on. It wasn't lazy, it wasn't weak. It was protecting itself the only way it knew how, by leaning into something that made falling asleep easy, even if it came at a cost. But now, no more crutches, no more borrowed calm, just you, yourself, as you were meant to be before anything was added, taken away, or hidden. And so sleep isn't coming because you've earned it. It's not arriving after some moral test passed. It is simply showing up, unannounced and unasked, for the first time in weeks, where you're not trying to make it happen. You don't have to will yourself into stillness or convince your mind that rest isn't dangerous. The body already knows how to do this when given space, when silence isn't a threat. There's no hurry, no one is waiting for you to wake up, not even you. Let the minutes stretch like warm honey across skin, each second softening into the next, not racing towards something, but simply being there. The kind of presence that doesn't need to be proven or justified. You don't have to say anything about how hard it's been, or how much you want this night to end differently than all the others. Just stay, not for long, just for now, for these few breaths where nothing needs fixing and no one is watching. You're not failing because thoughts come back too strong. You're not broken because your eyes open in the dark after a dream that felt like stepping into another world. The brain isn't malfunctioning, it's remembering how to use its own tools again. How to turn on the lights inside when the outside is gone. And sometimes, those lights are brighter than you expect. That intensity isn't chaos, it's clarity returning. Like a lens slowly clearing after fog, you don't have to understand it all at once. You just need to allow it to pass through you without pushing back. If something strange appears in your mind's eye, someone familiar standing where they shouldn't be, or walking down a hallway that leads nowhere, you can look at it. Not with fear, not with curiosity either. Just as someone might glance at clouds passing overhead and say nothing. Because the dream isn't real, and yet it is also not false. It's part of your nervous system healing itself from the inside out, stitching together what was lost in the quiet years when everything just stopped. There's a kind of stillness beneath even this awareness, the deep calm that comes not after sleep has arrived, but before it ever begins. Not emptiness, not absence, but presence so gentle it feels like nothing at all, like being held without hands, like breathing without lungs. That quiet where time doesn't matter because there's no need to measure anything. Let your shoulders sink deeper into the mattress, like they've finally found a shape that fits after trying so many others. Let your fingers go slack, not from fatigue, but from surrender. The kind of letting go that isn't about giving up, but about trusting that what is happening beneath you already knows its way home. You're not being punished for quitting. You're not being tested on how long you can last without help. There's no timeline in your body, no countdown ticking down towards some final reward or failure. Only this, the slow relearning of basic things, how to fall asleep when there isn't a chemical crutch guiding you, how to stop needing an answer every time something shifts inside. That shift, the one that happens just before sleep begins, isn't a signal that you're losing control. It's proof you're regaining it, quietly and slowly, without fanfare, without noise, without even knowing exactly when it starts. You don't have to do anything special to fall asleep tonight. Not meditate, not count breaths, not visualize calm places or repeat mantras. You just need to keep breathing, each out-breath longer than the last, as if your body is learning how to let go of what doesn't belong anymore. And when you feel yourself slipping, not into sleep yet, but into that thin space between awareness and nothingness, you don't have to reach for anything. Don't pull yourself back from it. That place isn't dangerous. It's not the end of you. It's where you've always been meant to rest when you stop fighting. There's no need to earn this peace, no need to prove how strong you are or how well you're doing. The body already knows what to do when it stops resisting its own nature. It just needs permission, not from a doctor, not from your past self, not even from the voice that says you should be able to handle this. Permission comes simply from allowing yourself to stop trying. Let go of the idea that sleep has to look like something specific, that you have to fall into it all at once, that you must wake up clear and refreshed tomorrow. None of that matters now. All that matters is being here, not moving forward, but sinking down, like water finding its level after a long storm. You're not behind, you're not falling short. Your nervous system isn't broken, it's reorganizing itself, quietly rearranging the parts it used to depend on so it can rebuild without outside help. And each night like this one is proof that it's working, even if you don't feel it yet. The dreams may still come, vivid, strange, sometimes overwhelming, but they're not interrupting your rest. They are part of it, not a disruption, but a return, a sign that the brain isn't deadened anymore, that something has woken up inside you after being buried for so long. You don't have to interpret them. You don't have to remember every detail tomorrow. Just let them pass through like fog across an open field, moving without leaving traces, fading when they've done what they needed to do. And when your body finally lets go and begins its descent into deeper stillness, you won't notice it happening. It will just be there, the kind of sleep that comes not because you asked for it, but because the body has decided it's time, because it no longer needs to fight, because it knows it can rest. Not now, not tomorrow, but tonight, yes. Tonight, in this moment, with your breath slowing and your limbs loosening, there is enough. There is more than enough. You don't have to do anything else. Just be here. Let the dark hold you. Let the silence speak for itself. And when your mind stops trying to think its way out of stillness, that's not failure. That's home. The way light fades after a long day, not with a burst, but with a quiet surrender. Your body knows that kind of letting go. It doesn't need to be dramatic. It doesn't need you to notice it at all. Just the slow unclenching of muscles that have held their breath for longer than memory. You can feel how still your hands are now, resting on top of the blanket, no intention behind them, no effort to stay in place. They're just there, weightless and present, like roots settling into soil after rain. And the air inside you is not rushing out. It's not clawing for space. It's simply breathing without demand. Each breath isn't a task anymore, not even a rhythm to follow, just an unfolding, like mist rising from earth in the dark, slow and unseen. The longer your exhale becomes, the more you realize it doesn't need to be controlled. It just happens when there's no one pushing back against it. Your spine is not straightening or relaxing on command. It's simply softening along its own shape, like water finding a groove in stone after centuries of flow. No correction needed, no adjustment, just the slow deepening into what already fits. And the space between your shoulder blades, the place where tension used to gather, now feels open and quiet, like an old door left slightly ajar, not because it was pushed, but because nothing has asked it to close again. No one's coming back through it tonight. No one needs to. You don't have to remember how this felt before. You don't need to know when the last time was that your body just stayed in place without needing a reason. It doesn't matter if you've forgotten the feeling, your nervous system hasn't. It's been waiting for this quiet signal, not loud or urgent, but persistent enough. There is no checklist of things to do before sleep, no final thought to finish, no piece of yourself to gather up and tuck away. Just this, the body holding itself in dark, without needing to explain why it's here, without pretending it's not tired, without trying to earn rest by being good or strong or silent. Your feet are warm now where they meet the blanket, not hot, not cold, just there, like stones warmed by a day of sun, still holding heat even as night comes on. And your legs don't need to be straight or relaxed. They're simply resting in their natural curve, like branches grown long and heavy from seasons of quiet growth. You can feel how the mattress is no longer just beneath you. It's rising to meet you, not with force, but with a deep softness that says, "I've waited too." Not for you to do anything, not to change shape or posture, just to stay, to sink into what already supports you. And your chest, your ribs, the space inside, you don't need to fill it with air like a balloon being pumped up. You don't have to push in breath to prove you're alive. It's enough that air comes and goes on its own, like waves arriving at shore without needing permission. You are not responsible for their rhythm. You're only the place they pass through. Your thoughts aren't racing away. They're not pulling you back toward a dream or an idea. They're not asking to be fixed or solved. They just drift, like leaves caught in a slow stream, moving without direction and never needing one. And when one pauses near the surface, like it might want your attention, it doesn't have to be answered. It can stay there, floating for a moment, then fade back into the current. It's not that you've forgotten what worry feels like. You haven't. But now, in this quiet, it isn't calling out anymore. It doesn't need to. There is no reason to answer it tonight. There's nothing left to prove. No one waiting at the door with a list of expectations. Your skin remembers not just heat or touch, but stillness, the kind that comes when there's no one watching and no one needing you to be anywhere else. It's warm where your arm rests against your side, not tight, not tense, but simply pressed into itself, like two halves of a whole returning to their natural fit. And the darkness around you isn't empty. It's full of silence that doesn't need filling, of stillness that doesn't demand movement. It's not cold or threatening. It's not waiting for you to speak so it can respond. It's just there, like a blanket woven from night itself, holding your body without effort. You don't have to be asleep yet. You don't need to fall all the way down at once. Just let each small part of you settle deeper into where it is, without rushing, without measuring progress. The breath lengthens again on its own. The weight in your shoulders drops another fraction lower. Your fingers uncurl a little more. It's not that nothing is happening, it's just that the doing has stopped. Not because you failed to do it, but because something else has taken over. Your body isn't waiting for permission anymore. It's already beginning its own quiet work. There's no need to count how many minutes have passed or whether this is the right kind of sleep. It doesn't matter if you're aware, half aware, or gone completely. What matters is that the process has started, and it's happening without your effort. Without any demand on you at all. Your hands are not reaching for anything now, not even for peace. They don't need to grab hold of calm because they've already stopped resisting what's there. They're just open, like cupped palms left in the air after a long rain, letting silence collect inside them. And your mind isn't trying to slow down. It's not pushing against distraction or noise. It's not fighting sleep like an enemy it must defeat. Instead, it's allowing the space between thoughts to grow, not by doing anything, but simply by stopping its own urgency. You don't have to be still in order to rest. You don't need silence to hear what matters. You only need to stop needing everything to make sense before you let go. The body already knows how this works, even if your mind doesn't believe it yet. It's been learning a new way of staying calm, not by blocking out the world, but by letting itself be held in place by something deeper than thought. Something older than memory. Each breath is not shorter or longer because you're trying to control it. It just is longer on the out, slower on the return, like a river slowing as it nears its end. And when your chest stops rising and falling with urgency, that's not failure, that's arrival. It's not that you've stopped fighting, you haven't even noticed you were doing it. You're just no longer needing to. There is nothing left to prove, no one to impress, no version of yourself waiting in the wings. Just this, your body letting go, not all at once, but drop by drop, like water seeping through cracks in a stone wall over years. And every tiny release adds up, not towards something grand, but simply towards stillness, toward being where you are without wanting to leave. It's not that the night is long, it's just that time isn't measuring anything anymore. There's no need to hurry past this moment, because tomorrow might be harder. You don't have to survive it today, you're already surviving it by simply staying here, quiet and unresisting. Your skin doesn't need a reason to feel warm. Your limbs don't need to earn their heaviness. They are just what they are, warm where the blanket touches them, heavy where gravity has taken hold, soft in their shape. And that's enough. And if your mind drifts into a dream later, if it pulls you under again with shapes and voices and colors, it doesn't mean you've failed to stay present. It means your brain is waking up from years of being dimmed. It's not broken, it's remembering how to feel. You don't have to catch every piece of it, you don't need to hold on. Just let the dream move through, like wind across a field that doesn't care if grass stays standing or bends. Let it pass, let it be, let it fade into nothing, not because you forgot it, but because it no longer needs your attention. You're not lost in the dark, even if it feels like you've been walking for hours. The night isn't asking anything of you. It doesn't need your attention or your effort to be real. You don't have to explain why you're here, why you stayed awake instead of giving in again. No reason is required because the only thing that matters right now is what's already happening beneath the surface, quiet and unbothered by urgency. The way your ribs settle against the mattress isn't a surrender, it's an acceptance. Not resistance to weight, but trust in it. Like roots learning how to sink deeper into soil they've never known before. And there is no shame in that slow unfurling. No need to rush towards some imagined light at the end. Your breath doesn't have to become a rhythm you can name. It just needs to be long enough on the out, soft enough as it returns, like air rising from deep water after a storm has passed. Each exhale isn't a victory or an achievement. It's not even progress in any measurable way. It is simply what happens when your body stops needing to prove that you're alive. When stillness becomes the natural state, no longer something you have to earn. There's warmth spreading from where your thighs touch each other beneath the sheet, just a quiet pool of heat gathering slowly between them. Not because it wants attention, not because it needs to be felt more intensely than this. It just is, The kind of warmth that comes not from effort, but from simply being still long enough for blood and gravity to do their work. Your shoulders aren't tense with the weight they've carried all day. They're letting go in small increments, 1 inch at a time, as if memory itself had begun unclenching. And it doesn't matter that you can't feel every part of it, only what's present now. This soft release where your collarbone meets shoulder blade, the faint pressure where skin rests on bone. You don't have to remember how you got here. You didn't arrive through any plan or strategy. There was no map drawn in advance for this kind of descent. This is not a journey towards sleep. It's more like being carried by something older than intention. A quiet gravity that knows what stillness feels like before the mind ever learns its name. The silence isn't empty. It holds things, fragments, echoes, pulses you don't need to understand. And if your thoughts start drifting again, not into stories or worries, but just loose shapes and sensations, the dream part of you is not running away from them. It's simply remembering how to exist in a space where nothing needs fixing. There's no rule that says this moment must be peaceful, no law saying it has to feel safe. But here, now, there is room for both the unease and the ease. The two can coexist without conflict. They don't need to choose sides. If your hand twitches slightly against the sheet, if a toe curls inward, you don't have to interpret what that means. It's not a sign of unrest or failure, just another tiny signal from nerves still learning their place in this new quiet. Like water finding its level after being stirred too long by wind. Time isn't holding you back. It doesn't care about how late it is or whether you've slept enough yet. The hours don't measure your worth. They don't judge the quality of rest you're giving yourself. They just pass slowly, evenly, not in bursts or expectations, but as a steady pull through which you are already moving. Your body isn't waiting for permission to be tired. It's not holding its breath until it hears some signal that says, now is okay. It knows what exhaustion feels like beneath the surface, the kind that doesn't announce itself with fatigue, but settles in quietly after years of pretending everything was fine. And this stillness isn't a performance. You aren't doing anything to deserve it. You're not being good or bad for sleeping or waking up again later. There's no ledger keeping score between effort and reward. The only thing that matters is the way your skin feels against cotton, how warmth pools under your arms when they drift down past your sides, how gravity holds you without asking anything in return, how even if nothing changes externally, something has already shifted inside. You are not trying to make this night better than it is. You don't have to stay awake longer just because the dark feels heavy. Nor do you need to fight sleep by staying alert until dawn comes with relief. There's no benefit in pushing through discomfort, only more fatigue, and that doesn't help anyone. What matters now isn't speed or completion, it's presence without demand. A willingness not to control what happens next. Not even a desire for peace, but just the absence of resistance, like breathing after you've stopped holding your breath too long. And if something stirs in your chest, just an ache, maybe a memory that surfaces uninvited, you don't have to name it or push it away. It's not attacking you, it's simply passing through a space where things are allowed to come and go without permission needed. You're not responsible for every feeling. not even the ones that feel important right now. They aren't yours to fix. They just happen like waves in the ocean, some bigger than others, but none of them break you because they don't belong to your body anymore when they leave. Even if a dream pulls you under later, if it arrives with color or noise or voices not from this life, you're still allowed to be here afterward. Still allowed to let go again, even after being startled awake by something that felt real for minutes before fading back into air. You don't have to survive the dream, just stay in your body when you come out of it. Let the breath return without rushing. Let your hands fall where they land on the sheet. That's enough. That is all it takes. The night doesn't care if you remember what happened or not. It only cares that you're still here, letting things be as they are, no correction needed, no adjustment required. And every time sleep comes back after a dream, that small return isn't failure of the mind to stay calm. It's proof your body is learning again how to hold itself in place when everything else pulls away. This isn't healing because it feels good. It's healing because you're still here, even when tiredness tries to pull you under too fast or thoughts try to wake you up before their time. You don't have to be strong for this moment. Just present enough to notice that the breath is long on the out, longer than usual, and how your body sinks deeper into its own shape without effort. And when it feels like nothing's happening, that's exactly what is happening. A slow unfurling beneath layers of tension you didn't even know were there. Not because something dramatic occurred, but just because time is moving forward in silence, and so are you. No need to hurry toward morning or fear the dark. Just let this be enough, this quiet stretch between breaths, these seconds where nothing happens that needs a name. You're not slipping away from yourself, you're returning to it. And if your eyelids grow heavier, not suddenly, but gradually, it's because you've already begun trusting what comes next without needing to see it first. This is the shape of rest. Not certainty, not control, but surrender, so gentle and quiet that only time can measure how much has changed. You don't have to stay awake until you're ready for sleep. Nor do you need to force yourself into any state at all. Just keep letting go, not in one big burst, but 1,000 tiny moments of release, each smaller than the last. Like rain on stone, not washing it clean, but slowly wearing down edges over time. And if your mind drifts again, if thoughts return like guests who never left, it's okay to welcome them without greeting them too warmly. Let them pass through as shadows might, present but unclaimed. They don't need a home here, they only need space, and that is already given. You're not trying to stop anything. You aren't chasing stillness like it's something you can catch in your hands. All you are doing is letting go of the idea that rest has to be earned or deserved. And so here you stay. Not because you've won, but because you no longer need to win at all. You're not holding on to anything that needs holding. Not even the thought that you should be somewhere else right now. The mattress knows your shape better than you do. It remembers how you settle when you let go completely. No need for effort, just allow yourself to become what's already been waiting beneath you. Your skin is a kind of map, one made not of landmarks, but of pressure points where warmth pools and settles. Where the weight of you creates its own small world in the center of the bed. And it doesn't ask anything of you, except to stay still long enough for that space to deepen. The air around your body isn't empty, it's full of quiet motion. A slow drift behind your ears, a soft breath between your ribs that has no name yet. It moves like water under ice, silent and steady, carrying something without spilling it. You don't need to understand this moment, you only need to be in it. Not as an observer, not as a judge of whether it's good or bad. Just as someone who arrived here by accident, perhaps, but now stays because there's nowhere else that feels like home. The kind of rest you're learning isn't something you reach for. It's the opposite, something that returns to you when you stop chasing it. Like a river finding its way back after being diverted through dry ground. And every time your breath slips into a longer out, not forced but natural. That's not just relaxation, that's your nervous system remembering how to calm itself without help. No signal from outside required, just this one small act of letting the air go slower than it came in. There's no goal here, only continuity, each exhale linking back to the last like threads in a fabric that keeps knitting itself together even when you're not looking. Your fingers are relaxed where they rest on your chest. Not clenched, not searching for anything. They've stopped needing to hold on to something because they finally realize nothing is going to slip away. The dream might come again, maybe it already did, and you didn't notice until now. But even if the images flash with urgency, or the feeling of falling strikes deep in your chest, you don't need to answer them. Just stay inside your body where things are quiet, where rhythm returns when no one is watching. This isn't about resistance, it's about continuity. A kind of presence that doesn't require attention, but still shows up. Like light under a doorframe at 3 a.m., not bright enough to wake anyone, but real enough to say, someone is here. And if you drift, even slightly, into the space between thoughts, where nothing happens and no story begins, that's not emptiness, that's fullness too. A kind of stillness that only exists when everything else stops pretending it has meaning. The mind doesn't have to be busy to be useful. It can rest in its own way, the same way a tree rests with roots buried deep, unaware of wind or rain until they happen. You're not failing because you've lost track of time. You're succeeding because your body no longer needs permission to slow down. And the part that wants to worry about tomorrow, the part that thinks maybe this will go on forever if you don't do something different, let it sit there like a shadow in the corner, no need to turn toward it, no need to speak to it. It's not lying, it just doesn't know how to stop moving. But you already are, and that means the world can keep turning without your help. The night isn't waiting for you to fix anything. It doesn't care if your thoughts return or if you remember what you dreamed. All it wants is for you to stay in this place where silence feels like a hand on your shoulder. Not pushing, not pulling, just there saying, you're okay. And every time, the breath lengthens without being told to. That's not chance, it's memory returning. Your body remembering how to stop asking permission before it relaxes. It doesn't need praise for this, no reward is needed. Because healing isn't a prize, it's just what happens when you keep showing up. Even when nothing changes, even when the night feels long and endless and heavy. You're not supposed to fix anything right now. Just let your body become what it was always meant to be, something that rests without guilt, something that sinks into darkness like water into soil, deeply, slowly, quietly. And if you wake up with a strange dream still in the back of your mind, if voices linger or faces flash too fast to name, that's not damage, that's return. Your brain bringing back all it had been holding down for months, even years. You're allowed to notice that now, not as proof you're broken, but because something is being restored. The part of you that used to sleep through dreams without memory is waking up again, slowly, gently, not in a rush but with purpose. And if one small piece of you notices, just for a second, that this isn't real, that it's only inside the mind, that awareness itself is already something rare and beautiful. Not because you can control it, but because it shows your brain is healing. Not fighting, just remembering how to be alive in its own way. You don't have to do anything with it, just let the dream pass like a cloud across the sky. And after it's gone, come back here, to this breath, this weight, this quiet place between thoughts, where nothing needs to happen and everything already has. There's no timeline for how long that takes. Only what happens when you stop needing it to be fast or easy or certain. Just stillness, not absence, presence without demand, without expectation. And as the hours keep moving forward, not in steps but in waves, you don't have to stay awake until morning. You're already halfway there. Your body knows what to do even when you do. The light outside hasn't changed, and that's okay. It doesn't matter if it stays dark or starts to brighten. It won't decide whether this night is good or bad. All that matters is that you're still here, in your own skin, with your breath slowing again, and the weight of you sinking deeper into the bed, like a stone settling in a lake. Not fighting, not trying, just becoming. You don't have to name what's happening in the dark. Just feel it like a quiet tide rising beneath your ribs. Not urgent, not afraid, only coming. The kind of movement that doesn't announce itself. Like roots spreading underground without sound. Or frost forming on glass while no one watches. Your body is remembering how to be full, without needing to fill anything. How to hold space for what's already there. There's a warmth building now, not heat, not pressure, just the slow spread of something that was waiting. A quiet hum beneath the skin. The kind of awareness that doesn't need words. It only needs stillness to exist. You can let it be like that. Let the weight of your limbs dissolve into the mattress. Not because you've done enough, but because you're allowed to stop trying. There's no rule that says you must stay awake until clarity comes. No law that requires you to fix what feels broken. The only thing required is that you remain where you are. In this soft surrender that doesn't ask for anything back. Even if the dream returns, the one with faces half remembered, or places too bright, or voices calling your name without meaning, it's not a test. It's not punishment. It's not proof that you failed to let go. It's just memory waking up after being told to stay silent. Like light returning to a room long sealed shut. Not because someone turned on the switch, but because the walls finally gave way gently. You don't have to follow it, you don't have to understand it. You can simply notice that something is stirring inside you. A recognition of what was missing, not in absence, but in silence. And if a shape forms behind your eyelids, if colors bloom where there was only black, if the air feels thick with meaning even when none is spoken, you don't need to lean into it. Just let it pass through like wind over still water. The dream isn't yours to keep, only to witness quietly without flinching, like watching a river run past your door at night, not stopping for you, not slowing down, but leaving its trace in the way the ground feels afterward. Your mind is not malfunctioning. It's recalibrating. Learning how to dream again after years of being told, don't remember, don't feel, just fade out. Now it remembers. And what it brings back isn't noise or fear, it's life. The kind that hums under the surface of sleep. Not loud, not demanding, but reals. You are not behind. You are on track, because every night like this one is a quiet act of repair. A small step in a direction you can't see yet. But your body already knows it's true. No need to believe it. Only to keep showing up. To let the breath fall longer, deeper, slower than before. Not as effort, but as return. The part that used to race ahead, trying to fix what couldn't be fixed, trying to control the dark. It's not gone, it's just quieter now. Sitting in a corner of your awareness, like someone who forgot how to speak. But still watching, still waiting for permission. And you don't have to give it any. Just let it stay there. Unseen, unchallenged. Because even silence can hold more than one thing at once. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It's not keeping score. It doesn't care if your thoughts return or if they never do again. All it wants is that you remain. In this space where the body feels known. Where the breath moves without effort. Where sinking into darkness doesn't feel like loss, but like coming home. There's no need to rush toward morning. No reason to fear the hours still left ahead. The night isn't your enemy, it's the place where healing happens in secret. Without fanfare, without proofs. Just slow, steady return. And you don't have to earn it. You're already inside it. You've been here all along, even when you couldn't feel it. Your body has never forgotten how to rest. It only forgot how to trust that resting was safe. But now it's learning again. One soft exhale at a time. One release of weight, one surrender without reward. And if the dream comes back, louder this time, or more vivid, or too strange to name, you don't need to run from it. Just let yourself be inside it for a moment. Not to change it, not to control it, just to say, yes, I'm here. This is happening. And I am still safe. Because the only thing that matters isn't what happens in the dream. It's that you're back afterward. In your body, on your bed, with your breath slow and quiet. Still here. Not broken. Just resting. And every night like this one is a little more proof that something is healing. Not because it should be, but because it can. You don't have to do anything now. Only stay. Let the dark hold you. Like water holds a stone, without ever needing to explain why it's there. just because it belongs. There's a softness in the way your shoulders let go, not all at once, but like water seeping through dry earth, slow, quiet, certain. The weight of you settles deeper into the mattress than it has in days or weeks, and that settling is not failure, not surrender, it is return. You're not failing to sleep. You are remembering how to be in your body without needing to leave it first. The air around you doesn't feel like resistance anymore. It feels like something that holds you by default, like the space between stars isn't empty, just full of things too quiet to name. Your breath moves now as if the rhythm has always belonged here, not forced or taught, but remembered from somewhere before words. Each out-breath is longer than the last, not because you're trying, but because your body knows it's safe to let go. There are no clocks in this room, no numbers, no pulses, just a slow unfolding of time like moss growing on stone. You don't need to measure how long it takes for things to quiet down. The stillness isn't waiting for you to arrive. It has been here all along, patient and untouched by your restlessness. What happened in the dream, what flashed behind your eyes, what chased or whispered or simply stood there like a figure at the edge of a field, it doesn't need explanation now. It was not an interruption. It was a signal, soft but steady. You are waking up. The mind that used to shut down for escape is learning how to stay awake inside sleep instead. And that's what this night is doing, slowly turning your nervous system back on from the quiet side of things. Not forcing it open with noise or will, just letting each nerve remember its own frequency again. Like tuning an old piano by ear in a dark room, not knowing if any note still sings, but pressing down anyway because something inside says, listen. And then one key gives way, a single sound, faint but whole, and you know the instrument hasn't broken. You don't have to believe it yet. You just have to keep breathing through the small tremors that move beneath your skin when a memory floats up from somewhere deep. Something not about weed, not even about sleep, but about warmth in sunlight on your arms as a child, or the way silence used to feel like safety before you learned to fear it. That silence is still here. It's just deeper now, not empty. It holds things that don't need names, like how your fingers rest at your sides without moving, or how your chest rises and falls not in rhythm with anything else, but simply because it wants to be alive. There's no urgency anymore, no need to push through the night, no guilt for lingering. The body isn't asking you to do more than stay. It doesn't care if you fall asleep before dawn or wake up at 3 again tomorrow. All it asks is that you don't leave your own presence behind while waiting. The dreams are not messages. They aren't warnings, they're echoes, old sounds from a time when dreaming felt dangerous because remembering was painful. But now the dream has no power over you, not because you've mastered it, but because you no longer fear what comes back to visit. If something strange appears tonight, if there's a face that isn't yours or a place that shouldn't exist, it doesn't mean anything is wrong. It means your brain is catching up on years of missed signals, filling in the blanks where sleep used to be blank. Like a library reopening after decades of dust and silence, books falling open by accident, words leaping out without invitation. You don't need to read them all. You only have to let one sentence land, one image stay long enough for you to notice. This is not mine, or better yet, it's here but it doesn't own me. That small act of witnessing without reaction is already healing. And every night like this one, no matter how restless the beginning, ends with more softness than before. Not because anything changed dramatically, but because you kept showing up to let the dark hold you without flinching, without fighting to be somewhere else. The body knows what it's doing, even when your mind still wonders if it remembers right. Even when sleep feels like a door that won't open, it's not lost. It's just waiting for you to stop pushing so hard against its shape. You're allowed to float in the space between waking and dreaming. No need to claim either side. No need to decide what's real or unreal. Just be here, exactly as you are, breathing, sinking, held by the dark that doesn't care about your past, only your presence now. There's no performance required. The night isn't grading anything. It just lets you be, quietly, stubbornly, beautifully, if not completely asleep yet, then at least still trying to rest. And that counts. The edges of your awareness aren't fading, they're softening, like ink in water, slowly spreading without force or hurry. There's no need to hold onto anything anymore, not even the idea of needing sleep. Just let the space between thoughts grow a little wider each time you exhale. There are no tasks left tonight, no promises to keep, no one watching, nothing to prove. Even your thoughts don't have to stop. They just can slow down, like footsteps in snow that leave only faint tracks behind. You're not doing this wrong. You're not too tired or not tired enough. You're exactly where you need to be, lying still, letting the weight of sleep come naturally, as if it had always been waiting for you to stop running from it. The dream might return again, maybe even more vivid than before, but that's not a setback. That's proof your mind is finally starting to remember how to process what it lost. Not all at once, never completely, but gradually, one memory, one sensation, one image at a time, like waves drifting down into still water. You don't have to hold on. You only need to stay here in the hush between breaths, where nothing asks for anything except your quiet presence. There's no need to hurry toward morning, no reason to fear what comes next. This is not a test. This is not punishment. It's just a night, and you are here in it, breathing, sinking, letting go. And already resting more than you knew was possible. You don't need to understand why the dream feels so heavy tonight, or why it lingers in your chest like a stone that hasn't yet settled into the water. You only need to let it be there without naming it, without trying to push it away or pull it closer. There's no rule that says you have to fix what dreams bring back, no law that demands you make sense of them. They arrive as they will, like visitors who show up uninvited but not unwelcome, and your job isn't to entertain them or send them packing. It's simply to allow space for their presence, even if only for a moment. The body knows how to hold what it cannot control, like the way gravity holds you down without asking permission. You don't need to explain yourself to the mattress beneath you. It doesn't care about your reasons or excuses or last attempts at peace before bed. It just accepts you, the soft shift of hips, the slow collapse of shoulders, the quiet release of breath that escapes like steam from a forgotten pot. That's not surrender, it's arrival. There's a stillness in the way your fingers rest now, curled slightly on the blanket, as if they've forgotten how to do anything else. Not tensing, not reaching, just resting, like small creatures who have finally stopped fleeing and begun to listen instead. You don't need to be awake for that listening to happen. Sleep doesn't require consent, it just happens when you stop trying to steer it. The darkness isn't empty. It's full in a different way, not loud, not urgent, but alive with the kind of quiet that remembers every heartbeat, every breath, every night before this one. You're not alone in it, even if silence feels like absence. The dark has held others who were lost too, those who thought they'd never fall asleep again, those whose dreams felt like trespasses, those who believed their minds had broken beyond repair. But the darkness doesn't judge. It simply waits, and when you finally stop running from it, it lets you in. There's no need to force sleep into place. No reason to wrestle with your thoughts or shame yourself for drifting between states. You're not failing because you haven't slept yet. Failing only happens when you stop showing up at all. But you are still here, eyes closed, breath slow, body sinking deeper into the surface that holds you without effort. You might feel restless, not because you can't sleep, but because your nervous system is still recalibrating after so many years of being told what to do by something outside itself. That old rhythm, the smoke in the air, the way time bent just before falling asleep, has left a trace, like footprints in sand that vanish when the tide comes in. But you're not trying to find those footprints again. You don't need them anymore. The dream may return tonight, not because something is broken, but because your mind is finally catching up on what it had been forced to forget. The brain doesn't erase memories by choice, it just suppresses them when they become too much to carry. For so long, you used the crutch not out of weakness, but because it was all that kept you from drowning in the weight of feeling. Now that it's gone, the water isn't deeper, it's clearer. You don't need to swim through every memory now, not even one. Just let your awareness drift like a leaf caught in a slow current, no direction, no destination. The stream is not rushing toward anything. It doesn't care if you arrive somewhere, it just flows. There's warmth spreading from the center of your chest outward, not heat, exactly, but a quiet kind of softness, like sunlight hitting stone after rain. It moves through your ribs and down into your hips, warming each place where tension had settled without permission. You don't need to teach it what to do, just let it happen. Your breath is beginning to slow not because you're trying to change it, but because the body knows how to return to its own rhythm when left alone. Each out-breath comes longer than the last, not forced, just natural. The air leaves your mouth like a sigh that doesn't need an ending. It simply lets go. You don't have to remember everything that happened before this night. You don't have to know how many times you've tried to quit or what it felt like when the first dream returned with full force. All that matters is now, this breath, this weight on the mattress, this slow descent into a kind of peace that doesn't require proof. The dream might come again, vivid, strange, even overwhelming, but it won't take you away from yourself. Not anymore. You're no longer afraid of what returns because you've stopped believing it defines you. The face in the dream, it's not yours. The room with walls that shift like liquid, that doesn't belong to your life. But the part of you that watches quietly without flinching, that is real. That witness, the small voice inside that says I see this, isn't fragile. It's becoming stronger every night it stays awake in its own dream. And if one day you find yourself noticing, this isn't real, even for a second, it won't be the end of sleep or the beginning of anything grand. It will simply be another moment where your mind remembers how to be present. No need to chase that feeling, no reason to want it more. Just let it unfold as it will, like mist rising from grass in early dawn, not seeking a shape, just existing for its own quiet truth. You don't need sleep because you're tired, you need it because your body is learning how to trust the dark again. Not because you've earned it, but simply because you keep showing up. The same way trees grow without asking whether they're doing enough, just stretching toward light, not out of performance, but because that's what roots do. Your hands are warm now, not hot, not cold, but just right. Like the first time in weeks, your skin remembers temperature without resistance. You don't need to notice it. It doesn't matter if you're aware of it or not. The warmth is already there, moving through tissue and bone like a slow pulse that wasn't interrupted. The space between thoughts grows wider each time you exhale, not because you've cleared your mind, but because the silence has room to breathe. There's no need to fill it with stories or explanations. No obligation to decide what happens next. You're not asleep yet, but you're not awake either. And that in between is where healing lives, not in grand moments of clarity, but in the quiet persistence of showing up when everything else feels like loss. There's a softness in your jaw now, like tension has finally given way to something quieter than relief, something deeper than release. It's not gone entirely, it may never fully go, but it no longer fights to stay. It just rests. Your breath continues, not fast, not slow, but steady. A rhythm that doesn't need you to pay attention, yet still carries you forward. Like water moving beneath a surface you can't see, constant, gentle, uninterrupted by your thoughts or fears. The dream may come again, but it won't hold you. You're no longer the one who needs to control it. You're not the one who has to explain what happened last time or whether it means anything now. You're simply here, body sinking, breath falling away, darkness holding you without condition. And that is enough. That is already more than most people ever let themselves have, just being in spite of everything. You don't need to understand why this night feels heavier than the last, or why your mind seems to want to stay awake even when your body says otherwise. You only need to keep letting go, not all at once, not perfectly, but just enough so that you can feel yourself slipping down into a place where sleep isn't a goal, but a quiet return. There's no alarm waiting for you tomorrow, no one counting on you to wake up fast or be ready by 9. The world doesn't need your performance tonight. It only needs this, that you let the weight of stillness win. And it already has, just not in the way you expected. You're not broken, you're just remembering how to rest. And each night, even when sleep feels far away, is another step towards something deeper than sleep itself. A quiet kind of belonging, where your body remembers it's safe again, and your mind stops searching for escape. Your fingers have softened against the sheet, not clenched, not restless, just resting where they fell. Like roots settling into soil after a long dry spell, your hands are learning how to be still without fear. The weight of them is no longer something you're fighting to manage. It's simply there, warmth spreading through knuckles and tendons, like light finding its way through old cracks in the wall. You don't need to think about it. You don't need to notice that your shoulders have dropped lower than they've been in weeks, or that the curve of your spine has uncoiled just enough for gravity to do its quiet work. There's a stillness behind your eyes now, not absence, not emptiness, but something like listening, not hearing sounds, but letting silence settle into the spaces where thought used to rush through. The mind doesn't have to be busy to be alive. It can simply hold space, like a room that hasn't been cleaned in years, dust floating in sunbeams, old patterns on the floorboards, but still whole, still breathing. You're not trying to fall asleep, not anymore. You're just letting yourself be held by what's already here, the slow breath beneath your ribs, the warmth spreading up from the soles of your feet, as if blood remembers its way home after a long absence. There's no urgency in it, no need to prove anything to anyone, not even to yourself. The dream may come again, but you're not afraid of it now. You've learned that fear doesn't stop dreams, it just makes them louder. And this time, when the images rise, when they push through like waves against a shore already worn smooth, they don't need your permission to be there. They can enter unannounced and stay as long as they want, not because you're letting go of control, but because you've stopped believing that control was ever real in the first place. The brain isn't broken, it's recalibrating, like a compass slowly turning back toward true north after years of being pulled off course by a hidden magnet. The path isn't straight, it wavers. There are moments when it feels like you're going backward or just standing still. But that's not failure, just the way healing moves through time without needing to be seen. Your body remembers what your mind has forgotten, how to rest in the dark without pretending there's something else to do. It doesn't need a reason. It doesn't wait for motivation. Just being is enough. And right now, you're letting it happen, just like the moon moves through sky not because it needs approval, but because that's what it does. You don't have to stay awake longer than this moment. You don't have to push through fatigue or fight the urge to sleep just because it feels hard. The body knows how to rest when it's safe. And you're starting to believe, really believe, that you are safe. Not because nothing bad could ever happen again, but because you've already survived so much of what felt unbearable. There's a quiet in your chest now, not silence exactly, but something deeper. The kind of stillness that comes after pain has passed through and left behind not emptiness, but space to breathe. That space doesn't need filling. It isn't empty, it's full of the memory of being held by time itself. The air is warm around you, just enough warmth to feel like a blanket without needing one. Not hot, not cold, but just right for staying where you are. Like the world outside has paused too, not out of obligation, but because even the night knows it needs rest sometimes. You don't need to remember anything tonight. You don't need to plan or reflect or analyze what happened yesterday, last week, or ever. Just let each breath go longer than the one before, like a thread slowly unwinding from your body's center. Each exhalation carries something away, not memories, not worries, but the weight of holding on. You're not trying to become someone new. You're just returning to what was always there, the person who could lie still and feel the world without needing it to change. Not because they've fixed themselves, but because for the first time in a long while, they don't need fixing at all. There's no performance here, no audience, no scorecard, just breath meeting darkness, each one knowing the other by touch alone. You don't have to be asleep, you don't even have to know you're drifting. But if your mind starts to wander, just let it. Let it drift like a leaf on water, not seeking direction, not resisting movement. It's allowed to float. And when sleep comes, whether now or in another hour, it will come because the body has already begun to believe that safety is possible again. Not because you earned it, not because you did enough, but because you kept showing up, even when there was nothing left but silence, and even then, still breathing. This isn't a victory, it's not progress towards some future state. It's just being right here, right now, with no need to be anywhere else. The kind of presence that doesn't announce itself with drama or triumph, just quiet, unremarkable, and yet, in its own way, profound. Your hands are still warm, your breath is slow and deep. The darkness holds you like a promise, without words, without conditions. You don't have to prove anything, you don't need permission. There's nothing wrong with staying here as long as it takes for the body to remember that rest isn't punishment. It's not failure when sleep doesn't come fast. It's just part of the return. And you're already on your way. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like roots sinking into soil, slow, patient, without resistance. The weight isn't pressing down, it's being held by something deeper than gravity. A quiet kind of holding that doesn't ask for anything in return. You're not falling asleep because you've decided to. It's happening because your body has stopped pretending it needs to be somewhere else. There's no urgency now, only a slow release, like water finding its level after a long drought. The air around your face is still, not cold, but cool enough that when you breathe in, there's a faint awareness of temperature, like the world brushing against your skin without meaning to. It doesn't matter. You're not trying to feel it all, just letting it be, this soft presence of space and sensation, neither too much nor too little. Your hands rest where they fell, not arranged, not adjusted, just there. The fingers are relaxed in the way only sleep can teach, loose enough that even slight pressure feels like a gift rather than an effort. You don't need to remember how to do this. It's been forgotten for so long, but now it returns, like returning home through a door you didn't know was still open. There's no story here, no past or future needing to be rewritten. The night has no script, it simply is. And in that silence, your breath becomes something older than thought, a rhythm not chosen, but remembered. Each out-breath stretches slightly longer than the last, as if the body knows how to let go when it's safe enough. You're not trying to do anything with this moment, not even be present. That word feels too busy. There's no need for effort or intention, just a quiet unfolding, like mist rising from a field at dawn, not because it wants to rise, but because that's what happens when the air gets warm enough. The dream you had earlier, it didn't stay. It drifted through your mind like smoke through an open window, not sharp, not threatening, but present long enough for you to feel its weight before it slipped away. And now it's gone, not erased, just released, like a leaf that fell from a tree and never needed to be picked up. You're allowed to forget things tonight. You don't need to hold on. There's no score, no record being kept. The mind doesn't have to prove its worth by remembering everything. It can let go, just as your shoulders let go earlier. There's a softness in the way time moves now, like fabric settling after you've stopped touching it. Not rushing forward, not lingering behind, just continuing. And you're part of that continuation, not because you made it happen, but because you're here. That's enough. Your chest rises and falls with no agenda, no goal to reach, no need for the breath to be deeper or slower than it is right now. It doesn't matter if it changes. What matters is that it is. You don't have to fix anything. Not your sleep, not your brain, not even this feeling of being just barely awake. You're allowed to be half awake and still safe, to feel the edges of consciousness without needing to cross them. The line between dreaming and waking isn't a border, it's like water at night. You can stand in it, move through it, drift with it. You don't have to choose one side. You've been so careful lately, so aware of every sensation, every shift in mood, every flicker behind your eyes. But now, there's space for not being careful, for letting things be as they are, even if they feel strange or unfamiliar, even if sleep still feels far away. That distance isn't a failure. It's just the shape of recovery, like a river finding its path through land that had forgotten how to flow. And you're beginning to trust that it will find its way. Not because you've done enough, not because you deserve it, but because this body has already survived so many nights like this one, so many moments where nothing seemed possible, and still it carried on, still breathed, still held itself together with no clear plan, just the quiet instinct to keep going. You're allowed to rest without earning it. Not even being awake counts as a performance anymore. There's no need for courage or strength when all you have to do is let yourself be, to sink not into sleep, but into stillness, into what comes after effort. Your feet are warm where they touch the blanket, not hot, just alive with sensation, like blood remembering how to flow through old channels. The warmth spreads slowly, quietly, like a hand closing gently around something fragile but still whole. You don't have to think about it, you don't even have to notice. It's enough that it's happening. The darkness doesn't ask for anything from you. It holds no expectations, no judgment, just space, deep, soft, unbroken. And in its silence, there's a kind of kindness, not because it feels good, but because it simply is. And so can you. You're not falling asleep because you want to. It's happening because your body has stopped fighting the idea of rest. There's no need to speed it up or pull yourself forward. You don't have to convince yourself anything. The mind doesn't have to be quiet for you to deserve peace. It's already here, just beneath the surface, just past the edge of awareness. Like a stone at the bottom of a stream, unseen, untouched by current, but always present. You're not far from that kind of stillness now. And if sleep comes, it will come without warning, not because you called for it, but because your body knows what to do when there's no one left to listen, when all the noise has finally settled down, when even desire stops asking questions. Let it happen, not as a victory, not as proof of strength, just as another night passing, like every other night before and after, not special, not terrible, just true. You don't need to be asleep to belong here. You're already home. You're not alone in this stillness, even if it feels like you are. It's not emptiness that surrounds you, it's presence. Not absence of sound, but a kind of listening without needing to respond. Like being held by something older than memory. Something that doesn't need your permission to be there. The edges of the room have softened, no sharp corners left, no hard lines where walls meet ceiling. Just a slow blur of dark, like ink in water, settling into itself. No one is checking on you, no clock ticking, no voice asking if you're okay. That's not neglect, it's release. The silence isn't waiting for something to happen. It already has. Your body remembers how to breathe, even when your mind forgets. Not in rhythm, not in pattern, just breath that comes and goes like a tide, remembering its own shore. Long out breaths, slower than the in-breath, letting go of what doesn't belong. Each one is quieter than the last, not because you're doing it better, but because there's less to carry. The weight on your chest isn't pressure anymore, it's just gravity. Just part of being here. You don't need to feel safe in order to be safe. Safety doesn't require proof, it doesn't demand a reason. It simply is, like the air you're breathing, like the ground beneath you. Even if your thoughts are restless, even if dreams flicker behind your eyelids like distant streetlights, you are held by something that doesn't care about your story. And maybe that's what makes it so gentle, the fact that nothing depends on you. Not being asleep, not waking up, not remembering the last time you felt calm. Just breathing, just being here. No performance required, no effort to keep going. The body is doing its work even when you're not watching. There's a kind of quiet in your hands that isn't silence, it's fullness. Like they've been waiting for this moment all along, to stop needing to do anything, just be. They rest where they fall, on the blanket, on the mattress, like stones placed gently in soil. No need to move them, no need to arrange them, they're already home. And your shoulders, they've stopped holding up the weight of tomorrow. Not because it's gone, but because you've decided not to carry it tonight. There's space now for what is, and no room left for what might be. That space isn't empty, it's full of permission. To rest without apology, to stop trying to earn stillness. The darkness doesn't judge your thoughts. It doesn't care if you're awake or drifting. It just lets everything be as it is, without correction, without demand. You can wonder about the past and not need answers. You can feel tired and not have to fix it. You can notice a dream rising in the back of your mind and not need to name it. There's something sacred in that, not because it's special, but because it's ordinary. This is how recovery moves, quietly, without fanfare, not through triumph, but through persistence. through just showing up, again and again, even when you don't believe in the outcome. Even when sleep feels impossible. The dreams aren't intruders, they're messengers. Not warnings, not threats, just signals from a mind that's waking up after being asleep too long. It's learning to dream again, not just any dreaming, but deep, layered, vivid dreaming. The kind where you can feel the texture of walls in a house you've never seen before. Where the wind carries voices you don't recognize, but still understand. If one comes now, if it pulls you into something strange or bright or heavy, you don't need to fight it, you don't have to stay inside it. You can just watch, like someone watching a film from outside the theater, not part of the story, but still present. That's how healing works, not by escaping dreams, but by letting them pass through you. And if you do wake, even slightly, it doesn't mean anything is broken. It means your body has remembered what it was doing before, how to pause between states, how to slide from one kind of awareness to another. Not failure, not weakness, just the natural rhythm of a nervous system learning its way back. You're not supposed to be asleep every second. That's not how rest works. It's okay that you drift and wake, drift and return. Each time is part of the same movement, like waves returning to shore, even when they don't reach it all at once. The breath isn't a tool, it's a companion. Not something to fix or master, but something to trust. It comes and goes on its own. It doesn't care about your intentions. And yet, it holds you here. Even now, when everything feels fragile, when the edges of thought blur and stretch, you're still breathing. That's enough. Your skin is warm where it touches fabric, not heated, just alive with feeling. Like a current slowly moving through veins that hadn't known how to carry themselves in years. It doesn't have to be intense to matter, it only has to exist. And it does. You don't need to remember this moment later. You don't have to keep track of anything, no checklist, no progress bar. Just let the warmth spread where it will. Let your arms sink deeper into the mattress. Let your legs go loose like roots in soil. There's a kind of kindness in not having to do anything. Not even to be present, just being is enough. Even when you're barely aware, even when the mind wanders, you are still allowed to be here. The night isn't asking for anything from you. It doesn't care if you've quit weed or tried to stop or kept going back. None of that matters now. All it asks is that you stay just a little longer in the quiet, in the dark, in your own body. And maybe, just maybe, that's all healing ever needed. Not effort, not willpower, not victory. Just presence. You don't have to believe it yet. You don't even need to feel it. But the night is already holding you. Not because you've earned it, just because your body has kept going through so many nights like this one. Through wakefulness, through doubt, through dreams that felt too real and thoughts that wouldn't stop. And still, you're here. Still breathing. Still not gone. That's all that matters. You don't have to be asleep to belong. You don't need a reason to stay in the dark. There's no test at dawn, no scorecard waiting. Just this, the slow return of your body to itself. No rush, no hurry. Not towards sleep, not away from wakefulness, but simply back home. Nothing to do now, just let the weight win. Every night like this one is a night further along. If a dream comes, vivid and strange, that's the healing, just watch. If you notice you're dreaming, you can look around. You're back, that's fine, let the breath slow again. Heavy, warm, held. The dark knows your name, but doesn't call it out. You don't have to stay awake or go to sleep, just be. Let the edges blur like water on stone. This is not failure, this is rest. No one's checking, no need to perform. Your body remembers how, even if you don't. Just sink into what's already here. The breath doesn't hurry, neither should you. You're allowed to drift without a plan. There's a quiet between the breaths that doesn't feel empty, not quite, more like the space where something is forming without being named. Not thought, not memory, just presence, settling in slow layers across your skin, like dust returning to still air after a long silence. The edge of sleep isn't sharp here, it's soft, worn down by time and carelessness, and every night you've tried to walk through it with one foot on the other side. You didn't fail when you woke up last. You only came back into yourself again, as if returning from a place that wasn't yours, but still left marks. Your hands are resting now not because they were told to stop, but because their weight is finally enough reason to stay where it is. No effort required for them to rest on your chest, just gravity doing its work. The fabric of the blanket doesn't pull or shift. It stays exactly as it was when you first lay down, a quiet kind of stillness that asks nothing. There's no need to chase the feeling, not even in pieces. You don't have to catch it before it slips away, because this isn't something to grasp. This is what happens when your body stops pretending it needs to be somewhere else. When you stop trying to prove yourself awake or asleep, worthy of rest. The air around you feels thick with silence, not cold, not heavy, just full. Like the kind that gathers after a storm has passed, but hasn't quite left behind its memory. You can almost hear how long this stillness has been waiting for you. Your legs are sinking into the mattress, now like roots finding earth they didn't know was there. Not pushing down, just yielding upward through resistance, slowly giving in to where your body knows it belongs. No command needed. The soft give of foam beneath is not a surface, but an invitation. Come deeper, let go. There's warmth spreading from the center outward, not like heat rising, more like color bleeding into paper that was once white. It doesn't come fast or loud, just quiet diffusion through tissue and bone, settling where it settles without needing to be noticed. The dream you had earlier wasn't a test. It was not punishment for trying too hard or failing. It simply happened because the brain is remembering how to do its work after years of being told what to skip. The mind isn't broken, it's catching up with itself, rebuilding sleep as it used to be before anything else took over. You don't have to understand why you dreamed about walking through a hallway that never ended, or seeing someone from your past who looked like they were waiting for an apology you didn't know you owed. You only need to remember, this is not the same dream life you had when THC was in control. That one moved too quickly, no time to linger, no room for detail. This one moves through space differently now. It's allowed to be strange. It's allowed to feel real even if it makes no sense. And that's okay, because dreaming again isn't a sign of damage. It's proof your nervous system is learning how to wake up without help. There are moments in the dark when you might think there's nothing left, no thread, no rhythm, just silence so deep it feels like absence. But even then, something keeps breathing beneath everything else. Not loud enough to be called life exactly, but steady, like a pulse under old stone. You don't have to pull yourself into sleep. You only need to stop pushing away from what's already here. The weight of your limbs, the soft resistance of fabric against skin, the warmth that clings not because it was earned, but simply because you're still in this body and breathing. There's a kind of honesty in lying awake like this. No performance, no story. Just being with yourself as if for the first time since everything changed. It doesn't matter how long it takes to fall into sleep now. It matters that you're not running from what comes next. The dream wasn't an interruption, it was part of the process. And so is lying here listening to your breath return, slow and unforced, like a river learning its way back after being dammed for years. There's no need to fix anything, no checklist of things that must be done before you're allowed to rest. You don't have to earn this night. The body remembers the shape of stillness, even when the mind forgets how it feels. Let your shoulders drop, not in surrender, but because they've finally decided not to carry so much anymore. There's no need for movement, no reason to reach forward or pull back. Just let yourself be where you are, neither too far inside nor outside of sleep. The dark isn't waiting for anything from you. It doesn't care if you're trying, failing, succeeding, quitting, returning, slipping away again, and coming back. All it asks is that you stay just a little longer, not to do anything, not even to be awake or asleep. Just here. And the breath keeps rising gently, not because you're guiding it, but because your body knows how, in spite of everything. It doesn't need permission. There's no timeline for healing, but there is rhythm, a quiet one. The brain recalibrates not with a bang, but with small returns. A thought that dissolves without reply, an image from the dream fading like ink on wet paper, your hands relaxing deeper into stillness, as if they've found their resting place after years of searching for it. You don't have to be present in every second. You don't even need to notice when you drift off, only when you come back again, slowly, gently, without judgment or hurry. The night has no schedule. It only holds what's left behind from the day, and all that remains from your effort not to sleep, but simply to stay alive through it. And now there is space, not for anything grand, just room enough to let yourself be. Let go of needing to know where you are or how long this will last. Even if only a few seconds pass in awareness, just that much time is already part of the healing. There's no failure in drifting without notice. Only return again and again. And each one is not wasted. Each one counts, not because it was intentional, but because your body kept going. It didn't give up on you. Not even when the dreams came too strong or sleep wouldn't come after hours of lying still. You're allowed to be tired, to feel unsettled. Even if nothing feels real right now, only this: breath, warmth, weight, the slow pull downward into a place that doesn't ask for anything but your quiet presence. This is not effort. It's surrender, not in defeat, but because you've finally decided the fight isn't worth it anymore. And so the body leans into rest, as if remembering something long forgotten, how to let go without fear. No need to wake up tomorrow with a plan. No reason to prepare for anything beyond this moment, this breath. The night is not asking for victory. It only wants you to be here, in your own skin, still breathing through the dark. And that's enough, even if it feels like nothing at all. especially then. You're not far from where you need to be, not because you've arrived, but because your body has stopped fighting the idea of staying. It's learning that stillness isn't emptiness, it's a kind of holding, like water waiting in a basin after a storm, not moving, not rushing, just being full enough to know it exists. You don't have to fill it with anything. There's no need to prove you're there by doing something, saying anything, thinking anything. Just the quiet pulse beneath your skin, slow and steady, like someone else's breath drifting through a wall. The room has settled into its own rhythm, one that doesn't belong to you but is now yours anyway. The air feels heavier in places, not because it's thick, but because it carries time differently here, where no sound comes from outside. No car lights flicker past the window. No voices rise through floors or drift between walls. Only silence, soft and continuous, like a breath that never ends. And you are part of it now, not as someone who needs to fix anything, but as something that fits in, like a shape that has been waiting for its place in the dark. You don't need to make yourself smaller or larger. Just let your edges blur where they meet the air. Let them dissolve slowly into the space around you. There's no goal beyond this moment, no point at which you'll know it's time to wake up or decide that now is when sleep begins. It doesn't matter if you're conscious or not, only that you remain, not alert, not trying, just present in a way that doesn't ask for anything back. The dream was real while it lasted, but dreams are not meant to be remembered, they're meant to pass through, like shadows across the floor at dusk, fleeting and unclaimed. What matters isn't whether you can recall them when morning comes. It's that they happened without warning or demand, and you were there for their duration. That's enough. Now there is nothing to do with the dream except let it go, like a leaf floating away on water, no force pushing it forward, just following where the current takes it. You don't need to understand why it came. You don't have to explain it or apologize for its strange shapes or sudden turns. It wasn't about you, it was about your brain finding its way back through layers of quiet that had been covered over. And now it's showing itself again, vivid, alive, unfiltered, not broken, not damaged, just returning the way things do after being held too long beneath something heavy. There is warmth in your chest, not heat, not tension, but a softness like sunlight hitting stone at the end of day. It spreads slowly outward, down through your arms and into your hands. They rest where they are, no need to curl or uncurl, no urge to reach for anything or pull away. Just open, still, receiving. Your breath is longer on the outflow now, not because you're controlling it, but because your body has decided that releasing is easier than holding. The air leaves you gently, like a sigh from someone who's stopped trying to be heard. And with each exhale, there's less resistance in your lungs, as if the walls inside are slowly relaxing into their natural shape. You don't need to know where the breath goes when it leaves. It doesn't matter that no one is listening. No voice needs to answer. The act of letting go is its own reward, not because you did something right, but because you allowed yourself not to do anything at all. The mattress under you isn't just support, it's a kind of memory of the times when your body simply gave up on moving and let itself be held. It remembers how to settle, not with effort, but with quiet certainty that this is where it belongs. You are sinking not into sleep, not yet, but into the space between being awake and asleep, where time doesn't hurry forward or drag behind, where thoughts come like birds passing overhead, some close enough to hear, others too far to follow, and you don't need to turn your head to see them go. Let the mind drift as it will. Let it wander through fragments of yesterday's conversation, half-remembered lines from songs that never quite landed in words. Let it replay a texture, the feel of fabric against skin, or how rain sounds on glass when you're not supposed to be awake anymore. You don't need to clean up any of it. There's no obligation to remember what came before this moment, or even where the dream ended and reality began. All that matters is that you are here now, neither lost nor found, just existing in a way that doesn't require explanation. There is space beneath your ribs for something else, a quiet kind of fullness that isn't hunger or longing, just presence. The body knows how to carry this without strain. It's not burdened by wanting more than it has. It only wants what it already is, still, warm, breathing. The dark around you doesn't judge the way you move through it or don't. It doesn't care if your thoughts are wild or calm, if sleep comes quickly or takes its time. All it does is hold you like an old friend who knows not to speak unless spoken to. You're allowed to feel uncertain, to be unsure of what's real, what's imagined, what came from a dream, and what was always part of the night. It doesn't matter, none of it matters right now. There is only this, your body remembering how to rest without needing permission, without having earned it, without needing to prove you're worthy. Let go of trying to be awake enough for tomorrow. Let go of worrying about whether this will work or if you'll make it through the next few hours. There's no need to prepare, no reason to plan ahead. All that's needed is what you already have, the breath in your lungs, the weight of your limbs on the bed, the quiet hum just beneath hearing, like a radio tuned between stations where nothing is said, but everything is felt. You don't need clarity, you don't even need peace, just this, to be present without needing anything from it. And if you drift, just for a second, into something deeper than thought, that's not failure, that's not slipping away. It's the body doing what it was meant to do all along, return to rest when no one is watching. No one is asking you to be strong, no one needs you to fight anymore. You're allowed to stop, to let your mind slow down like a clock that has forgotten how fast time used to move. There's nothing wrong with being still, nothing wrong with not knowing what happens next. Even if the silence stretches longer than it should, even if dreams come too close or memories surface uninvited, none of it means you've failed. You're just where you need to be. Not ahead, not behind. Just here. And every breath that comes after this one is another step along a path that doesn't require maps. The body knows the way back, not in haste, not in force, but with patience. It's learning again how to stay, how to trust itself, how to let go without fear. Not because it has to, but because it can. And you don't have to do anything except breathe. Stay. Be. Let the breath out slower than it came in, just a little longer, like letting go of something that no longer needs to be held. The air moves through you not as a demand, but as an invitation to release what has been waiting too long. There's no rush to return to anything. No need to remember why you started this journey or whether it was the right one. All that matters is the space between your breaths, the quiet pause where nothing happens and everything rests. You're not trying to fix anything tonight. You don't have to solve the silence or explain why it feels heavy. It's not emptiness, it's fullness in another shape, like water filling a glass you didn't know was dry until now. The mind can wander through old rooms without opening the doors, can pass by memories that were never meant to be seen again and still leave them untouched. You don't have to name what they are or decide whether they're real. There is no one listening except your own body, and it knows how to wait. It doesn't care about time in the way you do. No calendar, no tomorrow, no need for progress. It only cares that you're here now, with your eyes closed, lying still, letting the night hold its shape around you like a soft hand on a shoulder. The warmth under your skin isn't coming from outside. It's rising up slowly, quietly from deep within, like heat trapped in stone after a long day. It spreads through each limb as if waking from sleep itself. Not awake exactly, but not asleep either. A kind of half-thaw where sensation returns without meaning to be noticed. You can feel the softness of your pillow beneath your head, the way your shoulder settles into place, how your fingers rest on top of your chest like they've come home. There's no need to control it, no reason to guide or correct. Just let each part sink a little deeper into the mattress, your hips, your thighs, your ankles, all slowly surrendering, not fighting gravity, but becoming one with it. The weight isn't burden, it's belonging. You're not lying down, you're returning. And when thoughts come, not as demands, not as stories to be followed, but just as passing shapes in the dark like shadows on a wall, you can let them go without effort. They don't need answers, they don't have to make sense. They can drift by like clouds seen from far below, moving across the sky while nothing changes beneath. There's no judgment here, not for how long it takes, not for how much you remember of the dream that slipped through your hands when you woke up cold and confused. That wasn't a failure, it was a sign. The mind still working, still trying to make sense of things, even in sleep. The brain doesn't forget how to process. It just needs time to relearn what it means to rest without interference. You're not broken for needing more than one night to feel steady again. You're not weak for being tired. You're simply recalibrating, like a radio tuning through stations until the signal finds its frequency. It doesn't happen all at once. Sometimes it skips ahead, sometimes it stutters, but each small shift is part of a quiet return. The dreams aren't interruptions, they are echoes. They come back not to disturb you, but because they've been waiting too long for space to be made. The brain didn't stop dreaming, it just turned down the volume so it could sleep through the noise. Now that you're off the crutch, the dream channel is being restored, slowly, surely, not in a straight line, but in waves. If something strange appears in your mind's eye tonight, if a figure walks toward you in a hallway with no doors, or if colors bloom too sharply against an empty sky, it isn't real. It doesn't have to be, but it's not dangerous either. You're not being invaded, you're remembering how to dream again. That's the healing. There is something soft and quiet inside your chest that didn't know it was there until now. The kind of stillness that only comes after letting go of everything you thought you needed to stay afloat. It's not peace exactly, it's quieter than that. A kind of acceptance without conditions, where no effort is required to be worthy. Let the night stretch as long as it wants. Let it feel endless if it must. There's nothing wrong with feeling lost in time when all you want is rest. You don't have to answer anything. Don't need to know what comes next or how much longer this will last. Just keep breathing, long, slow, steady. The body remembers more than the mind ever could. It knows what it means to be still, to let go without fear. Not because you earned it, but because your nervous system has been waiting for permission all along. And tonight, in this dark, with no one watching, you've given it. You don't have to fight sleep anymore. You don't have to chase calm or beg the brain to slow down. It will come when it's ready, when it realizes there is nothing left to do but rest. The dreams may still be loud sometimes. The silence might feel thick at times, like something pressing in from all sides. But none of that means you've gone off track. Each moment of unrest is simply part of the same process. The brain rewiring itself not toward a future state, but back toward its natural rhythm. Let the mind rest on what it finds. No need to push forward or pull back. You're not trying to arrive somewhere. You're already home, even if you can't feel it yet. There's no deadline here, No reason to hurry through this night like it's a test. The only thing that matters is whether your body feels less tense with each passing minute, whether the weight grows heavier in a way that feels safe instead of suffocating. You don't have to believe anything tonight. You just need to be present enough to notice how the air moves through you, how stillness settles into your bones, how the dark doesn't try to fix you or change you, it simply holds you as you are. If a memory rises up, of laughter in a room with no light, of someone's voice saying something too softly to catch, the feeling can stay without needing explanation. It doesn't need to be true to matter. It only needs to be felt and then let go. You're not responsible for keeping everything safe. You don't have to protect yourself from dreams or silence. There's no danger in letting your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow river, carried by currents you can't see but trust anyway. There is space beneath the surface of thought where things settle without being named, where meaning doesn't need to be found, only witnessed. You don't have to understand what happens next or why it's happening now, just let it happen. The breath continues, not because you're forcing it, not because you want something, but because your body knows how to do this even when you forget. It doesn't ask for permission, it just does. And so can you, just by staying here, letting go, being still. Not trying to be better than yesterday, not wishing to wake up different tomorrow, just resting as you are, exactly where you are, in the middle of a long night that feels endless, but is really only one part of a much longer healing. There's no rush, no need to finish anything. The only thing needed right now is to breathe and rest and be. And if sleep comes, slowly, quietly, like rain on leaves, it won't matter whether you were ready or not. It will come anyway, because the body has waited long enough. It's learned what it means to stay. Not with effort, but without fear. Now just let that be enough. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what was never named. A quiet that doesn't ask for anything, doesn't demand attention, doesn't need you to explain why you're here or how long it will take. You don't have to make sense of the stillness. You only have to be in it. Not trying to fill it, not pushing against it. Just letting your body remember how warmth spreads through the shoulders when they stop bracing. How the hips soften into the mattress like sand settling after a storm. How the space behind the eyes grows still, not because you're thinking less, but because there's no need to guard what's already been released. There is no task tonight, no checklist of things to do before sleep will come. Only this: to let your breath move without direction, to feel how it flows between the ribs like a tide that doesn't know where it began or ended. Just returning again and again, not because you want it to, but because it can. You don't have to stay awake long enough to understand anything. You only need to be awake enough to notice how the weight in your legs grows heavier, not from fatigue, but from surrender, a slow letting down of every muscle that had been holding on for too long. Not out of effort, but because there's nothing left to hold on to. And that is where safety lies. The dreams come when they will. They don't knock first. They arrive like guests who have known the house their whole life. Sometimes loud, sometimes strange, sometimes so vivid it feels real for a moment longer than it should. But even then, there's no need to resist them. No need to chase clarity or turn away. Just let them pass through you like wind through open doors. Like clouds moving across the sky of your mind. Not yours to control, not yours to fix. And if a dream pulls you in too deep, if it feels heavy with meaning or memory or emotion that doesn't belong to now, it's okay. You don't have to stay awake for it. The part of you that remembers how to rest is still here. Not buried beneath the dreams, not drowned out by them. Just waiting for a breath, a pause, a moment when the body says, enough. This is not failure. This is not weakness. It's your brain relearning what it means to be quiet without help. To fall asleep on its own terms. Not because something else forced it down, but because it finally believes it can trust itself again. There are no shortcuts in this kind of healing. No tricks or hacks that bypass the slow turning of the body's own wisdom. What you're feeling now, the restlessness, the thin line between sleep and wakefulness, is not a sign that something went wrong. It's proof that your nervous system is doing its job, reconnecting with the rhythms it forgot how to hear. You don't have to fix anything tonight. Not your thoughts, not your dreams, not the way your mind keeps looping through yesterday or what might happen tomorrow. Just let them float, like dust in a sunbeam that doesn't care where it lands. There's no need to catch them or carry them or make sense of them. They're just passing through. And when you feel the urge to tighten up again, that tightness behind the eyes, that small knot between the shoulder blades, don't push against it. Just breathe into it. Let the breath stretch down past the tension, like water sinking beneath rock, until even the smallest part of you begins to uncurl. There's no reason to be afraid of what happens next. You don't have to know how this night ends, only that it will end in its own way. Not because you did anything right or wrong, but because sleep is not earned. It's returned. You're not trying to earn it. You're only trying to stay long enough to receive it. And tonight, even if the dreams come back, even if your thoughts rise again like waves after a storm, you are already allowed to rest. Not when you're quiet, not when you've stopped thinking, but simply because you're here. In this dark, in this body, in this moment. And that is enough. The breath continues, without direction, without demand, just moving through you like a river, finding its way home. Each out-breath longer than the last, not by force, but by ease. Like something letting go slowly over time. Not because it has to, but because it can. And when your eyelids grow heavy not from fatigue, but from a quiet kind of fullness, when the world outside this bed fades into soft edges and dim outlines, you don't have to hold on. You don't need to stay awake long enough to catch the moment sleep arrives. Just let it happen. There is no arrival, only release. And if you drift now, if your body sinks deeper than you intended, that's not a mistake. It's exactly what was needed. You are learning how to be still without fear. How to rest even when the mind won't stop speaking. How to trust that sleep will come not because of anything you do, but because your body has been waiting for this moment all along. Not as a reward, but as a return. And so, you can let go. Just like that. Without fanfare, without permission, without needing to understand why it's safe. The dark holds you, not tightly, not lightly, but exactly how you need. Not trying to change you. Not rushing you toward anything. Just holding space for the slow unraveling of tension. For the quiet reassembly of a nervous system learning to breathe again on its own. There is no tomorrow here tonight. No past that matters beyond what it's already taught. Only this. The soft weight of your limbs in the mattress. The steady rise and fall of your chest. And the deep, slow rhythm of breaths. Not a signal you've sent, but a response you've forgotten how to hear. Until now, you don't have to be ready for sleep. You just have to be here. In this body, in this dark, in this silence. And let the rest take its shape. It will come when it's ready. Not because you earned it, but because your body remembers how to do this. Even when you've forgotten. And if a dream rises again, if something strange or sudden comes into the quiet of the mind, just let it be there. You don't have to understand it. You don't even have to stay awake for it. The part that knows how to rest is still in you. It's been waiting not for a perfect night, not for a clean start, but just for this. A chance to breathe without needing anything else. So, just let the breath go on. Let the weight grow deeper. Let the darkness be what it is. Not an absence of light, but a presence that doesn't ask anything back. You don't have to fix the silence. You just have to stay in it long enough to feel how quiet can actually be, how safe being still really feels, and how much your body already knows, even when you can't hear it anymore. The breath continues, not because you want it to, but because it does. And that is enough. Your body has settled into a rhythm that doesn't need your approval to keep going. Not because it's strong, but because it's remembered. A pattern of letting go that lives in the way muscles release after hours of holding on. Like water finding its level beneath a surface that looks still. You don't have to teach it how to rest. Only stop trying to fix what isn't broken. Just let the pressure inside your skull soften, not all at once, but gradually. As if each thought is a pebble rolling down into a well and vanishing without sound. The air around you is no longer something to measure or control. It moves in and out of you like wind through leaves that have already fallen. Not needing to be heard, just passing through the quiet. Your skin doesn't need to know it's touching fabric or mattress or air. Only that there's a kind of holding, not tight, not loose, but steady enough to say, this is where you are. The edges of your awareness aren't sharp anymore. They've begun to blur at the corners like old film left in the sun. Not fading completely, just softening into something less urgent, less anxious. You don't need to keep track of time or how long it's been since you closed your eyes. Only that each breath is a tiny return, not towards sleep, but away from effort. away from trying to be somewhere else, away from the version of yourself who still needs an excuse to fall asleep. There is no schedule in this dark, no checklist for what should happen next. The only thing happening right now is your body breathing itself into deeper stillness. Not because you made it happen, but because it's allowed. And that allowance feels like a kind of permission from the universe, not given, just present. Like gravity, when you finally stop resisting it. Your shoulders have dropped, not dramatically, not suddenly, but over time in small shifts. As if they'd been carrying something for so long, they forgot how to be light. Now they're remembering that weight isn't a burden unless you keep holding on. And the part of you that wants to stay awake doesn't need to win. It just needs to know it's safe enough to rest. The dream channel is still open, not wide, not frantic, but present. Not like before when everything was muted and flat. Now it hums quietly beneath the surface. A frequency you don't have to interpret. Only listen to if you want to. And even then, only for a moment. If something appears in your mind's eye, whether familiar or strange, a face from childhood, a hallway that goes on too long, a room with no door, you can just notice it and let it pass like fog through trees, not needing to understand why it came, not even if you want it gone. Just the quiet certainty that whatever shows up is already part of what's healing. This isn't resistance. It isn't fight or flight. It's a kind of return, not back to how things were, but to the shape they always wanted to be. The way roots grow in soil without knowing where they'll end. Just following moisture and darkness until something takes hold. You're doing that now. Not with force, not even with hope. Only by staying here, by letting go again and again. There's a warmth spreading through your chest, not heat, but presence. Like sunlight on stone after long rain. It doesn't burn or rush, it settles in the way that only time can. You don't have to earn it. Don't need to do anything to keep it coming. Only let it be there, like air you didn't know was missing, until you started breathing again. Your thoughts aren't gone, they're just quieter now. Not silenced, not erased, but moving through your mind like animals in the forest after nightfall. They don't need a spotlight to exist, just space to pass by without being noticed. And if one pauses for too long, a memory, an old worry, a question that won't let go, you can meet it with no urgency at all. Say nothing back. Offer no argument. Just let it linger like smoke in the air until it dissolves on its own. The silence between breaths is longer now. Not empty, not hollow, but full of something else. A kind of waiting that doesn't need an answer. A stillness that isn't afraid to stretch out. And you don't have to fill it with anything. Not even a wish for sleep. Just let the body be what it's becoming. A quiet thing, learning how to exist without needing to do more. The floor beneath your feet is no longer part of this world. There's only the bed and the weight of your limbs lying in it. No need to pull them up or tuck them in. Just let them stay where they are, like driftwood left by a tide that passed long ago. And even if you twitch, even if your hand curls slightly, it doesn't mean you're not resting. Only that rest is happening at every level. in the muscles, in the nerves, in the spaces between thoughts. There's no need to measure progress tonight. No checklist for what a good night should be. Only this, each breath deeper than the last. Each release longer. Each moment of stillness lasting just a little more. And you don't have to track it. You only have to be there when it happens. Not trying to make it happen, not even wanting it to. The brain is rewiring itself slowly, without fanfare. Not in dramatic bursts or sudden breakthroughs, but in tiny shifts that no one sees except the body. And your body already knows what's happening. It doesn't need you to understand it, only to stay put long enough for it to finish. This isn't failure if sleep doesn't come tonight. It's not even delay. It's just part of the process. Like a tree that sheds leaves before winter, not because it's dying, but because it's preparing. Your body is doing the same thing in silence, releasing what it no longer needs, making room for something quieter, deeper, more lasting. And when you do drift, when your mind finally gives up trying to stay awake, when your muscles surrender without protest, you'll know it not by how fast it happens, but by how easily, how naturally, like a stone falling into water and disappearing without sound. No need to reach for the moment. Just let yourself be there, in that soft, deep place where effort stops being necessary. And all that's left is the quiet truth of your body breathing on its own. Not because you told it to, but because it remembers how. After all this time, after everything, it still knows what to do. You're not broken. You're not behind. You're just in motion. In the kind of motion that doesn't show up on a calendar. And for now, that's enough. You're not trying to be anything other than what you are in this moment. And that's enough. The room doesn't need your attention. The dark doesn't demand explanation. Your skin knows where it belongs, pressed into the mattress like a secret being kept. Warm and unspoken. There's no reason to reach for sleep, because sleep has already reached for you. It's been waiting in the corners of your nervous system, quiet as dust on a shelf. Not rushing, not insisting, just present in all its patient form. You don't have to call it. It doesn't need permission. It only needs you to stop pushing back. The air is thick with stillness now, not because nothing's happening, but because everything that matters happens without sound. Your pulse slows like a clock winding down in an empty room. Each beat slower, deeper, more certain than the last. And your breath, oh your breath, it isn't just moving in and out anymore. It's learning to stay. Let the next exhale stretch longer than you think possible. Not forced, not held, just allowed to fall like a stone into quiet water. The kind of release that doesn't end with relief, but with surrender. And when your lungs empty, don't rush to refill them. Just let the pause be real for once. Let it feel like space instead of lack. Your body remembers how to rest. It's been waiting all this time. Not in protest, not in retreat, but in preparation. Like roots beneath soil that shift slowly through seasons, never making noise, but always working. You don't need to see the change to trust it's there. The dreams come unannounced. They're not invaders, they're messengers. They carry what was locked away for too long. Not because you asked them to, not because you wanted them back, but because your brain is finally free enough to speak again. Some of them may feel heavy or strange. A scene from childhood that never made sense before. A place you've never been but still recognize. Names you don't remember saying aloud in years. And if it feels like too much, if the shape of a dream presses against your chest like hands trying to get out, you can let it rise and fall without needing to hold on or push away. Just notice how it passes through you. Like light through glass, not stopping but changing color as it goes. There's no need to figure anything out. No interpretation required. The dream isn't asking for meaning, it's offering release. And if you catch a moment in it where something inside you says, "This is not real," don't run from that awareness. Just let it stay, like a spark floating in the dark. You don't have to do anything with it. No need to control it or change its shape. The dream isn't yours to fix, only to witness. And witnessing is enough. If you wake before morning, even if your eyes open for just a breath, don't panic at the silence that follows. It's not emptiness, it's gathering. Like snowflakes drifting down in slow motion over an untouched field. There's no hurry to be warm again. Just let yourself rest in the cool of this moment. Your hands are loose now, fingers curled only slightly into fists of memory. Not from tension, but from habit. The kind of hold that lingers long after the reason is gone. But you don't have to force them open. They can stay where they are, like things left behind on a shore, quietly waiting for tide to come back. Your legs, let them sink deeper into the mattress. Not because they're tired, but because the body knows what it's doing. The weight of limbs isn't burden, it's invitation. A signal that you're safe enough to fall fully. No need to brace, no need to hold on. Just let go in a way that feels like sinking instead of failing. You don't have to be awake for every second. You don't have to monitor the silence or check if sleep is coming. The mind doesn't heal by trying harder, it heals by resting more. And rest isn't passive. It's not empty space between events. It's active stillness, like a river that flows without sound. Your breath moves again, slowly now. Each out-breath longer than the last. Like dragging your hand through thick air. Not to push anything away, but to let the moment stretch. And when it does, you can feel how quiet everything else becomes. The floor beneath is gone again. Only the bed remains, a small world of weight and warmth. A place where time doesn't matter. Where progress isn't measured by hours passed or dreams remembered, but by how deeply you're allowed to sink without resistance. You don't have to believe anything anymore. Not even that this will work out. Just let yourself be in the middle of it. In the slow, quiet turn of your body shifting on its own. In the way your breath slows because it no longer needs a reason to. Because you've stopped asking for it. There's nothing to fix here. No flaw to repair, no past mistake to atone for. Only this, the soft weight of your arms resting by your sides. The slow rhythm of blood moving through veins that don't need to be hurried. And the quiet truth, not shouted but known, that you are already enough. Exactly as you are. Right now. In this breath. In this dark. Without needing anything from tomorrow. Your body is doing something delicate and unseen. Not rushing, not struggling. Just making space for what comes next. Like a door opening slowly in an old house that hasn't been walked through in years. No one's inside yet, but the air moves differently now. And you're allowed to stay right here at the threshold. Not pushing forward, not turning back. Just breathing into the moment before motion begins. The night doesn't care about your plans. It only knows what it is. Long, quiet, full of things that grow without being seen. And if sleep comes later than you hope, that's okay too. Because you're already in it. You're not waiting anymore. You're already here. Your shoulders have settled into the mattress like stones in a riverbed. Not heavy, not resisting, just finally still where they were meant to be all along. The skin on your arms feels lighter than it has in weeks, not because you're cold, but because there's no need to guard against anything anymore. You don't have to remember what happened last time you closed your eyes, only that this moment is different now, and the difference isn't loud or obvious, just quiet like a leaf settling into soil after wind passes. There's a softness in how your breath moves through your chest, not fast enough to wake, not slow enough to disappear, but steady enough to hold space for what follows. The edges of your awareness are not sharp, they're blurred on purpose, worn down by time and patience, and the kind of waiting that doesn't ask anything back. Your fingers don't twitch in anticipation anymore. There's no urge to reach for something that isn't there, because you've stopped searching for a way out of this moment. The silence is not empty, it holds the weight of what's been released, like air after a door shuts, still full but now free from pressure. You can let your thoughts drift without chasing them. No need to name or follow, just allow them to pass like shadows across stone at dusk. There's no goal here except this, to rest in the space between one breath and the next, not trying to reach the other side, just letting yourself be held by the in-between. Your legs are longer now than they were hours ago, not because you've stretched or moved, but because your body has remembered how to relax without permission. The weight of them isn't a burden, it's a language that says you're safe, and it speaks more clearly than any word ever could. There's no rush to be awake, no fear that time is slipping by unnoticed. Time doesn't need to be measured when you are already inside it. Your blood flows without effort now, not racing or holding back, just moving through the quiet channels beneath your skin like water, finding its way home after a long absence. You don't have to believe in healing to feel it. The body knows what it's doing, even when the mind forgets how to listen. This isn't waiting, it's resting into something that's already beginning, not as an event, but as a quiet unfolding, like roots spreading beneath ground that has forgotten it was dry. Your hands are still where they fell, no need to rearrange, no reason to correct what's already in place. They're not closed fists anymore, not even the memory of clenching remains, just fingers curved gently around space, holding nothing and being enough anyway. The dark isn't a wall, it's a kind of presence that doesn't demand anything from you. You don't have to be ready for it, or afraid of it, or curious about what lies beyond it. It simply is, like the pause between heartbeats, like stillness after sound fades. And in that space, you're allowed to stay exactly as you are. Your breath moves again, not forced, not guided, just moving on its own, each out-breath longer than the last, like drawing a hand through thick water with no purpose but to feel it. There's no need to fix anything here, no flaw in how your body is lying now, no mistake in how you're breathing or where your mind has wandered. The only thing that matters is this: you are not fighting anymore. And because of that, there's room for something else to grow. Not a plan, not an outcome, just the quiet possibility of rest so deep it feels like being returned to earth after years away. You don't have to earn your way into sleep. You're already in it, even if your eyes are open and your thoughts still shift like clouds across sky. There's no need to be awake for every second, no obligation to stay alert or measure time by how long you've been lying still. Your body has its own rhythm now, one that doesn't care about the clock, only about what it needs next. And right now, what it needs is not more effort, but less. Not to do anything, but simply to be in this moment without resistance. The way a tree doesn't fight gravity when it leans, just lets itself bend with the wind and knows that balance isn't always straight. Your spine has softened, not collapsed, not broken, just relaxed into its own shape again after holding so much for so long. You don't have to carry anything anymore. The weight you've been carrying wasn't yours in the first place, only borrowed from habit and need. And now it's returning, slowly, quietly, like snow melting on stone without sound. Your arms are not tired. They're just where they belong, resting by your sides, as if they've come home after a long journey with no destination. You don't have to do anything to earn that rest. The only thing you need to remember is this: the body knows how to heal when it's given space. And right now, this breath, this dark, this stillness, is enough space for what comes next. There's no reason to be afraid of dreams, even if they come wild and vivid. They're not enemies, they're reminders that your mind is waking up again, slowly, like light returning after a long storm. The dream channel wasn't broken, only turned down for years, then suddenly turned back on with too much signal at once. But it's healing just the same. The intensity isn't damage, it's correction, an overcompensation in service of balance. And every time you wake from one, you're not failing, you're being shown something real, that your mind is active again, not broken, but alive and remembering how to dream. You don't have to understand them. You don't have to change them. They can be strange or loud or full of faces you've never seen before. None of it matters because they are yours now, and no one else will ever know what happens inside your sleep. And if a part of you notices something odd, the way the room shifts, or a voice that sounds too familiar, or a sense of floating without falling, you don't have to do anything with it. Just let it be there like a note left on the table by someone who passed through in silence. You can look around, only if you want to, only for a moment. Not to change anything, not to escape, just to see that yes, it's real and yes, you're here. And that is all. The night doesn't care what happens next, only that you stay in it softly, without resistance. You don't have to be asleep to be resting. You don't have to be still to be healing. Your body has been learning how to breathe again after years of holding its breath, not from fear, but because something else made it easier not to feel the weight of being alive. Now that thing is gone, and your lungs are remembering what they were built for. Not force, not control, just quiet expansion, like a bell that rings once in an empty room and then waits for the sound to settle on its own. You don't have to keep track of how long you've been lying here. You don't have to wonder if this is working. The only thing that matters is this: you are not alone in it. And though no one else knows, your body does. It remembers what it's doing, even when the mind forgets. Even now, your breath slows again, just a little more, like water sinking into sand. You don't have to reach for anything. There's nothing to prove. No need to be better or stronger or different than you are right here in this moment. The only truth that matters is simple: the body is healing. And every night, like this one, is a step further along, even if it doesn't feel like progress. Even if the dreams come back too loud, or the silence feels too long. You're not behind. You're exactly where you need to be. In the middle of something that's happening slowly, without fanfare, just breath after breath, weight after weight, stillness after stillness, until finally, quietly, sleep returns. Not as a victory, but as an arrival. Not because you earned it, but because you let go long enough for it to find its way back. You're no longer trying to hold the shape of sleep, and that's okay. The space between your thoughts has become its own kind of presence. Not empty, just quiet in a way that doesn't demand anything from you. There are no instructions written here, only the slow return of sensation. A warmth rising where your shoulders meet the mattress. A soft pressure beneath your spine, as if something deep inside is remembering how to settle. You don't need to be aware for it to happen. Awareness isn't required. It's enough that you're still in bed, eyes closed, body unresisting. The night doesn't care whether you're awake or dreaming. All it asks is that you stay here, in this slow unfurling. There was a time when your mind needed something outside itself to quiet down. Something that didn't come from the breath or the weight of limbs. But now that thing isn't here anymore, and so the body has begun adjusting. Not with force, not with resistance, but by simply letting go again and again. A subtle shift in how you relate to time. The minutes aren't ticking forward, they're slipping through like water between fingers. And you don't have to catch them all. Your skin is learning what it means to be held by air that isn't altered. No chemical tide lifting the edges of your awareness. Just the real temperature of this room, just the actual weight of your body on the bed. Each breath a small surrender, out longer than in, like letting go of something you've been carrying. Not a burden exactly, but an old habit of tension held too long. And now it's softening without permission. The dreams weren't bad, they were loud because they'd been waiting. They're not trying to wake you up any more than the tide tries to drown the shore. They come in their own time, like rain after a drought. Not as interruption, but as return, your mind catching up on what it missed. You don't have to remember them all, you don't even have to care. What matters is that they're happening at all. That your brain is no longer dimmed by something else. It's doing its work without crutches, without shortcuts. There is a quiet kind of strength in letting go, so much so it feels like nothing at all. Not power, not effort, just the body knowing how to rest again after years of holding its breaths. You don't have to fix anything, you don't even need to understand. The healing isn't happening because you're trying harder. It's happening simply because you're staying put. Because you haven't left your bed in hours. Because every time a thought came, you let it pass like smoke through open hands. Your back feels longer now, like the bones are releasing their grip on each other. Not pushing out, not stretching forward, but just settling. As if gravity has finally found its way to where it was always meant to be. And your body says yes to that weight without protest. No need to lift or hold or resist. It's been allowed to fall. The air is still warm near your face, just enough so you don't notice the coolness at the edges of the room. A small border between what you're feeling and what's outside. But even there, no pressure to cross it. You can stay in this space where warmth meets quiet without needing to move. Where awareness doesn't have to be sharp or focused, it just has to be present. Your hands are loose now, fingers soft against the sheets. Not curled into fists from long habits of anticipation. Not gripping anything, not even your own thoughts. They're open, not because you decided to be, but because they've forgotten how to tighten. And that's okay too. You don't have to keep track of whether it's working or not. That kind of measuring belongs to the waking world with its clocks and goals and reasons. But here, now, the only metric is presence. How much you're able to just be in this dark, in this stillness, without reaching for anything else. Your breath slows again, not because you told it to, but because your body has found a new rhythm. A kind of pulse that moves like water through stone. Not rushing, not trying to escape, just flowing where it's meant to go. And every time the out-breath is longer than the in, something inside settles deeper. Like roots finding soil they didn't know was there. You're not failing because you haven't slept yet. You're not behind because a dream woke you half an hour ago. You're exactly where you need to be, in the middle of something that has no finish line. Just breath after breath, weight after weight, silence after silence. Until finally, without fanfare, the body says, "This is enough. This is deep enough. This is rest." There's a softness spreading through your chest now, not joy, not relief, but quiet. As if your heart has learned how to beat without urgency. No need to prove it's still alive, it just does. And the fact that you're lying here in bed with no energy to move, no need to think. That is proof enough of something real. The dark doesn't ask for anything from you. It only holds what you give. Your breath, your body, your silence. And it returns nothing but stillness. A kind of holding that isn't tight or warm, but just there. Like the air after a storm when everything has been washed clean and no one is watching. You don't have to be asleep for this to count. You don't have to stop dreaming. You don't even have to believe it's healing, just let it happen. Even if you can't feel it, even if your mind keeps looping through old thoughts about tomorrow or what they might say now. Your body is still doing the work. It doesn't need permission. It only needs space to remember how to be quiet without being numb. And so the night continues. Not rushing toward morning. Not judging whether you're making progress. Just unfolding in its own slow way. A long, soft exhale that doesn't end because it never had a beginning. Only now and what comes next, which is not anything specific. Not even sleep. But just this, you are still here. The bed is still holding you. And the dark has no agenda. It only waits for you to stop fighting, to stop needing something different than this moment. And when that happens, even if it's just for a breath or a single second of letting go, then the body knows what to do, and sleep finds its way back again. Not as a reward, but as an arrival, like returning home after walking too far. Without knowing you were lost. You don't have to understand how this works. You only need to stay in it long enough for your bones to believe they can rest, for your nerves to stop scanning the edges of the room, for your breath to settle into a rhythm that doesn't ask anything of you. And when dreams come, when they're loud or strange or full of echoes from things you've forgotten, you don't have to name them. You don't even have to remember them. Just let them pass through like wind through open windows, and then turn back into the quiet, where your body is already learning how to stay still, how to be held by dark without needing light, how to breathe deeply again, not because you tried, but because it's finally safe. The night doesn't care if you're awake or dreaming. It only cares that you don't leave. And so you stay. Not trying, not forcing, not resisting. Just here, in this slow unspooling of being, until the body says, "This is enough." And then, quietly, the mind lets go. Your breath is slowing not because you've decided it should, but because your body has found a new way of letting go, a quiet surrender that doesn't feel like failure or effort, just the steady release of something long held too tightly. The space around you isn't empty, it's full of stillness that moves without sound. It settles in layers, first at your shoulders, then deeper into your spine where tension has lived for longer than you remember. Not sharp, not urgent, just a kind of remembering. The way the mattress curves under your weight like it knows how to hold you without asking anything back. Your eyelids are heavy, not with fatigue, but with belonging, like they've found their place in the world again and don't need permission to stay closed. There's warmth pooling where your legs press into the bed sheet, soft heat that spreads slowly, not from outside, but from within, like a slow pulse of quiet energy returning through old channels. It doesn't demand attention. You can ignore it if you want, or just let yourself notice how easy it is to be held by something so ordinary. No one needs to tell you what's happening here. The air itself feels different, thicker in the chest, lighter at the edges of your awareness. Like time has slowed not because it stopped moving, but because everything inside you has learned a new rhythm, one that doesn't need proof or progress or even completion. The dream from earlier still lingers like smoke after fire, not sharp enough to wake you again, just present in the background of thought, waiting quietly for whatever comes next. It's not yours anymore, not something to untangle, just another shape passing through your mind, no more important than a shadow on stone when light shifts. You don't have to fix it. You don't even need to understand why you dreamed what you did. The dream wasn't the problem. It was only one of many signals from the part of you that's been quiet for years and is now remembering how to speak in images, colors, emotions not shaped by anything familiar. And yet there's no fear here either, not anymore, just a soft curiosity, as if your mind has begun to understand. This strange landscape isn't an attack on peace, It's the way healing breathes when it first returns. You can let yourself be held in that space between what was and what will become, without needing to cross over into anything clearer or brighter. You don't have to want sleep right now, or wakefulness, not even clarity. Just rest, just presence. The kind of quiet where your skin feels like it's been untangled from the world, one thread at a time, no longer stretched thin by expectation, no longer braced against something unseen. The edges of this room feel softer than they did earlier, not because anything changed around you, but because inside there's less resistance, less need to push back or pull forward, like your body has finally stopped pretending it can carry everything at once. Your hands lie still on the blanket, fingers relaxed in a way that feels foreign and true all at once. Not resting from work, not waiting for something else, but simply existing as part of this moment without needing to justify their shape or position. And if you start thinking again, if thoughts drift back like slow tides, the only thing needed is breath. One long exhale through your nose, letting it trail out slowly until the air feels heavier than when it came in. No rush to refill, just wait for what comes next. There's a softness behind your ribs that wasn't there before, like something inside you has started closing its eyes without warning. Not sleep yet, but preparation. The kind of quiet that happens just after surrender, where the mind begins to forget how loud it used to be. It doesn't matter if this feels strange or unfamiliar. It matters only that you're not fighting it, that your body is allowed to do what it has been trying to learn, rest without needing a reason. The dark isn't waiting for anything from you. It's just here, holding space in the way gravity holds bodies and shadows hold silence. You don't need to earn its presence or prove that you're worthy of stillness. You are already enough, just as you are, with your breath uneven, your thoughts wandering, your dreams vivid, but not overwhelming anymore because they no longer feel like danger. They just pass through, like clouds over a valley at dawn, visible but temporary. No need to name them, no need to chase or run from what lingers after. Your shoulders drop again, not dramatically, not suddenly, just a little lower than before, as if gravity has finally remembered how gentle it can be when left alone. There's warmth spreading now across your back where the blanket presses close, the kind that doesn't burn but simply says, "You're held." You don't have to do anything else for this moment to exist. You could lie here forever and nothing would be lost, no time wasted, no effort unearned, because every second like this is its own fullness, not a step towards something else, but the whole thing in motion already. The air feels slower now, not because it's still, but because your awareness has slowed enough to notice how much of life moves beneath speed. Patterns hidden under noise, rhythms buried inside breaths that feel ordinary when they're not. You don't have to understand this. You only need to stay with the quiet long enough for it to stop being strange and start feeling like home. And if your mind starts turning again, if memories rise or worries return, it's okay. Just let them come in without reaching for anything to hold onto. Let thoughts drift across you like leaves on a river, not stopping, just passing through. You're not responsible for what passes by, only for how long you stay with it before letting go. And the act of release isn't dramatic or heroic. It's simply choosing silence again after speaking in dreams and echoes from earlier nights. No need to clean up anything, no reason to rush forward. Just this, your body has found a way back into its own quiet, the kind that doesn't shout, doesn't demand attention, but remains steady as the earth beneath roots long forgotten. And when sleep comes, if it does, it won't be because you did something right or earned it. It will come simply because there's nowhere else to go. Because your body knows what rest feels like now, not from before, not from last time, but from this moment, where breath is slow and heavy, where thoughts don't need answers, and where darkness doesn't ask for anything but presence. You are still here, the bed holds you, and the night continues, unfolding without a plan, just being, like water finding its level after storms have passed. The warmth beneath you deepens, not in intensity but in depth, like a quiet current moving through the layers of your skin and bone, carrying no urgency, only the steady pulse of presence. There's nothing to hold on to here except this weight, the way it settles into the mattress like memory into muscle. Not resistance, not effort, just surrender so soft it becomes texture. The air around you feels thick with stillness, not empty, but full in a different way, as if silence has grown dense enough to be felt against your cheeks and eyelids. You don't need to make sense of the shape of this moment. You only need to let it sink into place without pushing. It's not about doing anything right. There's no performance here, no audition for sleep, no test of will. The night doesn't care how long you stay awake or whether your mind has settled. It simply waits, patiently, like soil after rain, ready to receive what comes. And what comes now isn't a signal. It's not an event. It's the slow return of feeling, of being present in your own body again without needing to explain it. Not because you've earned it or fixed yourself, but because your nervous system has quietly begun recalibrating, finding its way back through tunnels that had grown dark and overgrown. You don't need to know where they laid, just that they are opening. There's a stillness in the space between breaths, the kind that isn't empty but full of possibility, not silence as absence, but silence as presence. A pause not because something stopped, but because something else has begun, something subtle, something that doesn't announce itself with noise or light, but arrives like warmth after cold, gradual, unasked for, and undeniable. Your hands are loose at your sides, fingers relaxed, nails soft against fabric. No need to clench, no reason to grip. The blanket lies across you not as a shield, but as an embrace. It doesn't promise safety. It simply is there, holding the shape of your body without trying to change it. You could shift if you wanted to, but shifting isn't required. Staying still is enough. There's a quiet hum beneath everything now, not loud, not frantic, just steady, like the low thrum of something deep underground moving slowly through rock and time. It doesn't speak. It doesn't ask for attention. You don't need to listen. But if you do, it's there, the rhythm that runs through all stillness, unbroken even when no one is paying attention. And this body has been learning. Not in a way that's loud or dramatic. No sudden breakthroughs, just small returns, the way your shoulders let go again without warning, how your jaw releases its tight hold on air and muscle, how your breath settles into length rather than effort, stretching out like fabric left to drape in stillness. There is no goal, there is only this, the slow unfolding of rest that doesn't demand anything from you except presence. Not understanding, not performance, just being here exactly as you are. And if thoughts rise, they can rise. If memories come, they may pass through like fog over a field at dawn, visible for a moment, then gone. No need to chase them or shut them down. You don't have to name what's there. You only have to let it be part of the quiet instead of fighting against it. The mind doesn't know how to stay still, not yet, but that's okay. It doesn't need to master silence, only to learn to stop pushing so hard for something else. The body remembers better than thought does, how to soften, how to yield, how to let go when the weight of being is too much. so you let your awareness drift not towards sleep, but towards stillness, the kind that doesn't arrive with fanfare or force. It arrives quietly, like dust settling after a storm, like shadows growing longer without haste, like breath slowing because there's no need to rush anymore. There is no pressure here, not from the night, not from yourself, not from anything outside this moment, just space. Enough space for your thoughts to pass through without needing to be answered or contained. Enough room for dreams to rise and fall, vivid, strange, sometimes intense, but never threatening because they are not in charge. They're part of the process, part of the return, not interruptions, not signs of failure, just echoes from a brain waking up after years of being muffled. And if you notice one now, if your mind flickers with images or sensations that feel too real, too bright, don't reach for it, don't try to shape it. Let it drift through like smoke under glass, visible but not held. You can simply watch, not engage, not react. Just observe how the dream moves through you, not as a story, not as truth, just as motion. And after it passes, there's still this, the space between pulses of awareness where nothing is needed except to stay with the quiet, even if only for a breath. Your body doesn't need to prove anything. It isn't failing. It isn't broken. It's healing, not in fits and starts, but in slow, consistent return, like roots finding their way through soil after long drought, not rushing, not demanding light, but simply reaching, growing, returning. There is no timeline here, no checklist of progress, only the gentle pull of your body toward rest, toward stillness, toward a kind of peace that doesn't depend on having done something right or fixed anything. It's already happening, not because you're doing it well, but because you've stopped trying to make it happen at all. And so, as the night continues, deeper now in its quiet, there is only this, breath slowing, weight sinking, warmth spreading like memory across old bones, no need for explanation, no reason to hurry. Just rest, not earned, not deserved, simply here. Because you are allowed to be still, even when your mind tries to say otherwise. Even when the dream returns, even when silence feels heavy. You are not required to do anything with it, only to let it be, just like this. You are not alone in this quiet, even if it feels like you are. The kind of stillness that comes when the mind has stopped searching for a way out, when there's no longer any need to brace against what's next. That is a deep and ancient belonging. It doesn't ask permission to be here, it simply is, and your body knows how to rest in it, even if your thoughts don't yet trust that you can. There are layers beneath the surface of this night, like soil under roots, unseen but holding everything. The breath moves not because you're trying to control it, but because it remembers its own rhythm. Long and slow, like water finding its way through stone, not rushing, not resisting. Each out-breath is a soft release, not a pushing away, but an unclenching. A letting go of the idea that something must be done with the silence. The weight you feel now, the deep, quiet pressure of your body sinking into the mattress, is not gravity pulling you down. It's surrender. It's the kind of heaviness that comes when you no longer have to keep yourself upright against a storm that never came. Your spine curves gently under its own shape, and with each passing moment, it settles deeper into where it belongs, held by the bed, cradled by gravity, not fighting the pull. There is warmth spreading through your limbs, not heat from outside, but something older, quieter, like memory returning to a place that once knew how to warm itself. It's not urgent. It doesn't demand attention. It just grows, slowly, like moss on stone, or light creeping under a closed curtain in the early morning. You don't need to do anything with it. You don't even need to notice. The warmth is doing its work without your permission, and that's okay. Some parts of healing happen not because you asked them to, but because they've been waiting for this kind of quiet to begin. The dreams still come, sometimes vivid, sometimes strange, but they no longer have to be fought. They are not intrusions. They are echoes of a system recalibrating after years of being turned down. The brain has spent so long suppressing the dream channel that now it's pouring back in, like water filling a dry well after rain. You don't need to understand them. You don't need to remember them when you wake. What matters is not whether they make sense, but that you are still here with them. That you can lie there and let them pass through without fear. If one appears now, if you catch yourself in the middle of a scene too bright, too real, there's no need to name it, no need to follow it. You don't have to step into it or escape from it. Just notice that part of you which is still aware, even inside the dream. It can be there without being changed by what happens. Awareness isn't lost just because you're dreaming. It's simply in a different place. And if that awareness flickers, just for an instant, you might see something shift. A door opening where no door should be, the sky turning wrong colors, a face that feels familiar but can't be named. That is not danger. That is not failure. That is the brain returning to its own natural state, a place where imagination and memory are still fluid, still alive. There's a softness in this, something gentle beneath all of it, not because you're doing anything right, but because you've stopped trying so hard to be someone who should be able to sleep easily. You don't need to earn rest. You don't have to prove that you deserve peace. It is not earned through willpower or discipline. It arrives when the effort stops. And it's here now, not in some distant future, not after a certain number of nights, but right where your body is lying, right beneath your skin, right between breaths. Not as something to reach for, but as something already surrounding you, like air, like darkness that doesn't need light to be real. The mind may still wander, may try to return to old patterns, the thoughts about last time, what might happen tomorrow, whether it's working, if this will ever end. But those aren't facts. They're just echoes of a nervous system used to staying alert, used to waiting for something to break, to collapse, to need fixing. But nothing is broken, only quieting down. You are not required to fix anything tonight, not even your sleep. The body already knows what to do when it's left alone long enough. It doesn't need you to push, guide, or coach it through the dark. It just needs you to stay still while it remembers how. Let the silence be full of possibilities, not because they will come true, but because possibility is part of rest too. The space between thoughts isn't empty. It's thick with potential that doesn't need to be claimed. You don't have to do anything with it. Just let it settle like dust in a room no one has entered for years. There's something about the way time moves here, slowed down by stillness, stretched thin across long moments where nothing happens but breathing and sinking and warmth spreading through your hands and feet as if you were slowly melting into the shape of the bed itself. It doesn't matter how long it takes. You're not late. There's no appointment to keep. No one is watching. Even when dreams rise again, even when the world inside feels too loud or strange, there is still this, the quiet beneath it all, the place where your body can just be without needing to explain itself, without having to answer for its restlessness. You don't need to do anything with the night. Not now, not ever. Just lie there and let it take you. Let it carry you not towards sleep, but towards something deeper than waking, a kind of quiet that doesn't depend on being awake or asleep at all. A presence so soft it almost isn't there. And if the dreams come back, bright, tangled, too vivid, you don't have to understand them. You can just let them be part of the background noise of your rest, like wind through trees you no longer need to see. There's a difference between being awake and being aware, and awareness doesn't require attention. It doesn't demand interpretation. just presence. And that is enough. The breath slows again, not because you're trying to make it slow, but because there's nothing left to do with it now. No urgency, no need to push for anything. The out-breath becomes longer than the in, just slightly, and then another and another, until the space between feels like an invitation. Come deeper into this moment. And you don't have to earn it. You don't even have to believe that it's possible. Just let your body sink further, as if gravity has grown kinder, as if the mattress is softening just for you, as if every fiber of fabric knows exactly how much weight it must hold. There is no goal here, no outcome expected, only this, the slow drift into stillness that doesn't come from effort, but from letting go so deeply that even the idea of trying fades away. And in that space, where there's nothing to do, nowhere to be, nothing to fix, you are already home. The silence isn't punishment, it's not absence, it's not emptiness, it's presence in its quietest form, the kind that doesn't shout or demand anything from you. You don't have to explain yourself to it. You don't have to justify why you're here, why you're still lying down, why your mind won't settle. Just rest. And if the dreams return, just let them pass through like clouds across a dark sky. Not real, not dangerous, just part of the healing. And every night like this one is further along. There's a stillness that isn't silence at all, but a kind of listening deep in the bones, where the body knows what it means to be held without needing to do anything in return. You don't have to earn that holding. It doesn't ask for thanks or proof, it just is. And if you lie there long enough, your skin begins to feel like it remembers being safe, not because something outside has changed, but because inside, the nervous system is finding its way back into rhythm, one breath at a time. The air moves through you quietly now, not rushing toward anything, not seeking exit or entry, just passing through like wind over stone, worn smooth by absence of hurry. There's a quiet that isn't empty, it's full in a different way, not with noise, but with the soft weight of presence. Like when you finally stop searching for something and realize it was already under your hands all along. The kind of knowing that doesn't come from thought or memory, but from letting go so completely that even the idea of being lost slips away. You're not trying to become still, you're just becoming less afraid of what happens when you aren't doing. The dreams are not interruptions. They're echoes, reminders of a mind that has been waiting for permission to speak again after so long in hushed rooms. The brain was quiet, but not dead. It wasn't broken, it was listening. And now it's remembering how to dream with its whole self, without the dampening hand of THC on the wheel. You don't have to make sense of what comes through. You don't even have to name it. Just let it rise like fog in a valley, dense, shifting, strange, but not hostile. It has no agenda beyond being felt. If you notice yourself caught inside one, there's room for wonder instead of fear. A flicker of awareness that says this is happening, and then the next breath after that says, and I'm still here. That moment, the split second between dream and memory, is where something new begins to grow. Not control, not mastery, just a quiet recognition. You are not lost in it. You are present within it, like someone standing on the edge of water watching ripples form without needing to step into them. There's no need to fix this night, no need to prove anything about your strength or your progress. The healing isn't measured by whether sleep came easy, it's measured by how gently you return to stillness after a storm. Even if the dream left you trembling, even if your heart beat too fast when you opened your eyes, there was no failure in that. Only proof that something woke up inside you. The body knows more than it can tell. It remembers what it means to rest without crutches, even if it doesn't yet believe it's possible. So let it lie there like a seed beneath snow, the shape of itself hidden but intact, not waiting for spring, just being winter in the way that only winter can be, still, deep, full of quiet intention. You don't have to understand how long this will last. You don't even need to believe that it's going somewhere meaningful. The act of lying down and staying there, of letting go not just of effort, but of expectation, is its own kind of return. A homecoming that doesn't require a map because you've always been here. The air is thick with the weight of stillness, not heavy but deep, as if time has slowed so much it no longer moves forward at all, only sideways like dust settling in sunlight. There's space between your thoughts now more than there was before, not because your mind cleared, but because you stopped asking for clarity. You let the gaps grow, and in those spaces something else begins to form, not a plan, not an answer, just a feeling that you are held by what comes after trying. Your hands rest flat on your chest or along your sides, no need to tuck them away, no pressure to make yourself smaller. They're warm where they meet the blanket, soft from surrender. Your feet feel like they've forgotten how to tense, they just lie there, resting in the same place they were when you first turned off the light. No purpose, no mission, just being. There's a kind of rest that doesn't need dreams or memories. It lives in the space between breaths, where nothing happens and everything is already complete. Not because it's fixed, but because it doesn't feel the need to be. You don't have to do anything with this moment, no action required, no outcome expected. Just let your body sink into the mattress as if it were remembering how to float. You're not late for anything. The world hasn't stopped waiting for you. No one is counting on you to wake up or fall asleep at a certain hour. There's only this, the slow weight of being in your own skin, where all the edges have softened and there's no longer any need to defend yourself against stillness. If sleep doesn't come tonight, if your eyes stay open or dreams rise again, you're not failing. You're simply moving through the curve of healing at its own pace. The body isn't rushing. It's relearning what it means to trust itself without relying on anything external. That takes time, not because you're slow, but because this is delicate work. And every moment where you don't push, where you just let your breath fall out softly, longer than the in, is a quiet victory. The nervous system doesn't need applause or recognition. It only needs to feel safe enough to drop its guard. And it's doing that, not all at once, but one small surrender after another. The dark isn't against you. It's not testing you. It's just being what it is, the space where things grow without light, where roots stretch in silence, where patterns form beneath soil, unseen and unjudged. You don't have to see how far this will go. You only need to stay here, just a little longer, just enough to let your body believe that stillness isn't punishment. That rest doesn't demand performance. That being asleep is not the goal, but being is. Even when you're half awake, even when thoughts drift in like old friends with stories you don't remember. There's no right way to be here, no correct posture for recovery, just this, your body holding itself, slowly returning to its natural shape after so long leaning on something else to stay upright. It doesn't need praise for doing it, it only needs permission to try again. Let the dream pass through like a shadow across the ceiling, no reaction needed. Let the mind wander in its own way, as if you've handed over the map and now just watch from the edge of your awareness. You don't have to catch anything. There's no need to hold on. And when the breath slows again, not because you're trying, but because there's nothing left to do, let that be enough. Let the body soften where it lands. Shoulders lower, jaw unclenches, fingers relax into their own shape without effort. There is a kind of rest that comes not from sleep, but from being so fully present in stillness that even time forgets to move. Not because you're awake or asleep, but because you've slipped past the need for either state altogether. You don't have to fix anything now, you don't even have to believe it's possible. Just lie there. Let gravity do its work. Let your bones remember what they were made for, to rest, not to perform. And if a dream comes, bright with color or sharp with meaning, don't rush to name it. Don't analyze the edges. Just let it drift through like wind in trees you've never seen. You don't have to understand why it's there, only that you're still here on the other side of it. This is not a test. This is not failure. It's simply your nervous system remembering how to be quiet without needing help from outside. Every night like this one, every time you stay still when everything inside says do something, you are already moving forward, not toward some distant finish line, but toward the truth that you're safe here, that you belong in this silence, that you don't need to earn rest by proving anything. There's a quiet beneath all of it, the kind that doesn't come from effort or intention. It just is, and you're already in it. Your breath still finding its way out, not because you're trying to make it do so, but because your body has already let go of the need to control it. The air moves through you like a slow tide coming in, no force behind it, no urgency, just a quiet return to what's been waiting beneath the surface for weeks now. The mattress holds you not as support, but as memory, a kind of soft echo of every night when you laid down and let something else carry you. That thing is gone, but the space remains. And in that space, there's room again for silence that isn't empty, room for stillness that doesn't demand anything. You don't have to be present all at once, not even half present, just here, wherever this is, and let your body remember how it feels when nothing has to happen. No need to wake up, no need to stay asleep. Only the feeling of weight settling into what's already beneath you, the bed, the floor, the earth itself. There's a kind of listening that happens not with ears but with skin, when warmth spreads in patches across your shoulders, behind your knees, along the inside of your wrists. It doesn't rush. It gathers slowly, like moss growing over stone after rain. You don't have to notice it, but if you do, it's already there. The dream that came earlier, it wasn't a signal or a warning. It was just a trace, a ripple passing through the surface of your sleep, not meant to be caught, only received. Like dust drifting in a shaft of light, seen for a moment, then gone again without effort. You don't have to explain why it showed up, just that you were there when it passed. And now stillness isn't something you're holding onto, it's something the body is making on its own, not through willpower or focus, through surrender. When your hands unclench without intention, when your spine releases a little deeper than before, when even your eyelids feel less like they're guarding anything, those are not accidents. They're signs that you've stopped asking for permission to rest. The nervous system isn't trying to win, it's just tired of being on duty, so it's beginning to believe again, quietly, that it doesn't need to stay alert, that the world won't end if it closes its eyes, that not sleeping isn't failure, not waking up after a dream isn't brokenness. These are all parts of returning. You aren't fixing anything by being here. You're just letting time do what it does best, slowly reweave things that were stretched too thin. And every time you return to the breath, not because you want to, but because your body has already forgotten how not to, there's a kind of soft gratitude in it. Not for sleep, not for dreams, not even for peace, just for this, the simple act of being allowed to stop trying. There are no milestones on this path, no check marks, no progress bar that moves forward, only moments where your breath becomes longer than you expected, where warmth spreads through a joint that felt stiff all week, where thoughts don't have to be answered or even acknowledged. They just pass by like clouds in an afternoon sky with no name. You're not building something new. You're only clearing space for what was already there, sleeping beneath the layers of habit, waiting quietly under the noise. There's a difference between being awake and being alert. One is quiet, the other demands attention. And right now, you're not being asked to be either. You're simply allowed to exist in the soft gray between them, the place where nothing needs to happen, yet everything is still changing. Let your shoulders drop, not as a command, but because they've already begun to forget how to hold themselves up. Let your legs sink deeper into the mattress like roots sinking into soil after drought, not forcing anything, just allowing gravity its due. The dark isn't empty, it's full of things you don't need to see, full of patterns forming without a light source, of rhythms humming beneath awareness. You don't have to understand them, only that they're happening and you're part of it. Even if your mind flickers with fragments, half-remembered words, the shape of someone's voice from long ago, a place you've never been, the body doesn't need those stories now. It only needs quiet, and the breath is still here, still moving out slowly, without effort. You don't have to believe that this will pass, only that it is passing already in small ways, not dramatic or loud, just like rain falling on pavement, not noticeable until you realize how much has soaked in. There's a kind of rest that isn't found through doing anything at all. It doesn't come from thinking clearly, remembering correctly, staying awake or asleep. It comes from simply being still long enough for the body to believe it can be safe again, without a crutch, without a signal, without a reason. You're not supposed to understand this night, not even to remember it tomorrow. You're only supposed to let it happen, the way roots grow in darkness or rivers carve their path unseen. And when you feel the smallest shift, a breath that lingers longer than before, a warmth spreading from your chest down through your ribs, you don't need to call it progress. Just let it be what it is, another thread being rewoven into place. Your body has been learning something new, how to fall asleep without help, how to dream without control, how to wake up not because of alarm or habit, but simply because the night has ended and you are ready. But you're not there yet, not even close. And that's okay. Because each moment where you don't reach for anything, that is not failure, it is faith. Not in sleep, not in recovery, but in your own ability to stay still when everything inside says do something. So let the silence grow deeper, not because it has to, but because there's nothing left to fight. Let the breath slow again, not with effort, but with inevitability. And if you drift a little farther from awareness, into that space where even thought stops being an event, don't pull back. Let yourself be held by what comes after intention. You don't have to earn this moment. You're already in it. There's a stillness that comes not from holding your breath, but from letting it go so completely that even the idea of breathing feels distant, like standing at the edge of a lake where the surface has stopped trembling and only the depth remains. You're not far from that quiet now, not just resting, but being rested in a way you haven't been in months. The kind where your body doesn't have to earn rest or prove it deserves it. It simply is. The weight beneath you isn't heavy, it's full of possibility, like the earth after rain has settled and begun to hum with slow life. You've stopped measuring time by how long it takes to fall asleep. Instead, you're learning to measure it by how little effort it takes to stay where you are. No pushing, no pulling, not even a wish for change. The dreams haven't come again tonight, though they might soon. That's all right. They don't need to be answered. You've already said yes to their return in the quiet ways that matter. By staying still when your mind flares with urgency, by not reaching for anything to make the night less strange. You're not trying to fix sleep, not even close. You're just letting it know gently that you're here, that you've stayed, that there's no need to run from this moment like a threat or a test. The silence isn't threatening, it's patient, like someone sitting beside your bed while you dream, not waking you, but holding space so the dreaming can continue without fear. There's an old kind of warmth in muscles that have forgotten how to relax, like wood warmed by years beneath floorboards, slow and steady, soaking in heat from within. You don't need to watch it grow. Just let it rise where needed. The shoulder blade, the base of your spine, the hollow behind your knees, not as a goal, but as proof you're still here. The breath isn't trying to be anything now. It's not long or short, not shallow or deep. It just moves out and then in and out again with no demand on it at all. Like water finding its level after the storm has passed. You don't need to guide it, only notice that it's still here. And when your thoughts drift toward what came before, the way things used to be, or how long this is taking, just let them go like leaves caught in a slow current. They aren't yours anymore. They're just passing through the same air you're breathing, no heavier than dust on glass. There's something beautiful in not knowing where sleep begins and awareness ends. It's that gray line, not sharp or clear, but soft, like fog settling over land at dawn.